What if Deku lost his place in hero society and awakened the legacy of Ezio Auditore? After discovering traitors inside the Commission, pro-hero agencies, and the League's hidden network, Izuku goes underground, trading One for All's light for hidden blades, eagle vision, and the Creed. This story is divided into 6 chapters and an epilogue, so make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Now let's begin. What if Deku reincarnated as Ezio and hunted down the traitorous League of Villains?
Prologue, the day the symbol fell. What if Deku reincarnated as Ezio and hunted down the traitorous League of Villains? The city of Musutafu had always looked different from rooftops. From the ground, it was noise, traffic, screens. Hero advertisements wrapped around glass towers like glowing promises, reporters shouting into microphones. Civilians crossing streets with their heads lowered, trusting that someone above them would handle the danger before it ever reached their hands. From above, the city was honest. The alleys showed where the light failed. The service doors showed where the powerful entered without being seen. The rooftops showed who moved in silence and who needed an audience. Izuku Midoriya stood on the edge of the Hero Public Safety Commission's Eastern Administration building and watched the city breathe beneath him. He was 19 years old enough to have survived wars that should have belonged to adults. Old enough to have buried versions of himself he did not talk about. Young enough that some newspapers still called him the boy hero when they needed sympathy attached to a headline. Once, he had dreamed of standing on rooftops because All Might had stood on them. Back then, height had meant hope. Now it meant distance. The wind pulled at his green hair and pressed his jacket tight against his shoulders. His right hand held a folder thick enough that the paper inside had begun to bend at the corners. It looked ordinary, cheap brown card, no official seal, no warning label. But Izuku knew better than most people that the most dangerous things in the world rarely looked dangerous at first glance. A villain could be loud. A villain could laugh while fire climbed a building or dust spread across concrete. A villain wanted the world to know he had arrived. Corruption was quieter. It wore a badge, it signed forms, it smiled during press conferences. Izuku opened the folder again even though he had already memorized every page names. That was the first thing that had broken something in him, not the transactions, not the dates. Not even the internal memos marked confidential. Those had made him angry, yes, but anger was familiar. Anger could be studied, controlled, aimed. The names had done something worse. They had made him feel stupid. There were pro-hero names in the file. Agency directors, licensed responders. Commission consultants. A few retired heroes who still held advisory influence. People Izuku had seen on training panels, people who had shaken his hand when cameras were watching, people who had spoken about justice with eyes that looked almost convincing. And among them were names he recognized personally, people who had known where shelters were built before civilians were moved there, people who had known which hospitals held injured witnesses after League attacks, people who had known when certain heroes would patrol with reduced support. They had sold that information. Not always directly, not always dramatically. Most did not meet League operatives in shadowy warehouses or whisper loyalty to villains over encrypted phones. Some sold risk assessments to shell companies. Some approved security consultation contracts. Routed through third parties, some took payments to delay raids by 20 minutes. Some leaked patrol schedules and called it statistical transparency. Some claimed they were managing villain activity. Containing damage, controlling chaos. Izuku had read their justifications too. They were almost worse than the crimes, because none of them sounded like monsters. They sounded tired. They sounded practical. They sounded like people who had taken one step too far and then built an entire philosophy around why they could not turn back. A page shifted in the wind. Izuku pressed it down with his thumb. At the top of that page was a commission internal memo subject. Midoriya Izuku Operational Liability Review. The words were clean, professional. Empty in the way only official language could be empty. Indefinite suspension pending psychological evaluation. Reassessment of quirk use authorization. restriction from ongoing League-related investigations, potential public safety concern if subject resists compliance. Izuku read the last line for the 100th time. If subject resists compliance, not Deku, not pro-hero Midoriya, subject, category. A file. A problem. 3 weeks earlier, Izuku had followed every rule. That was the part he kept returning to, as if his mind still believed logic could rescue him from betrayal. He had not gone to the press first. He had not broken into private servers. He had not confronted anyone with accusations in public. He had taken the evidence to the proper channels because some part of him still believed the system had a center that would hold if enough truth was placed before it. First, he gave copies to the Commission's internal review office. They thanked him and asked for patience. Then he sent a duplicate to Hawks through an old secure contact route, no response. Then to Endeavor's office, a polite acknowledgement from an assistant, nothing more. Then to a reform-aligned legal committee that had once asked him to speak at a Youth Hero Summit, silence. For 3 weeks, silence spread outward like frost. No arrests, no hearings, no suspended licenses, no press restrictions, no emergency meetings, nothing. And then last night, the anonymous message arrived. No sender name, no signature, no heroic slogan, only a file drop, 1 sentence, and a timer. They know you know. 72 hours. Attached was the memo recommending his neutralization by legal means where possible. Izuku had sat at his desk for 7 minutes after reading it. He remembered the number because his notebook was open beside him, and his pen had left a dark dot in the paper where his hand stopped moving. 7 minutes. Then he stood up, packed what mattered, and left his apartment. He should have been faster. That was what bothered him now, not fear, not shock, the mistake. He should have known they would move quickly. He should have known that evidence threatening the powerful would not be treated like evidence. It would be treated like a weapon pointed in the wrong direction. His phone buzzed once in his pocket. Izuku did not look at it immediately. Below, 3 commission vehicles moved through a street that should not have required commission traffic at this hour, unmarked, black, too clean. He watched them turn left toward the residential district where his apartment stood. Only then did he take out the phone. A message from an unknown number. You went home. Izuku's expression did not change. His fingers moved. No, 3 dots appeared. Then, good. They searched it 12 minutes ago. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. The rooftop seemed to tilt beneath him, not because he was surprised, because a strange, cold part of him had already made peace with the possibility. His apartment was not special. It was small, overpacked with notebooks, too many spare hoodies. A fridge that rarely contained anything more complex than convenient store meals and protein drinks. A cracked mug from his mother. Training bands hanging from a chair. A framed photo he kept face down more often than not, because some days looking at the past felt too much like being judged by it. They would have opened the drawers, scanned the notebooks, copied the drives, touched everything. A hero's home was supposed to be safe because everyone knew where he lived. That had been the lie. The phone buzzed again. If you want the rest of the names, come alone. Maintenance Corridor B17. Old flood route under South Musutafu. Midnight, Izuku looked across the city. South Musutafu, old industrial district, half rebuilt, full of tunnels no tourist map cared about, service infrastructure layered under newer construction, storm drains, utility corridors. Forgotten foundations from before the Quirk era, when cities had been built with different fears in mind. A bad place to meet, a worse place to be cornered. His thumb hovered over the screen. He typed, "Who are you?" The reply took longer this time. Someone whose mistake got people killed. Someone trying to make it mean something. Izuku stared at the sentence. He wanted to hate it. He wanted it to be manipulative, too neat, too convenient. Instead, it sounded tired enough to be true. The city wind rose around him. Somewhere far below, a child laughed at something on a giant screen showing a hero commercial. A smiling pro-hero raised a fist and promised safety in a voice polished by marketing. Izuku placed the folder inside his jacket. Once, he would have called someone Uraraka, Iida, Aizawa. Maybe even All Might. He imagined each conversation. He imagined their faces when he told them what he had found. He imagined the worry, the immediate need to help, the questions, the risk. Then he imagined commission surveillance already mapping their communications, already waiting for him to reach outward so the net could tighten around everyone he loved. His hand curled slowly into a fist. "No," he whispered. The word vanished into the wind. Then Deku stepped backward from the edge of the roof, turned away from the glowing city, and disappeared through the service stairwell like a man already becoming a ghost. At midnight, South Musutafu looked abandoned in the way old wounds looked healed under bad lighting. The district had been rebuilt twice after major villain attacks, but reconstruction money always preferred the visible layers. New roads, fresh signage, glass-fronted warehouses. Security cameras on corners. Anything that could be photographed for progress reports. Underneath, the old city remained. Izuku entered through a service gate behind a shuttered distribution center. The lock was supposed to be electronic. It opened with a manual bypass after 6 seconds because somebody had installed the override badly and never expected a hero to know how to use anything except strength. That had become a theme. People assumed heroes solved problems loudly. Izuku moved quietly. He wore dark civilian clothes under a loose hooded jacket. No costume, no gloves with branding. No visible support gear except reinforced boots and a compact utility belt hidden under his shirt. The ember of One for All sat inside his body like banked heat, not power. Not anymore. There had been a time when energy roared through him like a storm begging to be released. Now it was residue. A physiological echo left behind by years of carrying too much force in bones too young to understand limits. His muscles were denser than they should have been. His lungs recovered faster. His reflexes remained sharpened by training that no normal teenager should have survived. But he could not call lightning through his limbs. He could not smash through walls and pretend consequence was something that happened to other people. That was why every step mattered. Corridor B-17 lay beneath a sloped access road that led into an older drainage network. Izuku pulled up a rusted hatch at 12:03 a.m. and descended a ladder into damp concrete darkness. The smell hit first, standing water. Metal, mold, old electricity. He reached the bottom, paused, and listened. One drip to the left, air movement ahead, distant mechanical hum, no voices. The corridor extended forward in a narrow line, ceiling low enough that he had to lower his head in places. Pipes ran along the walls like exposed veins. Some were new. Some looked old enough to belong to another city entirely. Izuku advanced carefully. Every 10 steps, he stopped, listened, measured. He found the first camera after 40 meters. It was hidden behind a cracked maintenance panel, small enough to be missed by anyone rushing. Izuku did not disable it. Disabling it would tell whoever watched that he had seen it. Instead, he angled his hood, shifted his posture, and passed beneath it with his face obscured. The second camera was broken. The third had been recently installed. That was enough. Izuku stopped. The corridor ahead opened into a wider junction where 4 maintenance routes met. It was exactly the kind of place someone would choose if they wanted exits or fields of fire. He looked down, dust patterns, not much. The air was too damp for clean tracking. But there were marks near the junction that did not belong to maintenance workers. Boot arcs, scuffed concrete. A drag line where someone had moved equipment. His mouth went dry. Then his phone buzzed. The sound seemed too loud in the tunnel. He checked the screen. Keep coming. Izuku did not move. A second message appeared. They are closer than you think. Then the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the corridor in a single breath. Izuku dropped instantly. Something cracked through the air where his head had been. A dart struck the pipe behind him with a sharp metallic ping. He rolled right, shoulder hitting wet concrete, and came up behind a support pillar as the corridor exploded with white tactical lights. "Midoriya Izuku," a voice called. "By order of the Hero Public Safety Commission, you are to surrender peacefully for emergency evaluation." Izuku's breathing slowed. 3 voices. No, 4, 1 ahead, 2 behind the junction, 1 elevated. Maintenance platform, boots moving with training, not police. Not regular security, commission enforcers. They were not dressed as villains. That would have been easier somehow. They wore dark field uniforms with no public markings, helmets with face shields, and gear clean enough to have been issued that morning. The kind of people who existed in budget reports under words like special response. "I haven't been charged," Izuku said. His voice came out steady. The lead enforcer stepped into the edge of the light. "This is a protective intervention." Izuku almost laughed, not because it was funny, because for a second he heard every villain speech he had ever mocked translated into administrative language. Protective for who? No answer. That was answer enough. A canister bounced once near his left foot. Izuku kicked it back before it opened. Smoke erupted halfway down the corridor, swallowing the first two enforcers in their own cover. He moved at the same time, low and fast, his body finding angles before fear could slow him. The ember of one for all warmed his muscles. He was not as strong as he had once been, but he was still faster than they expected. The first enforcer emerged through the smoke with a suppression baton raised. Izuku stepped inside the swing, caught the wrist, redirected the momentum into the wall, and drove his elbow into the man's chest armor hard enough to drop him without breaking anything. Pain flashed through Izuku's shoulder. He ignored it. The second enforcer fired a capture line. Izuku twisted, the cable grazing his jacket, then grabbed it with both hands and yanked. The enforcer stumbled forward. Izuku used the pull to close distance, struck the helmet once, then swept the legs, non-lethal, controlled, still him. A third figure moved on the platform above. Izuku saw the shape too late. A blade came down, not a sword. Short, tactical. Meant for close quarters, he shifted enough that it missed his neck, but the edge cut across his shoulder. Pain opened hot and immediate. Izuku's hand clamped over the wound as he staggered back. The enforcer landed in front of him silently, too silently, quirk-assisted. The figure rushed him. Izuku blocked once, twice. The third strike forced him back toward the junction, exactly where they wanted him. Lights snapped on behind him, more footsteps. The kill box completed itself. He understood then. They had not come to arrest him, not cleanly, not if he resisted. A calmness settled over Izuku that did not feel like peace. It felt older. For one heartbeat, the tunnel changed, not physically. The concrete remained, the pipes, the lights, the smoke. But something in his mind shifted its lens. The enforcers were no longer just bodies. They were lines of movement, intent, weight, angles. The world sharpened strangely around the edges, as if every hidden thing wanted to confess. Gold flickered across his vision. The enforcer on the left intended to feint high and strike his knee. The one behind him had already committed to firing another capture line. The blade user's right shoulder dipped a fraction too low, meaning the next attack would come from below. Izuku moved before any of them did. He ducked under the feint, let the capture line shoot over him, and kicked the first enforcer into its path. The cable wrapped around the wrong target. Izuku pivoted, seized the line, and used it to swing himself sideways as the blade user's strike cut empty air. The gold vanished. Pain detonated behind his eyes. Izuku nearly collapsed. The world doubled migraine, sudden and brutal. He had no word for what had just happened, no time to understand it, no space to be afraid of it, so he ran, not backward. Up, a maintenance ladder climbed the wall beside the junction. He reached it through smoke and panic, grabbed the side rail with his good arm, and forced himself upward as a stun round cracked against the concrete below. His injured shoulder screamed. He climbed anyway. Someone shouted. A capture line wrapped around his ankle. Izuku kicked hard against the wall, twisting midair. The line dragged him sideways instead of down. His boot hit a pipe. The pipe burst loose from its bracket with a sharp metallic snap, spraying cold water into the corridor. The sudden flood of water hit the lights. Sparks spat from a junction box. Darkness returned in violent flashes. Izuku tore free, reached the upper maintenance path, and sprinted. Behind him, the enforcers regrouped quickly, too quickly. They knew the tunnels, or thought they did. Izuku ran through corridors that grew older with every turn. New concrete gave way to brick. Brick gave way to stone in places where the walls had no business being stone beneath a modern Japanese city. His breathing became rough. Blood warmed his sleeve. His head pounded with each heartbeat. He took a left because airflow brushed that side of his face. A right because the floor sloped down. Another left because the sound of pursuit echoed wrong from that direction, meaning open space beyond. He did not know where he was going. Then the floor disappeared. One step found concrete, the next found air. Izuku fell through a collapsed section of walkway into black water below. The impact knocked thought from him. Cold closed over his head. For a few terrible seconds, there was no hero system, No commission, no league, no folder, no betrayal, only water, darkness. His injured shoulder refusing to move, he kicked upward, but his boot caught on something beneath the surface. A cable. A root. A piece of broken rebar. His lungs tightened. The ember inside him flared weakly. Not enough. Izuku reached down, fingers scraping blindly, and pulled. Nothing. Above, distorted light moved across the surface, voices. The enforcers had reached the broken walkway. He could hear them through the water as vibrations more than sound. His chest burned for one strange second. Another image rose in his mind. Not memory, not dream. A tower under a different sky. Stone walls warm with sunlight, hands gripping old roof tiles. A bell ringing over a city that was not Musutafu. A man in white robes falling backward into hay, laughing like death had missed him by inches and they were old friends. Izuku's eyes opened under the water. Gold flickered again. Not in the tunnel this time, inside the dark. He saw the snag around his boot, not with sight but with certainty. He twisted his heel exactly right, freed himself, and kicked upward with the last of his strength. His hand broke the surface. Then something struck the water beside him. A rope, no. A hooked pole. Someone grabbed the back of his jacket and hauled. Izuku tried to fight on instinct, but his body had spent too much. He was dragged through the water toward a low side opening hidden behind hanging cables and rusted mesh. Hands caught him under the arms and pulled him into darkness. A panel slid shut behind him. The voices above faded. Izuku coughed water onto stone, not concrete, stone. Old, uneven, worn smooth by years or centuries of touch. A lantern clicked on. Warm light filled a narrow chamber. An old man crouched in front of him, one hand still gripping Izuku's jacket. He had a narrow face, silver hair tied back carelessly, and eyes so sharp they seemed almost unfair in a face that old. His clothes smelled of engine oil, dust, and rain. "You are difficult to rescue," the old man said. Izuku coughed again, throat burning. "Who later?" The old man pressed cloth against Izuku's shoulder. Izuku flinched. "Hold this, unless you want to make my floor dramatic." Izuku stared at him. The old man's accent was faint but distinct, shaped by something older than standard Japanese. A rhythm Izuku had heard only in fragments from his mother when she spoke about distant family stories, old migration records, names that had changed spelling too many times to track. The old man noticed him noticing. "Yes," he said. "You hear it. Above them, boots moved somewhere in the tunnels." The old man extinguished the lantern with 2 fingers. Darkness returned. He put one hand over Izuku's mouth before Izuku could object. Quiet now. For several minutes, the world became listening, footsteps, metal, a voice giving orders through a communicator. Water dripping from Izuku's hair onto stone, his own heartbeat fighting to calm itself. The enforcers passed close enough that light briefly shone through cracks in the hidden panel. Izuku saw the old man's face in that thin glow. No panic, no confusion, only patience. The patience of someone who had hidden from stronger enemies before. Eventually, the voices moved away. The old man waited longer. Only when the silence became complete did he remove his hand and relight the lantern. Izuku pushed himself upright, though the room tilted. "You were the one who messaged me." "No." Izuku's eyes narrowed. "But you knew I'd be there." "Yes. That's not an answer." "It is. You just dislike it." Izuku would have stood if his legs had obeyed. They did not. The old man reached for a small medical kit tucked beneath a wooden shelf. "Your shoulder needs stitches. Your head likely feels as if someone placed a church bell inside it and struck it with enthusiasm." Izuku froze. The old man glanced at him. Gold sight. Izuku said nothing. That is answer enough. The old man worked quickly, cleaning the wound with practiced efficiency. Izuku clenched his jaw and focused on the room to avoid focusing on pain. It was larger than he first realized. The chamber opened into another space beyond a low arch, stone walls. Old support beams reinforced with modern steel. Shelves packed with tools, maps, hard drives, wrapped cloth bundles, mechanical parts, and books with cracked leather spines. One wall held newspaper clippings connected by string, commission officials, hero agencies, league incidents, missing persons. Financial records. Izuku's stolen file was not the beginning of someone's investigation. It was a fragment of something much older, and then he saw the far wall. The lantern light did not reach all of it, but it reached enough. Stone, carved, an eagle with wings spread wide. Beneath it, words in a language Izuku did not know and somehow felt pressing against the back of his tongue. The old man followed his gaze. "Do you know what it says?" Izuku swallowed. No, a pause. Then, without meaning to, he whispered words he had never learned. "Nothing is true. Everything is permitted." The old man became very still. The silence after that was different from the silence before, not hiding, recognition. Izuku stared at the carving as if it might move. "What is this place?" The old man tied off the bandage around his shoulder. "A room your family built before this city had towers, before heroes had licenses, before people mistook permission for morality." "My family," the old man stood slowly. His knees cracked, but he moved with balance that made age seem like a disguise. "Your mother's records call your line Midoriya now. Before that, Midoriya. Before that, Midoriya. Before that, if you follow the migration far enough and ignore what governments did to names they could not pronounce." He touched the carved eagle lightly. "Auditor." Izuku's breath caught. The name meant nothing. And yet something inside him reacted like a locked door hearing the right key for the first time. Auditor. A rooftop beneath his feet. A blade hidden under his wrist. A crowd opening and closing like water around him. A man's voice saying a name with grief and pride tangled together. Ezio. Izuku pressed his hand against his forehead. The migraine surged. The old man moved closer but did not touch him. Careful, memory is not always kind when it wakes hungry. Izuku looked up sharply. "What did you say?" The old man's expression softened by a fraction. "My name is Kenta Auditor. Distant branch, last trained keeper of this bureau. And you, Izuku Midoriya, are either the luckiest fool alive or the answer to a question my family has been asking for 200 years. Izuku let out a humorless breath. "I don't have time for riddles." "No," Kenta agreed. "You have less than 48 hours before the commission decides whether you are more useful discredited or dead." The word landed heavily. Dead, there it was. No official language, no softening. Izuku looked away. "I'm not killing commission agents. I did not ask. I'm not becoming a villain. I did not accuse. I wanted to be a hero." Kenta studied him for a long moment. Then he said, "No, you wanted to save people. The difference matters more than you currently understand." Izuku had no reply. The sentence entered him too cleanly. Kenta walked to a metal table and picked up the folder Izuku had been carrying. Only then did Izuku realize it was no longer inside his jacket. "You took that. You nearly drowned with it. I saved the paper too. You may thank me in whichever order you prefer." Izuku pushed himself to his feet too quickly. The room swayed. Kenta did not help him. He simply waited for Izuku to find balance or fall. Izuku found balance, barely. That evidence can bring them down. "No," Kenta said. Izuku's eyes hardened. "Yes, it can. That evidence can wound them. Embarrass them. Frighten the smaller rats into chewing each other. It cannot bring down what you think it can. You don't know that." Kenta placed the folder on the table between them. "I know systems survive by feeding the guilty to the public one at a time and calling it reform." Izuku hated how easily the words fit what he had already seen. Kenta opened the folder and tapped one page. "These names are not the whole structure. They are exposed branches. Someone allowed you to receive them because either they want the tree cut down or they want you to swing at branches while the root digs deeper." Izuku remembered the anonymous message, someone whose mistake got people killed. He wanted to trust it. He wanted one clean ally in this. That wanting made him suspicious of himself. "What do you want from me?" he asked. Kenta's gaze moved to the carved eagle. "I want nothing. What makes old men careless? What I have is an offer." He walked to a cabinet built into the stone wall and unlocked it with a key hanging beneath his shirt. Inside lay cloth, white, folded carefully, crimson lining, darkened by age but still rich. Beside it rested 2 bracers of black metal, modernized, reinforced, beautiful in a severe way. Izuku stared. Something in his bones remembered weight at the wrists. Kenta did not remove the bracers yet. "You followed their rules," the old man said. "They used the rules to mark you as a threat. You trusted institutions to judge themselves, and they chose survival. Now you are standing under your city, bleeding on my floor with nowhere legal left to go." Izuku's throat tightened. Kenta looked back at him. "So the question is not whether you are still a hero. That word has been bought and sold too many times tonight." He closed the cabinet halfway, leaving the white cloth visible. The question is whether you are willing to become something they cannot license, suspend, or parade in front of cameras. Izuku looked at the robes, then at the folder, then at his own hands, hands that had saved people, hands that had broken bones. Hands that still trembled sometimes when sirens sounded too close. He thought of All Might's smile, his mother's voice, Uraraka laughing during training, Ida telling him rules existed to protect people, not bury them, Aizawa saying heroes who could not make hard calls died early. He thought of the commission memo, subject resists compliance. He thought of the enforcers in the tunnel, calling an ambush a protective intervention. The world did not split into heroes and villains. Maybe it never had. Maybe that was the first childish thing he had to let die. What happens if I say yes? Izuku asked. Kenta's face revealed nothing. You learn to move without being seen, to strike without being celebrated, to read power by its shadow, not its costume. You learn the difference between justice and revenge, and if you fail to learn it, I stop teaching you. You think you can stop me? For the first time, Kenta smiled. It was small, dangerous. You still put your weight too heavily on your right foot when injured. Yes. Despite everything, despite the pain and fear and betrayal pressing against him, Izuku almost smiled back, almost. Then the moment faded. He looked once more at the eagle carved into stone. What is this place called? Kenta's hand rested on the cabinet door. Once, a bureau. And now, Kenta looked toward the ceiling, where the city moved above them, bright and rotten and unaware. Now it is a grave waiting to become a beginning. Izuku stepped closer to the cabinet. The white cloth seemed brighter than it should have been in the lantern light. He did not touch it, not yet, but he did not step away either. Above them, Musutafu continued pretending dawn would fix what night had revealed. Below, in a room older than the hero system, Izuku Midoriya stood before the symbol of an eagle and understood with terrible clarity that the life he had built was over. Deku, the licensed hero, had entered the tunnel wounded and hunted. Someone else would leave it, not tonight, not tomorrow. But soon, Kenta closed the cabinet softly. You need rest, he said. Izuku kept looking at the eagle. I don't think I can sleep. No, Kenta said. But you can close your eyes and let the old memories find where they belong. Izuku finally looked at him. What if I don't want them? Kenta's expression became almost gentle. Then they will wait. Blood is patient. The lantern flame trembled. For a moment in the shifting light, the carved eagle seemed to spread its wings wider. Izuku lowered himself onto the old wooden bench near the wall. His body shook now that survival no longer required pretending it did not. The wound in his shoulder throbbed. His head pulsed with gold-edged pain. His future had narrowed into something sharp and unknown. On the table, the evidence folder waited. Inside it were names: pro-heroes, administrators, informants, traitors. A gallery of people who had mistaken the system for a shield and corruption for strategy. Izuku closed his eyes. In the darkness behind them, he saw rooftops that did not belong to Japan. He saw a hood drawn low. He saw a blade hidden beneath a sleeve. He heard a voice that was not his and somehow was. Not a command, a creed. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. And for the first time in 3 weeks, Izuku Midoriya stopped waiting for permission to do what had to be done. Chapter 1, the Auditor Lesson Theme. Identity must be rebuilt before it can be weaponized. For the first 3 days, Izuku Midoriya did nothing heroic. That was the part that nearly broke him, not the wound in his shoulder. Not the migraine that returned whenever he tried to remember the gold light in the tunnel. Not the fever that rose and fell through his body, while old Kenta Auditor changed bandages with the patience of a man who had done this too many times. It was the stillness. Izuku had spent most of his life running toward danger. Before he had a quirk, he ran anyway. Before his body could survive the impact, he ran anyway. Before anyone gave him a license, permission, or a hero name, he ran because someone had to. Now there were people in danger above him. The commission was hunting him. Traitors were still moving through the hero system. League-connected operations were still breathing under the city's skin. Somewhere, a person who had leaked those files to him was either hiding, captured, or dead, and Izuku was lying on a narrow cot under a repair shop, staring at a stone ceiling, being told to rest. It felt like cowardice. Kenta called it recovery. Izuku hated him for that. On the fourth day, he pushed himself upright too quickly, nearly blacked out, and tried to stand anyway. Kenta did not stop him. That was worse. The old man sat across the room at a workbench, repairing something small and metallic under a yellow lamp. He did not look up when Izuku's feet touched the cold floor. "You are about to do something stupid," Kenta said calmly. Izuku gripped the edge of the cot until his knuckles whitened. "I need to know what's happening. You need to heal. I need to move. You can barely breathe without making that face. I'm fine." Kenta finally looked over. His expression had no anger in it, no sympathy either. That made it harder to argue with. Fine is what young men say when they are too proud to admit pain and too frightened to admit fear. Izuku's jaw tightened. "I'm not afraid." Kenta returned to his work. "Then you are less intelligent than your files suggest." Izuku stared at him. That should not have landed as hard as it did. He sat there for a long moment, breathing through the ache in his shoulder and the pressure behind his eyes. The room was quiet except for the soft click of Kenta's tools. Above them, the repair shop opened and closed throughout the day. Izuku had learned its rhythm from below. The groan of the front shutter, the bell over the door, customers dropping off broken bikes or support gear components. Kenta's voice turning ordinary and mildly rude as he told people their repairs would cost more if they kept pretending they had not caused the damage themselves. Below the shop was another world, the bureau, Kenta had called it. Izuku had spent hours studying it from the cot. The chamber had been hidden beneath layers of concrete, drainage infrastructure, and forgotten city planning. It should not have existed, not in Musutafu, not under a modern city filled with Quirk-era sensors and reconstruction scans. Yet there it was, stone walls older than the roads above. Reinforced arches, narrow corridors leading into darkness, a map table carved with old markings, shelves of books written in Japanese, Italian, English, Arabic, and languages Izuku could not identify, mechanical parts mixed with antique tools, digital servers humming beside hand-drawn maps. Old and new, stitched together by necessity like him. The carved eagle remained on the far wall. Izuku avoided looking at it too long. Every time he did, something pressed behind his eyes. Not pain exactly. Recognition. A deep, uncomfortable pull, like standing in a place he had never visited and knowing where every door should lead. On the fifth day, he asked the question properly. "What is happening to me?" Kenta did not answer right away. He was preparing tea on a small electric burner, moving with careful economy. Nothing he did seemed rushed, nothing wasted. Even pouring hot water looked like a practiced technique. "You woke a memory," he said. "I saw things. Yes, I saw a city, rooftops, a tower, Florence perhaps, or Venice." "Your blood has crossed many roofs." Izuku rubbed his forehead. "I don't understand what that means." Kenta set a cup in front of him. "It means your body remembers what your mind does not. That's not how memory works." "For most people, no." Izuku looked at him sharply. Kenta sighed, as if the conversation had already become exhausting. People with quirks have spent generations believing power must announce itself through biology they can measure. Extra organs, mutated tissue, chemical output, energy production, but the world was strange before quirks. It did not become strange only when humans found convenient categories. Izuku's fingers curled around the warm cup. "You're saying this isn't a quirk. I am saying your family line carried something older than the registry knows how to name. Cellular memory. A crude term, but useful." Izuku frowned. "That's impossible." Kenta leaned back. "So is inheriting a stockpiled power from the world's greatest hero, breaking every bone in your arm and surviving long enough to become a public symbol." Izuku had no answer to that. Kenta's eyes narrowed slightly. "The impossible is often just the undocumented." The words settled between them. Izuku looked down into the tea. He had not taken a sip. Why now? Stress, blood loss, near death, betrayal. The mind is a locked house, Izuku. Sometimes trauma is a thief. Sometimes it is a key. Izuku hated that too. Not because it was wrong, because it sounded true. On the sixth day, Kenta allowed him to walk, not far, only through the first corridor beyond the main chamber. Izuku expected more stone, more ancient mystery, more carved symbols. Instead, he found a training hall. It was long, rectangular, and brutal in its simplicity. Wooden beams, hanging ropes, climbing holds embedded into brick. balance posts, staggered platforms, narrow ledges built along the walls, a pit filled with thick mats. A line of old mannequins patched so many times they looked more scar than object. At the far end, sunlight fell through a grated shaft high above, thin and dusty. Izuku stopped in the doorway. Kenta stood beside him. "This was not built for heroes," the old man said. Izuku studied the room. "No." "Say what you see," the old instinct answered before his pride could interfere. Vertical movement, close quarters training, silent footwork, escape routes, multiple elevations, no open arena, no audience. Kenta's mouth twitched. "Good. It's designed to teach someone not to fight fair. It is designed to teach someone to survive people who think fairness matters only when they are winning." Izuku glanced at him. Kenta walked into the hall and tapped one of the wooden balance posts with his cane. "You were trained by heroes. That means you were trained to announce yourself, protect civilians in visible ways, and resolve conflict under public scrutiny. Useful skills. Noble sometimes, but the people hunting you no longer require public battlefields. They will use paperwork, reputation, surveillance, restricted warrants, and men without names in tunnels." He turned. "You cannot defeat that by shouting your hero name." Izuku's throat tightened. He looked toward the high ledges. "What can defeat it?" Kenta's answer came without drama. "Patience." Training began on the 7th day. Izuku thought his body was ready. It was not. The first lesson was not blade work, not eagle vision, not even stealth. It was falling. Kenta led him to the lowest platform, barely 2 meters above the mat pit, and told him to jump. Izuku stared at him. "I've fallen from higher than this." "Yes, badly." Izuku blinked. Kenta tapped the mat with his cane. "You have survived falls because your body was reinforced by power. That is not the same as knowing how to fall. I know how to break impact. With power, I know how to roll. With too much shoulder, my shoulder is injured. Then perhaps you should learn before a worse injury makes the decision permanent." Izuku exhaled through his nose. Then he climbed onto the platform and jumped. He landed, rolled, came up, and immediately felt fire rip through his bandaged shoulder. Kenta said nothing. Izuku clenched his teeth. Again, the second fall was worse. The third made him dizzy. By the 10th, sweat had soaked through his shirt. By the 20th, something in him stopped trying to prove anything. That was when Kenta finally nodded. "There. Now you are listening." Izuku lay on the mat, staring at the ceiling. "I was listening before." "No, you were waiting for your turn to be correct." It was a cruel sentence because it was accurate. That became the first month: falling, landing, rolling, breathing, climbing. Izuku had expected the training to be difficult. He had not expected it to be humiliating. His body remembered power. That was the problem. For years, One for All had taught him that distance was something to overcome with force. Need to reach a rooftop, jump, need to cross a gap, push more power into the legs, need to survive impact. Reinforce the bones and trust recovery later. Kenta stripped all of that away. "No full force leaps," he said on the 10th day. Izuku froze halfway through a climb. "What? No powered jumps. I'm not using One for All. You are using its corpse." Izuku looked down at him. Kenta stood below with crossed arms. "The ember is still there. You rely on it when afraid. Stop. If I can use it, why shouldn't I? Because it will fade." The words struck harder than expected. Izuku's grip tightened on the climbing hold. Kenta did not soften it. "You know this already. Your body is changing. The heat is weaker in the mornings. Your recovery is slower. Your left hand shakes after strain. Whatever One for All left inside you is not a well. It is stored warmth. Spend it carelessly, and one day you will reach for it and find nothing." Izuku looked away. Above him, the next ledge waited. He hated that Kenta knew. He hated that his own body had been telling him the same thing. For months, he had ignored the signs. The longer recovery after patrols. The ache that settled deeper after impact. The old canal injury that sometimes made 2 fingers go numb. He had told himself it was stress, overwork, lack of sleep. Heroes were very good at lying to themselves when the lie kept them useful. Izuku climbed without jumping. It took longer. His arms trembled. His shoulder screamed. Twice he slipped and had to catch himself with his legs. By the time he reached the ledge, he was breathing like he had run kilometers. Kenta looked up, again. Izuku almost argued. Instead, he climbed down, then up. Again, again, again. By the end of the first month, he no longer moved like a hero trying to cross obstacles. He moved like someone asking the city for permission to pass and hearing every answer hidden in its walls. A drain pipe was not a pipe. It was a vertical route if touched in 3 places and never trusted with full weight. A balcony was not a balcony. It was a transition point. A service ladder was not a ladder. It was bait if too visible. Loose gravel on a rooftop was not scenery. It was noise waiting to betray him. He began to understand that Parker was not jumping. It was listening with the body. One evening, after a training session that left his legs shaking, Izuku stood on a narrow beam 3 meters above the floor. Kenta had ordered him to cross it blindfolded. "That's ridiculous," Izuku had said. Kenta had replied, "Then fall honestly." Now, with cloth tied over his eyes, Izuku took one careful step. The beam creaked under him, his toes adjusted. Another step, his breathing slowed. He could hear the training hall more clearly without sight, the faint swing of a rope. Kenta's cane tapping once against stone, water moving in pipes beyond the far wall. His own heartbeat, halfway across, his foot slipped. Instinct screamed at him to flood his legs with the ember and jump to safety. He did not. He dropped his weight, hooked his knee over the beam, caught himself with his good arm and hung upside down, breathing hard. Kenta's voice came from below, "Better." Izuku ripped the blindfold down, "Better. I almost fell." "Yes, but for the first time you almost fell correctly." Izuku stared at him, then, despite himself, he laughed. It was short, exhausted, almost painful, but it was real. Kenta looked satisfied. "Good, your sense of humor survived. That saves time." The next morning, Kenta brought out the blades. He did it without ceremony at first. That surprised Izuku. He had expected candles, perhaps. Old words. Some heavy ritual to match the carved eagle and white robes. Instead, Kenta placed a metal case on the workbench after breakfast and opened it, while complaining that modern alloys were expensive and young people had no respect for maintenance. Inside lay 2 bracers, black and silver. Compact, elegant, deadly. Izuku did not touch them. Kenta noticed, afraid. "Yes," Izuku said. The old man looked pleased. "Good." Izuku looked at him. "You wanted that answer. I would have been concerned by any other." Kenta removed one bracer and turned it over, exposing the mechanism beneath. The old hidden blade required sacrifice once. A finger. A visible commitment. A foolish tradition in some ways, useful in others. Later designs corrected it. Yours are modernized further. Titanium composite edge. Spring-assisted deployment. Manual lock. No wireless signal. No digital dependency. Nothing that can be hacked, jammed, or remotely disabled. He pressed a lever. The blade slid out with a soft, metallic whisper. Izuku's stomach tightened. It was not large that made it worse. A sword had theater. A gun had distance. A support weapon could be justified by function. This was intimate. A hidden blade did not say, "Fight me." It said, "You will not see the end coming." Kenta retracted it and placed the bracer in front of Izuku. "These are not symbols." Izuku swallowed. "What are they?" "Responsibilities with edges." The words stayed in the room. Izuku slowly reached out and lifted the bracer. It was heavier than it looked, not unbearable. "Just present." He strapped it to his wrist under Kenta's instruction. The fit was snug, mechanical components aligned along the forearm. Kenta adjusted the tension twice, then stepped back. "Do not deploy it." Izuku's fingers stilled. "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it." "I was analyzing the mechanism." "You were thinking about it." Izuku looked away. Kenta picked up a wooden practice blade and tossed it to him. "Before you learn to kill with a blade, you learn how not to kill by accident." The blade training was nothing like hero combat. Izuku was used to restraint. He was used to controlling force, so he did not injure someone more than necessary. But this was different. Hero training taught him to subdue. Assassin training taught him to end, and because of that, Kenta's first rule was control. Every movement had a consequence. Every angle meant something. A strike to the arm disabled. A strike beneath the ribs killed. A cut across the wrong artery turned a choice into a death sentence. Izuku learned anatomy again, but not from medical diagrams meant for rescue. He learned where armor gapped, where quirk-mutated bodies often still shared human vulnerabilities, where not to strike if the goal was intimidation, where to strike if hesitation would get civilians killed. Some nights he could not eat after lessons. Kenta never mocked him for it. That almost made it harder. One night, after Izuku had frozen during a drill involving a finishing motion, he tore the bracer off and slammed it onto the table. I can't do this. Kenta sat across from him. Then do not. Izuku's chest rose and fell. That's it. Yes. You're not going to tell me the mission needs it. The mission needs many things. Your soul is one of them. Izuku looked at the bracer. I've hurt people before. Yes. I've fought villains who were trying to kill me. Yes. I know sometimes there's no clean choice. Yes. Then why does this feel different? Kenta's expression changed slightly, not softer, older. Because a hero can tell himself the battlefield made the choice. An assassin cannot. The blade is quiet. It leaves you alone with intention. Izuku closed his eyes. There it was, the thing he had been avoiding, intention. If he wore the hidden blade, he could no longer pretend every outcome was forced by chaos. He would have to choose before the moment arrived, decide who was coerced, who was complicit, who was too dangerous to leave standing. That was not the work of a hero billboard, that was judgment, and judgment could rot a person from the inside if they started enjoying it. I don't want revenge, Izuku said quietly. Kenta watched him. I want them stopped. I want what they built exposed. I want people safe from them. And if one of them can only be stopped permanently, Izuku opened his eyes. He had no answer. Kenta nodded as if that was acceptable. Then we continue training until you do. The second month began with surveillance, not action, surveillance. Izuku hated it even more than falling. Kenta gave him old commission schedules, traffic patterns, and building maps, then sent him into the city through routes that never touched street cameras directly. The first time Izuku emerged above ground after weeks underground, Musutafu felt too bright. Too loud. He stood in an alley behind a closed noodle shop before dawn, hood low, and watched a patrol drone pass overhead. His instinct was to look up fully. Kenta's cane tapped his ankle. Do not stare at the thing you wish to avoid. Izuku lowered his gaze. Right. People look at threats. Professionals look at trash bins, windows, and reflections. Izuku glanced at the dark glass of a vending machine across the street. The drone reflected there, moving away. A lesson clicked into place. For 2 weeks, he followed people without approaching them. A courier who carried commissions sealed drives between offices. A retired hero who met with agency accountants every Thursday. A junior official who always took the long route home and checked over his shoulder exactly 3 times. Izuku learned that guilt had habits. Fear had habits too. So did innocence. Kenta forced him to write profiles without moral conclusions. Facts first, he said. Judgment later. That was harder than Izuku expected. He wanted patterns to mean guilt. He wanted suspicious behavior to lead cleanly to villainy. He wanted the world to be readable because if it was readable, it could be fixed. But surveillance taught him something uglier. Most people were hiding something. Not all of it mattered. A hero taking money under the table might be corrupt, or might be paying for a sibling's unregistered medical treatment. A frightened administrator might be destroying evidence, or might be hiding from an abusive superior. A person meeting a known criminal might be a collaborator or a victim. Information without patience was just a weapon fired blind, and then there was eagle vision. It returned during a sparring session at the end of the second month. Kenta attacked without warning. One moment, Izuku was stretching near the balance posts. The next, a training knife flashed toward his side. Izuku reacted too slowly. Kenta struck his ribs with the wooden blade. Dead, the old man said. Izuku winced. You said we were done for today. Your enemies will respect your schedule. I forgot. Again. The second attack came during Izuku's exhale. He blocked it. The third attack came from an angle that should have been impossible for Kenta's age. Izuku barely avoided it. Then Kenta drove him backward, step by step, until his spine hit the wall. No space. No time. The training knife rose. Something opened behind Izuku's eyes, gold, blue, the world changed. Kenta's body became lines of intention. His shoulder was a warning. His wrist was a lie. His real weight had shifted to the back foot. The knife was not coming for Izuku's chest. It was bait. The next strike would be a knee to the thigh. Izuku moved before thought. He stepped inside the false attack, turned his hip, and placed 2 fingers against Kenta's throat. The room snapped back to normal. Izuku dropped to one knee with a sharp gasp. Pain split his skull. Kenta lowered the knife. There it is. Izuku pressed a hand over one eye. What is it? Eagle vision. That doesn't explain anything. No, but it names it. Izuku tried to stand and nearly vomited. Kenta caught his elbow this time. That alone told Izuku how serious it was. How long? Kenta asked. Izuku breathed through the pain. 4 seconds, maybe 5. Good, good. Longer might have damaged you. Izuku looked up. Kenta's face was grave. Listen carefully. Eagle vision is not sight, it is interpretation, intent, pattern, blood memory sharpened through instinct. In crowds, it will help you identify hostility. In combat, it can show you the moment before movement. Through thin walls, sometimes presence, not thoughts, not truth, never truth. Izuku swallowed. What's the cost? You felt it. Migraine. At first, Izuku did not like the sound of that. At first, Kenta helped him sit. Overuse causes disorientation, nosebleeds, memory bleed, temporary blindness in severe cases. Your ancestor could use it longer because he trained from youth and because his world was quieter. Yours is filled with electrical noise, quirk signatures, surveillance systems, and millions of people carrying stress like lanterns. If you open yourself too long, the city will shout through your skull. Izuku leaned back against the wall, so I use it in bursts. 2 seconds, 3 if necessary. Never to satisfy curiosity, never because you are afraid. Izuku almost laughed. That seems like exactly when I'd need it. Kenta crouched in front of him. No, fear makes you greedy. Greed makes you blind. After that, eagle vision became part of training, but never the center. Kenta forced him to activate it for 1 second at a time. Identify which hand held the hidden object. Stop. Which doorway had someone behind it. Stop. Which mannequin had a pressure trigger. Stop. Each use left pain behind, but gradually, Izuku learned to close the sense before it swallowed him. He began to understand why Kenta called it dangerous. Not because it was weak, because it was seductive. For someone like Izuku, who had spent his life analyzing heroes and villains, eagle vision felt like the ultimate notebook. A living battlefield analysis layered over reality itself. But it did not show morality. That lesson came hard. Kenta brought in 5 people from the network one evening and placed them behind screens. Izuku was told to use eagle vision in short bursts and identify the traitor. He saw fear in the first person, aggression in the second, calm in the third. Guilt in the fourth, nervous excitement in the fifth. He chose the fourth. Kenta removed the screen. The fourth person was a middle-aged journalist named Hages. She had spent 8 months collecting testimony from families whose complaints against hero agencies had vanished. Her guilt, she explained quietly, came from having survived a raid where another reporter had been arrested in her place. The actual test subject was the third person, Calm, a former agency accountant who had helped launder money and felt no guilt at all. Izuku said nothing for a long time afterward. Kenta only gave him 1 sentence. Intent is not conscience. By the 3rd month, the Bureau was no longer only a hiding place, it became a map of resistance. Kenta showed him the network slowly, piece by piece, never all at once. Names were protected until trust was earned. Locations were compartmentalized. No one knew enough to collapse everything if caught. The eyes, Kenta said, pointing to blue marks on a wall map, are watchers. Quirkless citizens, street vendors, repair workers, retired support technicians, 2 janitors in commission-adjacent buildings, 1 old woman who feeds cats near a courthouse and notices every license plate. Izuku looked at the blue marks. There were dozens. The voice. Kenta continued, touching red marks are journalists, legal advocates, data archivists, anonymous channels. They release what must be seen. And the blade, Izuku asked. Kenta's finger paused over a single white mark. For now, it rested beneath the repair shop. Izuku looked at him. No one else. No. Why? Because no one else has agreed to carry that burden. Izuku's eyes moved across the map. So all these people are helping me, Kenta shook his head. No, that kind of thinking makes tyrants out of symbols. They are helping the work. You may become useful to it. The correction stung. Then Izuku realized it comforted him. He did not want another system built around one chosen person. He had seen what happened when society placed all its faith in a symbol and then forgot how to stand without him. This network was different. It did not need applause. It did not need one face. It existed because ordinary people had been ignored for too long and had decided watching was no longer enough. On the final night of the 3rd month, Kenta opened the cabinet again. This time he removed the robes, white outer layer, crimson lining, reinforced seams. Modern fabric woven into an old design, not a costume, not exactly armor. Flexible, quiet, designed for movement rather than display. Izuku stood in the center of the chamber while Kenta handed each piece to him. He put them on slowly. The bracers came last. Their weight settled against his wrists like a question he would have to answer every day. Kenta adjusted the hood, then stepped back for a moment. Neither of them spoke. Izuku turned toward a cracked mirror leaning against the wall. A stranger looked back, no bright hero colors. No smile made for civilians. No name printed across the chest, just white cloth, crimson shadow, and green eyes beneath a hood. Izuku expected to feel powerful. He did not. He felt responsible. That was better. On the table beside him lay his old hero notebook. Kenta had saved it from the waterproof bag he carried the night of the ambush. The pages were warped slightly from moisture, but readable. Izuku opened it. The first half was familiar. Hero observations, quirk weaknesses, rescue notes, combat improvements. Names of classmates written with admiration and concern. Then came blank pages. For a long time, he had not known what to write in them. Now he did. He picked up a pen. At the top of the first blank page, he wrote, Target Classification System. Below that, Coerced. Complicit. Architect. His hand paused. Then he wrote the first profile, Mono Manito. Former Class 1B. Licensed Pro Hero. Current commission informant inside underground press circles. Unknown motive. Do not engage lethally without confirmation. Observe first. Kenta watched from the other side of the room. You chose him first. He's close to the information channels. If he's feeding the commission names, the network is exposed. And if he is frightened, then I need to know before I decide what happens next. Kenta nodded. That was approval, though he did not say it. Izuku closed the notebook. When do I start? Kenta looked toward the carved eagle. You already have. Above them, Musutafu glittered under night skies and hero billboards. The commission still believed Izuku Midoriya was hiding. The traitors still believed their names were buried in files no one could safely use. The League still believed corruption was a tool that belonged to them. None of them understood yet. A hero had rules. A fugitive had desperation. But something older had woken beneath the city. And for the first time since the rooftop where his world ended, Izuku stepped into the dark not as a symbol waiting to be protected or destroyed. He stepped into it as a blade that had learned patience. The hunt began with Mono Manito. Chapter 2, The Traitor's Gallery. Theme: corruption is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is just exhausted people choosing the easier path. Mono Manito did not look like a traitor. That was the first problem. Izuku watched him from the third-floor roof of an abandoned karaoke building across from a narrow side street in West Musutafu. The night was cold enough that the city lights seemed sharper than usual, each neon sign reflected in puddles left behind by evening rain. Below, Monoma stood under the blue glow of a vending machine, one hand in his coat pocket, the other wrapped around a can of coffee he had not opened. He looked tired, not villainous, not smug, not dangerous in the way Izuku wanted him to be dangerous. That would have made things easier. The file had called him a commission informant embedded inside underground press circles. It had listed dates, contact points, encrypted routing channels, and payments disguised as hero consultation fees. It had named 2 journalists whose safe houses had been compromised after Monoma passed on internal chatter from reform groups. One journalist had been arrested and later released with a permanent warning attached to her record. The other had vanished from public communication entirely. Those facts mattered, but facts did not always explain motive. That was what Kenta had drilled into him until the lesson bruised: facts first, judgment later. So Izuku watched. For 2 weeks he watched, not every night, not from the same rooftop, never from the same angle twice. Monoma's life had a rhythm, and Izuku mapped it carefully. Morning patrol from 7 to 9, usually performed with visible irritation because Monoma hated being treated like a low-tier public relations hero. Agency office from 10 to 4. Commission liaison meetings every Tuesday and Friday. One late-night visit per week to a discreet legal archive beneath the district court. Coffee from vending machines when stressed. Left hand twitching when watched. Too much attention paid to reflective glass. He was afraid. That was not innocence, but fear changed the shape of guilt. On the first night of surveillance, Izuku had nearly made a mistake. Monoma met a man in a gray coat outside a closed train station entrance. They exchanged no obvious package, no dramatic envelope, no secret phrase that could be heard from above. Just a few words, a flash of a phone screen, and then Monoma walking away with his shoulders tight. Izuku activated eagle vision from the shadow of a rooftop billboard. Gold and blue washed over the street. The gray-coated man burned red with hostility. Monoma shone pale blue, threaded through with something unstable and yellow, fear, conflict, intent to flee, not intent to harm. Izuku cut the vision after 3 seconds. The migraine came anyway. He pressed 2 fingers against the bridge of his nose and breathed until the city stopped pulsing behind his eyes. Across the rooftop, Kenta's voice crackled softly through a small earpiece. "What did you see?" Izuku kept his gaze on the street. He's scared. Of the man, of everyone. "Then you have learned something useful." "I haven't learned whether he betrayed them." "No," Kenta said. "You have learned he did not enjoy it." Izuku almost snapped back that enjoyment did not matter to the people who paid the price, but he stopped himself. Because that was exactly the kind of thought that could become a blade too quickly. Instead, he watched Monoma disappear into the night and wrote the observation down later in his notebook. Subject displays persistent fear response. Possible coercion. Do not classify yet. The second week gave him the reason. It came through the network's eyes, not heroes, not fighters, not dramatic rebels in dark rooms, a convenience store cashier who noticed Monoma always bought burn ointment after commission meetings. A retired bus driver who remembered seeing the same gray-coated man outside Monoma's apartment building twice. A janitor in a district records office who found that files related to an old civilian casualty incident had been accessed under Monoma's credentials 6 months after they were sealed. Piece by piece, the story formed. 3 years earlier, during an agency raid, Monoma had copied a villain's quirk to help contain a support gear explosion. The official record said no civilians were harmed because of his intervention. That was mostly true, mostly. One civilian had suffered permanent hearing damage and later filed a complaint. The complaint disappeared. The medical record was altered. Monoma signed a statement confirming there had been no lasting injuries. At first, Izuku thought that was the leverage, a cover-up. Shame, cowardice. Then the network found the draft report Monoma had refused to sign. In that version, Monoma admitted fault, not criminal fault, not malicious negligence, but responsibility. He had overestimated his copied quirk's stability. He had saved 33 people and injured 1. The commission buried that report, then they used the buried truth against him. The fabricated evidence came later. A second file, constructed from altered witness statements, made the incident look much worse. Not an accident, reckless endangerment, possible quirk misuse. Grounds for license review. Civil liability. Criminal negligence if framed correctly. They showed it to him. Then they offered protection. Monoma became useful. Fear became routine. Routine became complicity. And 2 journalists paid for it. When Izuku brought the findings back to the bureau, he found Kenta repairing a blade mechanism under a magnifying lamp. The old man listened without interruption. When Izuku finished, Kenta only asked, "What is he?" Izuku stood at the map table, both hands pressed flat against the wood. Coerced. Kenta did not look up. "Are you certain?" "No, good. Certainty is dangerous." Izuku exhaled slowly. But he started under coercion. The later actions still matter. People were hurt because he protected himself. "Yes. So he doesn't get to simply walk away." "No." Izuku looked toward the carved eagle on the wall, but he doesn't get the blade. Kenta's tools stilled. That is a judgment. Izuku turned back. It's an opening. For the first time in 2 weeks, Kenta smiled faintly, then makes sure he sees the door before he sees the knife. The extraction took place on a rainy Thursday. Monoma always left his agency late on Thursdays because the building's public-facing hero team held community outreach events that he hated pretending to enjoy. He would stay behind, finish paperwork, avoid the junior sidekicks, then take a private route through the old commercial district toward his apartment. Izuku chose the route for him, not by force, by suggestion. A traffic signal went out near Monoma's usual street. A police drone hovered near another intersection after receiving an anonymous report of suspicious equipment. A minor crowd formed outside a celebrity hero merchandise shop because the voice leaked a false rumor about a limited edition drop. Nothing illegal, nothing obvious, just nudges. Monoma took the quieter alley behind a shuttered gaming cafe, exactly as predicted. Izuku waited on the fire escape above. Rain tapped against metal. His white robes were hidden beneath a dark, waterproof cloak, hood low, face shadowed. The hidden blades rested against his wrists like sleeping animals. Monoma walked quickly, collar raised. Halfway through the alley, he stopped. Credit where it was due, he had instincts. "Who's there?" Monoma called. Izuku did not answer. Monoma's hand moved toward his phone. A throwing knife struck the brick beside it. Not his hand, the brick, close enough to make the message clear. Monoma froze. Izuku dropped from the fire escape, caught a pipe, slowed his fall, and landed 3 meters away without a sound. Monoma took one look at the hood and went pale. "You." Izuku tilted his head slightly. "That depends what you've heard." Monoma backed up one step. "I haven't heard anything. Lying wastes time." Monoma's face twisted, pride trying to surface through fear. Some old version of him might have snapped back with theatrical insult. Some classroom ghost from years ago might have raised his chin and declared himself superior. This Monoma only looked down the alley for exits. Izuku saw that and felt something cold settle in his chest. The man was already trained to look for escape routes. "How much did they tell you?" Monoma asked. "Enough." "Then you know I didn't have a choice." Izuku's voice stayed low. "No, I know you were given a bad choice. That isn't the same thing." Monoma flinched. Rain ran down the sides of his face. "You have no idea what they can do." "I have some idea." "No, you don't." Monoma stepped forward, sudden anger cutting through the fear. "You were the golden boy. Even after everything, people listened when you spoke. They put cameras in your face and waited for inspiration to fall out. You don't know what it's like to be useful only when someone more powerful needs you scared." Izuku let the words hit. He could have argued. He could have reminded Monoma that the commission had sent enforcers after him, that his apartment had been searched, that he was now living underground beneath a repair shop and wearing a dead lineage on his wrists. But this was not about winning pain. "Then explain it," Izuku said. Monoma stared. "What? Explain it, all of it. No performance." The words seemed to take the remaining fight out of him. Monoma looked away for a moment. Only rain filled the alley. Then he laughed once. It was ugly. "You really are Midoriya." Izuku did not respond. Monoma wiped rain from his mouth with the back of his hand. "They had everything. My reports, my private messages, the original incident file. The fake one. They told me if I cooperated, my license stayed clean. If I refused, they'd ruin me and make the ruined version look deserved. And the journalists," Monoma's jaw tightened, "I didn't know what they'd do. That isn't an answer. I didn't know the first time. And the second." Monoma closed his eyes. There it was, not innocence, not monstrosity, the terrible middle where most corruption lived. "The second time," Monoma said quietly, "I knew enough." Izuku's hand twitched near his bracer, not to deploy the blade, to remind himself it was there. Monoma saw the movement anyway. His breathing changed. "Are you going to kill me?" "No." The answer came immediately. Monoma's eyes opened. He looked more shocked by mercy than he would have by violence. Izuku stepped closer. "But you're finished as their informant." Monoma swallowed. "You think I can just stop?" "No, I think you disappear." A bitter smile crossed Monoma's face. "Is that what you call mercy now?" "I call it a choice." Izuku reached beneath his cloak and removed a small data chip sealed in plastic. Inside this is a new identity package. Money enough for 6 months if you live carefully. A route out through the Eastern Freight Line. After that, a safe house, not comfortable, safe. Monoma stared at the chip like it might explode. "And what do you want?" "Everything." There was no softness in Izuku's voice now. Names, contact routes, payment channels, commission handlers, hero agencies involved, anyone connected to League information movement. Everything you have stored, everything you remember, everything you were too afraid to write down. Monoma laughed again, weaker this time. "So I trade one leash for another." "No." Izuku stepped closer. "You give the truth to the people you helped in danger. After that, you leave. If you return to them, I expose you. If you warn them, I find you. If you lie, I know." Monoma's eyes narrowed. You know, what, that gold eye rumor is real. Izuku said nothing. Monoma's expression shifted, fear again, but also calculation, old habits. I could copy your ability. No, you don't know that. Izuku lifted his wrist slightly. A soft click sounded beneath the rain. The hidden blade did not fully deploy, only enough for Monoma to see the edge. I said no. Monoma went still. Izuku retracted it. There was no triumph in the gesture. No intimidation for its own sake, just a boundary. For a long moment, Monoma looked at the data chip, then at Izuku, then down at the wet ground. You were always annoying, he muttered. Izuku almost smiled, almost. Monoma took the chip. I have conditions. You are not in a position to make many, still making them. Izuku waited, Monoma's voice lowered. There are 2 people who helped me, not by choice. One is a clerk in records. One is a journalist I fed low-risk information to because I thought it might balance things somehow. Stupid, I know, but if I vanish, they'll check them first. Names, Monoma gave them. Izuku memorized both. I'll move them. Monoma searched his face. You mean that? Yes. Why? Because coerced people are not disposable just because they were useful to the guilty. Something in Monoma's expression cracked, not dramatically, just enough. He looked suddenly younger than 19 years should allow a person to look. The main list, he said quietly. It's worse than your file. I know. No, you don't. He reached into his coat pocket slowly, making sure Izuku saw every movement, and pulled out a slim drive. I kept this in case I needed leverage. Izuku took it. Against the commission, Monoma's mouth twisted. Against everyone. That sounded honest. A siren wailed in the distance. Not for them, maybe, but both men looked toward it. Time was closing. Monoma stepped back. What happens to me now? Izuku moved aside, leaving the alley's far exit open. You walk. That's simple. No, Monoma nodded once, then he walked past him. At the mouth of the alley, he stopped without turning around. Midoriya, Izuku looked at him. Monoma's voice was barely audible over rain. Some of them aren't scared, I know. No, Monoma's shoulders tightened. Some of them like this, not because they're villains. Because they finally found a system where being compromised makes them powerful. Then he disappeared into the rain. Izuku remained in the alley until the footsteps faded. Only then did he look down at the drive in his hand. It felt impossibly light. By dawn, Monoma Nito no longer existed in the city's official patterns. His apartment camera looped for 7 minutes. His agency received a resignation letter drafted to sound like bitter burnout. 2 eyes escorted the records clerk to a cousin's home in another prefecture. The journalist was moved before noon, and in the bureau beneath Kenta's repair shop, the trader gallery opened. The data drive contained 7 names, not rumors, not guesses, names connected to accounts, schedules, handler codes, and league-adjacent operations. Izuku, Kenta, Hagase the journalist, and 2 data archivists from The Voice spent 16 hours verifying the structure before anyone spoke of action. The first name was Kendo Itsuka, licensed pro-hero name, Iron Maiden, commission enforcement liaison. Izuku stared at her profile longer than he should have. Kendo had been strong in school, not only physically. She had been the kind of person who naturally pulled others back from stupidity. Balanced, responsible, the one who could hit hard and still seem like the most reasonable person in the room. Her file was not simple. She had not taken money directly. She had not sold civilians. She had not passed League intelligence for profit. Instead, she had signed off on enforcement operations she knew were politically motivated, approved protective detentions of whistleblowers, delayed internal complaints when they threatened commission stability, looked at corrupted orders, understood they were corrupted, and chose institutional survival because she believed the alternative was chaos. Izuku wrote beside her name, complicit, ideological, possible intervention before exposure, high combat risk, do not engage in open space. The second name was Shishida Jiroda, hero name, beast. His corruption was uglier because it was cleaner. Quirk data transfers, biometric combat records, mutant-type performance evaluations, sold through brokers who passed the information to League-adjacent buyers and illegal support companies. No grand ideology, no coercion marker, payments disguised through training consultancy fees. Izuku remembered Shishida as disciplined, serious, almost noble in his bearing. The file showed a man who had found a market value for other people's biology. Izuku wrote, complicit, financial motive. Data operation. Capture evidence first. Public exposure may be enough. The third name was Awase Yostsu, hero name, Weld, structural access provider. At first he had been pressured. That much was clear. His family's debts had been purchased by a commission contractor. Then he opened maintenance points for controlled villain monitoring operations. Then League operatives used those same access points to infiltrate hero agencies. 3 incidents, civilian deaths in the third. After that, the payments increased. So did his cooperation. Izuku's pen paused above the page. Kenta watched from across the table. Write it. Izuku did, complicit. Repeated lethal consequence. No evidence of withdrawal attempt after escalation. Candidate for blade if active threat remains. The words looked colder than he felt, or perhaps exactly as cold. The fourth name was Yanagi Ryaiko, hero name, poltergeist, commission psych division consultant. Izuku had to read her file twice because the first time his anger moved too fast. She had forged mental health assessments, suppressed reports from heroes who tried to expose corruption. Recommended. Temporary instability holds for witnesses whose testimony threatened commission officials. Her quirk made her useful in controlled environments, but her real weapon was paperwork. People trusted medical language. She turned that trust into a cage. Izuku wrote, architect adjacent. Psychological suppression specialist. Facility infiltration required. Avoid direct combat. Evidence release priority. The fifth name was Takage Setsuna, hero name, lizardy double agent. That was the only phrase that fit. She sold information to the commission, to League contacts, to private agencies, and once, apparently, to a villain she later helped arrest. Her payments were inconsistent, her motives unclear, her loyalty non-existent. Monoma's note beside her file contained only one warning: do not assume she wants anything except movement. Izuku wrote, chaotic operator, cannot predict through conventional motive analysis. Eagle vision may be unreliable due to fragmented intent. Engage only when necessary. The sixth name was Tsuburaba Kosai, not active field hero, agency administrator. On paper, the least dangerous person in the gallery. In reality, the ledgers passed through him, shell companies, licensing exemptions, settlement reroutes, delayed audits. Hero Association donations washed through nonprofit rescue initiatives. Without his accounting structure, most of the corruption would have been visible years earlier. Izuku wrote, non-combatant, financial architecture, exposure and legal pressure, no blade, protect from silencing if flipped. The seventh name had no name, only a title, commissioner-level authorization node, internal designation, C0, attached memo. Midoriya Izuku neutralization authorization. Izuku read the document in silence. Kenta stood behind him. Breathe. Izuku had not realized he had stopped. The memo was short. Efficient. The kind of document written by someone who understood that cruelty became easier when every verb sounded administrative. C0 had authorized the search of his apartment. C0 had approved the tunnel operation. C0 had classified him as a destabilizing element. And C0 had direct ties to League-managed operations dating back at least 2 years. No signature, no face, no name. Izuku wrote only architect, apex unknown. Find. When he put the pen down, his hand ached. Hagase, the journalist, sat across from him with dark circles under her eyes. She had been one of the people Monoma indirectly endangered. She knew it. She also knew Monoma had been extracted rather than killed. Her feelings about that were complicated. Izuku could see them in the way she avoided saying his name. You understand what this is? She asked. Izuku looked at the files spread across the table. A corruption map. No. Hagase tapped the page showing Tsuburaba's ledger routes. It's a bomb. If released badly, they bury it. If released too early, they sacrifice 1 or 2 mid-level names and survive. If released without public proof, they call it villain propaganda. If we release everything at once, people stop understanding it after the third scandal. Kenta nodded slightly. The voice must choose timing. Hagase looked at Izuku. And the blade must not create headlines before the story is ready. Izuku understood what she was really saying. Awase, the blade candidate. If Awase died too early, the commission could turn everything into a manhunt. The evidence would become secondary. Izuku would become the story. He looked at the profiles. What do you need first? Hages pointed to Shishida's name. Something clean. Data trafficking is easy for the public to understand if we show victims. Quirk data theft scares everyone. Hero supporters, reformists, even agencies. We prove that first and the rest becomes believable. Kenta looked to Izuku. Then the first move is not blood. Izuku's gaze settled on the photograph of Shishida Jiroda. Large frame, furred features, formal posture, calm eyes. Where's the next exchange? One of the archivists slid a printed schedule across the table. Parking structure under Kiyashi Medical Supply. Tomorrow night. Shishida meets a league-adjacent broker at 2340. Drive handoff. 3 escorts minimum. Izuku studied the layout. Underground parking meant cameras, pillars, ramps, bad sightlines, and echo distortion. Dangerous for direct movement. Useful for smoke. Even better for misdirection. Can we copy the drive remotely? The archivist shook her head. Air-gapped. Physical transfer only. Then I take it. Hages's eyes sharpened. Without killing anyone, Izuku looked at her. That's the plan. Kenta's voice was quiet. Plans are what we make before fear starts negotiating. Izuku held his gaze. Then I'll make a better plan. The parking structure smelled of wet concrete and expensive disinfectant. Kiyashi Medical Supply occupied the floors above. A clean corporate building that provided support-grade rehabilitation equipment to hero agencies and hospitals. Below it, 3 levels of parking spiraled into dim fluorescent light. At 2331, Izuku entered through an air duct behind a maintenance fan that had been turned off by a network contact, posing as an electrical contractor. At 2334, he reached the ceiling space above level B2. At 2336, he used a fiber optic lens to observe the exchange point. Shishida Jiroda stood beside a black vehicle near pillar C12. Even from above, he was imposing, broad shoulders, furred arms, formal coat tailored around a body built for violence. He had not transformed fully, but he did not need to. His quirk made him powerful in any close-range engagement. Enhanced senses made stealth difficult. Enhanced strength made mistakes expensive. 3 escorts stood around him, not commission, private security. Probably hired through a contractor to preserve deniability. The broker arrived at 2339, a thin man in a raincoat carrying a hard case. Izuku watched from the vent. His pulse remained steady. The plan had 3 stages. First, blind the structure, not completely. Total darkness would panic everyone and bring emergency protocols too quickly. Instead, the eyes above ground triggered a minor street-level electrical fault that caused camera flicker across B2 for 12 seconds at a time. Second, isolate the transfer. A small remote device attached earlier by the maintenance contact would trigger a false carbon monoxide alert near the west ramp, redirecting any civilians and security patrols upward. Third, smoke and sound. Shishida's senses were the problem. Smoke alone would not defeat smell or hearing. So Izuku had prepared layered interference. Scent capsules loaded with industrial cleaner, burnt rubber, and animal musk, sonic pucks emitting irregular high-frequency pulses, and actual dense smoke to break line of sight. Nothing lethal, all annoying. All designed to turn superior senses into liabilities. At 2341, the broker opened the hard case. Inside was a drive. Shishida reached for it. Izuku pressed the trigger. The lights flickered. A warning alarm began near the west ramp. 1 escort turned. The sonic pucks activated. Shishida's head snapped up instantly, face tightening. He heard too much. Good. Izuku dropped the first smoke canister through the vent. It hit the roof of the black car, bounced, and erupted. The parking level vanished in gray. Voices shouted. Izuku kicked the vent panel loose and dropped. Not to the ground, to the roof of a nearby van, from there to a pillar edge, from there down behind the broker. The broker never saw him. Izuku struck the wrist holding the case, caught it as it fell, and moved before the man finished shouting. 1 escort fired a taser line blindly. Izuku was already gone. He crossed low behind a row of cars, using the smoke as cover, the sonic pulses masking his steps. Shishida roared, not fully transformed, but enough to shake the air. Midoriya. Izuku froze for half a second, not because Shishida knew. because hearing his name in that voice dragged the past into the present. Training exercises, interclass battles, hero license briefings, people who had once aimed for the same bright future now standing on opposite sides of a parking structure full of stolen quirk data. Shishida moved through the smoke with terrifying accuracy, not perfect, but close. He tracked air displacement. Sound, scent. Izuku ducked behind a pillar as Shishida's fist smashed into concrete hard enough to crack it. Pieces sprayed across the floor. Direct combat was impossible. Rule confirmed. Izuku activated Eagle Vision. 2 seconds, gold and blue ignited through the smoke. Shishida burned red-orange with focused aggression. One escort panicked near the ramp. Another moved left with firearm raised. The broker crawled under a car. The third escort circled wide, drive in case. Exit route north stairwell blocked by escort. East ramp open for 5 seconds. Stop. The vision cut. Pain stabbed behind Izuku's right eye. He moved not away from Shishida, across his angle. A thrown noise puck clattered under a distant car and began emitting Izuku's recorded footfalls. Shishida lunged toward the sound. Izuku sprinted the other way, slid across the hood of a sedan and reached the east ramp. An escort saw him. Contact. The man raised his weapon. Izuku threw the hard case upward. The escort's eyes followed it by instinct. Izuku closed the distance, struck the elbow, took the weapon, removed the magazine, and kicked the man's knee sideways just enough to drop him without permanent damage. The hard case came down. Izuku caught it. Then Shishida hit him, not cleanly. If it had been clean, the chapter would have ended there. A glancing blow caught Izuku's side and launched him into a parked car with enough force to dent the door. The world flashed white. For one breath, he could not inhale. The ember inside him flared, absorbing what it could. Not enough to make it painless, enough to keep ribs from shattering. Izuku rolled under the next swing as Shishida tore through the smoke. "You should have stayed a symbol," Shishida growled. Izuku staggered back, one arm wrapped around the case. "You should have stayed a hero." That struck something. Shishida's face twisted. "I am protecting the hero system. You sold people's quirk data to controlled channels, to league brokers, to monitored brokers." Izuku almost could not believe the words. Shishida stepped forward, eyes glowing with animal intensity. "You think villains stopped evolving because the war ended. You think the league disappeared because the public needed a cleaner headline. Data moves whether we touch it or not. At least this way, we know where some of it goes. And the money." Shishida's silence lasted half a second too long. Izuku nodded once. "There it is." Shishida attacked. Izuku did not try to win. Winning was not the objective, leaving was. He threw the last cent capsule directly at the ground between them. It burst under Shishida's feet. The effect was immediate. Shishida recoiled, senses overloaded by chemical sharpness and animal musk. Izuku used the opening to sprint up the ramp. Behind him, Shishida roared again, but this time pain rode the sound. Izuku reached street level at 2347. A delivery bike waited near the curb, engine running, driven by an eye wearing a helmet with a cartoon sticker on the side. Izuku jumped onto the back. The bike shot into traffic just as commission-linked security vehicles began turning toward the parking structure. 3 blocks later, Izuku allowed himself to breathe. The driver did not look back. Package. Izuku held up the case. "Got it. Anyone dead?" "No." "Good. Hage said she'd haunt you if you made her rewrite the release plan." Despite the pain in his ribs, Izuku let out a short breath that might have been laughter. By morning, the voice had the drive. By evening, 3 independent journalists had verified portions of the quirk data trafficking network. By the next night, Shishida Jirota's agency announced an internal review. By the end of the week, his license was suspended. The public story was still small. A data ethics scandal, a hero under investigation, a support industry breach, but beneath the surface, the first support beam cracked. And everyone connected to the gallery felt it. Kendo Itsuka made her move 2 days later, not against Izuku, against Monoma's disappearance. She requested sealed commission access logs linked to his last known communications. That request triggered 2 alerts in the network because one of the clerks Kendo contacted was an eye. Izuku read the report twice. Kendo was not panicking. That worried him more. Panic made people sloppy. Conviction made them dangerous. She knows Monoma was extracted, Izuku said. Kenta stood beside the map table, arms folded, she suspects. She'll trace the safe houses. Not if the compartments hold. Izuku looked at Kendo's profile. She was always smart. Yes, and she believes she's doing the right thing. Most dangerous people do. Izuku said nothing. That night, he watched Kendo from a rooftop across from the commission annex. She left the building at 2112, carrying no visible weapon, wearing a long coat over civilian clothes. Her orange hair was tied back. Her posture was controlled, strong, focused. She did not look afraid. She looked determined. Eagle vision from a distance showed no chaotic red, no predatory intent. Blue with hard gold edges, discipline, conflict, loyalty under strain. Izuku cut the vision after 2 seconds. His head throbbed. Kendo stopped walking. For one impossible moment, Izuku thought she had sensed him. Then she turned slightly and looked at the rooftop across the street. Not directly at him, close. Izuku remained motionless behind the ventilation unit. Kendo's eyes narrowed. Then her phone rang. She answered. Whatever she heard changed her face. Not much, enough. She walked away faster. Izuku followed from above. Her destination was not a commission site. It was a small apartment building near the old civic district, a building where one of Monoma's protected contacts had been moved before relocation. Izuku's stomach tightened. Too fast. How had she found it? He reached the building before her by moving across connected rooftops, dropping into a rear stairwell, and entering through a maintenance window. Inside, the safe contact, the records clerk, was already gone. Good. Only an eye remained, an elderly building manager who pretended to be half-deaf and missed nothing. Basement, she whispered as Izuku passed. He descended. Kendo entered 3 minutes later. Izuku waited in the dark laundry room, hidden behind hanging sheets. Kendo stepped inside slowly. I know you're here, she said. Izuku did not move. I don't know who you are, she continued. Not officially, but I know Monoma didn't vanish alone. I know someone moved the clerk. I know Shishida's drive didn't leak itself. Silence. Kendo's fists enlarged slightly, not fully, but enough to show readiness. I'm not here to fight. Izuku almost believed her, almost. Kendo looked around the room. You think the commission is rotten. You're not entirely wrong. That surprised him. Her voice hardened. But you people don't understand what happens if it collapses overnight. Villains don't wait politely for reform committees. Agencies panic. Civilians lose trust. Heroes start choosing sides. The system breaks and the people underneath it get crushed first. Izuku stepped from behind the sheets. Kendo turned instantly. Her eyes widened, only for a second. Midoriya. He kept his hood low, but there was no point denying it now. Kendo, her gaze moved over the robes, the bracers, the changed posture. Pain crossed her face before she buried it. So it's true. What is? They said you'd gone unstable. Izuku almost smiled. Convenient. I didn't believe them. But you came looking. Because not believing them doesn't mean trusting this. Her eyes dropped briefly to his wrists. Izuku saw the calculation. She knew enough to understand what hidden weapons meant. You're protecting people who hurt others, he said. I'm protecting the possibility of controlled reform. They used that phrase when they came after me. Kendo flinched. Good, not because he wanted to hurt her, because she needed to feel the words. I didn't authorize that, she said. But you work for those who did. And you're working with who? Anonymous networks, vigilantes, underground press cells. How long before one of them lies to you? How long before your evidence is wrong and someone pays for it? Izuku had no easy answer. That made her argument stronger. So he gave the hard answer. That's why I verify. And if you verify guilt, he held her gaze, then I act. Kendo's jaw tightened, meaning what? Depends on the target. She understood. The laundry room seemed smaller. Kendo's enlarged fists slowly returned to normal. You're going to get yourself killed. Maybe. You're going to get other people arrested. Already happened before I started. That doesn't justify escalation. No, Izuku said. It explains why asking politely stopped being enough. For a long moment, they stood across from each other with years of shared history hanging between them like a broken bridge. Kendo had not been his closest friend, but she had been part of that generation. The students who trained through crisis after crisis. The ones who were supposed to inherit something better. Now she stood in a basement defending the structure that had tried to erase him. and he stood in assassin's robes trying to decide how much mercy looked like weakness and how much violence looked like failure. Kendo spoke first. Monoma. Is he alive? Yes, safe, for now. Relief flickered across her face before she could stop it. Izuku noticed, so did she. He was coerced, Izuku said. I know, that answer changed the room. Izuku's voice lowered. How long? Kendo looked away. Long enough. Then why didn't you help him? Her eyes flashed. You think I didn't try? Izuku said nothing. I filed objections. I requested review. I pushed for reassignment. Every time someone above me buried it. If I pushed too hard, they would have removed me and replaced me with someone worse. That's what you tell yourself. That's what happened. Both can be true. Kendo looked like he had struck her. For a second, Izuku saw the exhaustion under her strength. Then she rebuilt the wall. If you keep doing this, I'll have to stop you. No, Izuku said quietly. You'll have to decide whether stopping me protects people or protects the people using them. Kendo's expression hardened, but she did not attack. That mattered. Izuku stepped backward toward the maintenance exit. I left something for you. Her eyes narrowed. What? Check the old emergency cabinet in this room after I'm gone. No trackers, no trap. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Verify. Then he disappeared through the exit before she could answer. Inside the emergency cabinet, Kendo found 3 printed files, Monoma's coercion packet, Shishida's data trafficking proof, and a single page from the memo authorizing Izuku's neutralization. No commentary, no demand, just truth. 3 days later, Kendo stopped requesting Monoma's location. She did not join them. She did not expose the commission. She did not resign. But she stopped helping that specific hunt. For now, that was enough. The chapter's final move came from Monoma. His message arrived through 3 relays, encoded exactly as instructed. I remembered the name connected to C0, not full identity. A ghost marker. Tanaka, supposedly dead. League attack 2 years ago. Check commission closed hearings. Check agency director deaths. Don't trust Takage. Izuku read it in the bureau at 2:13 a.m. Kenta stood beside him. The map wall seemed to lean closer. Tanaka, Izuku said. Kenta's expression darkened. You know the name. Too many Tanakas. But a dead man with commission access narrows the graveyard. Izuku looked at the 7 profiles spread across the table. Monoma was gone, Shishida exposed, Kendo uncertain, Awase still active, Yanagi still protected, Takage moving somewhere beyond predictable motive. Tsuburaba holding the ledgers together, and above all of them, the ghost marker of C0, Tanaka. The traitor gallery was no longer a list, it was a machine. And now, for the first time, Izuku could see the edges of its shape. He turned to the windowless wall where the carved eagle waited in silence. The creed did not make the world simple. It did not tell him every corrupt person deserved death. It did not tell him mercy erased harm. It did not give him permission to enjoy judgment. It gave him something harder. Freedom from the lie that institutions were moral simply because they were official, freedom to choose, and the burden of being unable to blame the choice on anyone else. Izuku opened his notebook and turned to a new page. At the top, he wrote, Traitor Gallery Active Sequence. Under it, 3 columns, Extract, Expose. End, his pen hovered over the names. Monoma went under Extract, Shishida under Expose. Kendo remained unclassified, Yanagi under Expose. Tsuburaba under Expose, Takage under Unknown, Awase. Izuku paused. The room felt very quiet. Then he wrote Awase's name under End. The ink looked final. Kenta did not praise him, did not question him, only said, Now prove you are right before the blade does. Izuku closed the notebook. Above them, the city continued its bright performance of safety. Below it, in the old bureau, the hunt sharpened. Tonight had been smoke, drives, and choices. Soon, it would be blood. And Izuku understood now that the most dangerous enemy was not the villain who laughed in the open. It was the hero who compromised once, survived it, and discovered the world did not end, so he compromised again and again, until corruption no longer felt like falling, it felt like standing still. Chapter 3, Blades Against Quirks theme, Intelligence Defeats Power, Always. Izuku Midoriya learned something important while hanging upside down inside an air vent above a League-affiliated safe house. Dust was louder than people thought, not loud to the ear, not in the normal way. But when a man had spent 3 months learning silence, every loose screw, every metal vibration, every breath against old ductwork became a possible betrayal. The city was full of small sounds waiting to expose the careless, so Izuku did not move. Below him, Kendo Itsuka stood at the center of a basement room that had once been part of a courier storage company. The building above was abandoned now, windows boarded, front sign cracked in half, security gate rusted enough to look useless. It was not useless. 3 cameras watched the street. 2 pressure sensors covered the rear entrance. A cheap motion alarm guarded the stairwell, obvious enough to make intruders feel clever when they disabled it. The real entrance was through the neighboring dry cleaning shop's floor hatch, down a maintenance ladder, and through a reinforced side door welded into the old wall. Oasis work. Izuku had recognized the welding pattern from photographs in the files. That alone had nearly changed tonight's objective, nearly. But Kendo was the priority. Through the vent grill, Izuku watched her address 5 people seated around a metal table. None wore League uniforms. The League did not work that way anymore. After the war, its name had become less of an organization and more of a brand used by fragments, sympathizers, brokers, and opportunists. The people in the room looked ordinary, too ordinary. A support technician with nervous hands, a woman in a cheap business suit. 2 men built like private security, a thin courier wearing gloves despite the warm room. Kendo stood with her hands resting on the table, orange hair tied back, expression severe. "The transfer routes are compromised," she said. "Shishida's operation is under review. Assume any data channel connected to him is poisoned." One of the security men shifted. "You said the commission had this contained." Kendo's eyes moved to him. "I said the commission would respond. That's not the same thing." "No," she said, "it isn't." Izuku studied her face. She looked tired. Not afraid, not guilty in the same way Monoma had been guilty. Kendo carried her choices differently. She did not tremble under them. She organized them, filed them into necessary categories, built walls around them and called those walls duty. That made her harder. A frightened person might run. A greedy person might bargain. A true believer had to be cracked from the inside. Izuku activated Eagle Vision for 2 seconds. Gold washed through the vent. The room changed. The 2 security men burned red-orange, readiness for violence. The courier glowed yellow, fear but not loyalty. The business-suited woman showed dull gray-blue, professional detachment. The technician pulsed with nervous blue, eyes constantly flicking toward the locked case near Kendo's foot. And Kendo burned blue-white, edged in gold, controlled, conflicted, focused. Not corrupt in the way Shishida had been corrupt, not clean either. Izuku cut the vision. Pain pushed behind his right eye. He breathed once, slowly. Tonight was not for killing. Tonight was for pressure. Kendo continued. "No one moves assets through Hero Agency facilities until I confirm which access points are compromised." The technician swallowed. "And if the audit catches us first," Kendo's jaw tightened, "then you say nothing without counsel." The courier let out a nervous laugh. "Counsel. Lady, if this goes public, no lawyer is saving us." Kendo's fist enlarged slightly, only slightly. The room noticed. The courier stopped laughing. Izuku's fingers rested near his smoke capsule pouch. Kendo's power was simple in theory. Enlarged hands, devastating close-range force. Simple did not mean weak. In an open room, she could crush him before he reached the second exit. Her reflexes were trained. Her instincts were sharp. Her body was stronger than his even with the ember still warming his muscles, so he had not given her an open room. For 3 nights he had mapped the basement structure. Vent routes, door hinges, exit angles, electrical panels, weak points in the old ceiling. The safe house had 3 exits. He had sealed 2 before the meeting started, not permanently, but enough to delay escape. The 3rd exit led into a service corridor where 3 eyes waited at a distance with cameras and emergency extraction routes. The goal was not capture. The goal was to show Kendo that the walls she trusted could be entered. The technician reached for the locked case. Izuku moved. The smoke capsule dropped through the vent grill and struck the floor beside the table. Kendo reacted instantly. Move. Too late. Dense gray smoke swallowed the room, not poison, not gas, smoke. Real, thick, heated unevenly by small chemical packets so thermal sensors would bloom uselessly. People shouted. A chair overturned. Kendo's enlarged fist smashed upward through the vent where Izuku had been 1 second earlier. The duct screamed as metal buckled. Izuku was already moving sideways through the crawlspace, body flat, elbows pulling him along. Below, Kendo barked orders. South exit. Now, the south exit handle jammed. A security man cursed. Izuku dropped from the ceiling behind the courier, struck the back of his knee, caught the locked case from his hand, and vanished into the smoke before the man hit the floor. Kendo heard him. Of course she heard him. Her fist came through the smoke like a wrecking ball. Izuku ducked. The impact shattered the concrete wall beside his head. Fragments cut across his cheek. He did not stop. A sonic puck clattered across the floor to his left, playing 3 rapid footstep patterns at once. Kendo did not fall for it completely. She turned toward the real sound, not the fake one. Good. Izuku had expected that. He threw the case high into the smoke. Every head followed the sound. For half a second, even Kendo's eyes moved upward. Izuku slid under the table, emerged behind her, caught the falling case by its handle, and pressed the cold edge of a half-deployed hidden blade against the side of her throat. The room froze. Kendo froze too. Her enlarged fist hovered inches from his ribs. If she struck backward, she might kill him. If he moved forward, he would kill her. Neither of them breathed for 1 long second. Izuku spoke low enough that only she could hear. "I know what you approved." Kendo's voice was calm, but her pulse beat fast against the blade. "Then you know why." "I know what you tell yourself." Her fist tightened. Izuku continued. "Monoma is alive. The clerk is safe. Shishida's drive is already copied. Yanagi's files are next. Tsuburaba's ledgers are being mapped. Oase opened 3 agency access points that led to civilian deaths." Kendo's breathing changed. She had not known that last part. Good, he needed her to know. "You don't have to protect this," Izuku said. "I'm protecting what's left." "No, you're protecting the people deciding what gets called necessary." A security man raised his weapon through the smoke. Izuku saw the motion in the reflection of a broken monitor. Kendo saw his eyes shift. "Don't," she snapped. The man hesitated. That hesitation saved him. Izuku retracted the blade and shoved Kendo forward, using her body as a shield for half a second, then vanished beneath the table as the smoke thickened again. Kendo spun, her fist swept through where he had been. Izuku was already climbing up a pipe, onto a ceiling brace, through the broken vent. Kendo looked up at him through the smoke. For 1 moment, their eyes met. No mask of hero professionalism now, no school memory, no polite disagreement, just 2 people standing on opposite sides of a rotting system, each afraid the other might be right. Izuku tossed something down. Kendo caught it by reflex, a data chip. "What is this?" she demanded. "The file you should have been given before you chose a side." Then he disappeared into the crawlspace. Behind him, Kendo did not order pursuit immediately. That mattered. By the time she did, he was already gone. The chip contained Oase's access logs, not all of them. Enough. Izuku had not given Kendo the full evidence package because trust was not a gift. It was a structure, 1 beam at a time, but he had given her the part that mattered most, the deaths, 3 infiltrations, 2 hero agency breaches. 1 evacuation route leaked to a League-adjacent cell. Civilians caught in the consequence. Oase had not pulled the trigger. He had only opened doors. That was the lie people like him survived on. "I only opened the door. I only moved the data. I only signed the order. I only delayed the report." Izuku sat in the bureau that night and stared at Oase's profile until the words blurred. Kenta stood nearby, sharpening nothing. That was how Izuku knew the old man was watching him. Kenta often cleaned tools that did not need cleaning when he wanted to give silence somewhere to go. "You are waiting for me to stop you," Kenta said eventually. Izuku did not look up. "No, you are." Izuku's fingers curled around the edge of the table. "Should you?" Kenta placed the cloth down. "That depends. Why Oase?" "Because he's still active." Shishida was active. Shishida could be stopped by exposure. His power came from secrecy and market trust. Once the data operation cracked, everyone connected to him scattered. Yanagi is active. Yanagi's danger is institutional. If we kill her, the Commission buries the files and calls her a victim of vigilante extremism. If we expose her documents, her own system turns on her. Tsuburaba, non-combatant. Ledger man, he can be flipped. Kendo, Izuku paused. Kendo can still choose. Kenta walked closer. And Awase cannot. Izuku closed his eyes. The answer had to be true before it could be spoken. Awase already chose after people died. Kenta said nothing. Izuku opened his eyes and continued. He was coerced at first, that matters. But after the third infiltration, after the casualty reports, after he knew exactly what his access points were being used for, he negotiated higher payments and opened 2 more routes. His voice became quieter. He is scheduled to weld open a commission evidence vault maintenance hatch tomorrow night. The broker receiving that access is linked to the same cell that moved civilian shelter routes during the war. If he opens that door, witnesses disappear. Kenta studied him. And if you can capture him. I considered it. Consider again. I did, again. Izuku looked up sharply. For the first time in weeks, frustration cracked through. You think I want this? No, Kenta said. That is why I ask. The anger drained as quickly as it had appeared. Izuku looked back at the file. I can't turn him over. The local police route is compromised through Tsuburaba's contracts. The commission route is worse. Public exposure before the vault operation gives him time to flee or destroy the link. We don't have enough people to detain him securely. And if I confront him and he escapes, the witnesses are gone. Kenta nodded slowly, not approval, recognition. Then what is the objective? Stop the vault breach permanently, not punish Awase. Izuku swallowed. Not punish Awase, not avenge the civilians. No, not prove you are willing. Izuku's voice dropped. No, Kenta held his gaze. Then carry the weight honestly. The assassination took place at dusk. Izuku hated that word, assassination. It sounded too clean for what it meant and too ugly for what it required. Awase Yostsu lived in a mid-rise apartment near the edge of an industrial block, close enough to commission storage facilities to be useful, far enough from hero-heavy districts to avoid attention. He had a routine built from comfort and carelessness. Coffee at 18:10. Balcony cigarette at 18:22, though his medical file said he had quit. Encrypted call at 18:30. Leave at 18:46. Tomorrow he would not leave. Izuku reached the rooftop across from Awase's apartment at 17:55 and watched the windows. No dramatic music, no storm, no citywide alarm. Just evening light turning buildings orange and gold. That felt wrong. Some part of him believed the world should recognize when a life was about to end. It did not. Cities rarely paused for moral injury. Awase stepped onto the balcony at 18:23, 1 minute late. He wore a loose shirt, hair tied back carelessly, phone in one hand, cigarette in the other. He looked ordinary too. That was becoming the worst part of this work. No one looked like the files. Izuku activated eagle vision for 1 second. Awase glowed yellow-green with anxiety and impatience. No remorse, at least none visible in the moment, but Kenta's lesson returned immediately. Intent is not conscience. So Izuku did not let the vision decide for him. The evidence had decided. The active operation had decided. His own responsibility began where easy certainty ended. At 18:29, Awase answered the encrypted call. Izuku could not hear the words from this distance, but he did not need to. The call was being intercepted by the voice through a relay Monoma had provided. Hagase listened from the bureau. Her voice came through Izuku's earpiece. Confirmed. She said quietly, "Vault breach still scheduled. He just requested double payment due to Shishida exposure." Broker agreed. Izuku closed his eyes briefly. There it was, the final door closing. Any mention of witness relocation? He asked. Yes. A pause. Hagase's voice hardened. They know 3 names. Izuku opened his eyes. Awase ended the call and leaned against the balcony railing. The route was already planned. Across the rooftop gap, down the fire escape, through the neighboring building's top-floor maintenance window, across a connecting service ledge. Up onto Awase's balcony from below, no front door, no hallway cameras, no civilian exposure. Izuku moved. The ember helped only in small ways now. Grip strength, impact control, breath recovery. Everything else was training, hands on brick, foot to pipe, weight close to wall. Do not jump when you can step. Do not rush when silence is faster. He reached the underside of Awase's balcony in 23 seconds. Above him, Awase muttered something under his breath and flicked ash into the evening air. Izuku waited, not because he was uncertain. Because there was one more check. A child laughed in the apartment next door. Izuku froze. He had mapped the building. The adjacent apartment belonged to a family of 3. Their windows were closed, curtains drawn, no line of sight. Still, he waited until the child's footsteps moved deeper inside. Only then did he climb. Awase turned at the last second, his eyes widened. Izuku covered his mouth and drove him backward into the apartment before he could shout. Awase fought hard, harder than expected, not with strength. With desperation, his quirk activated instinctively. His hand slapped against Izuku's bracer, trying to weld the metal joint in place. Izuku twisted away before the bond completed, but the edge of the mechanism locked halfway. Awase kicked, reached for the emergency alert on his phone. Izuku knocked it away. They struggled in the dim apartment, knocking over a chair, scattering papers, breath harsh and close. Awase saw the hood, recognition hit. Midoriya, Izuku's face did not change. Awase's fear sharpened. Wait, listen, I can give you names. You already gave them witness names. Awase stopped, just for half a second, enough. Izuku's hidden blade slid free from the other wrist. The moment was quiet, no speech, no grand declaration, no satisfaction. The blade moved once. Awase collapsed against him. Izuku lowered him carefully to the floor. No cruelty, no display, no glory. Only consequence. For several seconds, Izuku knelt there with one hand pressed against Awase's shoulder, as if preventing him from falling harder somehow mattered after everything else. Awase tried to speak. Nothing clear came out. Izuku leaned closer, not to comfort, to hear if there was a warning. A name, a last piece of truth. Awase's eyes moved toward the table. A small black drive lay beside his cigarettes. Izuku took it. Awase's breathing stopped before the city lights fully turned on outside. Izuku remained still. Hagese's voice came through the earpiece, soft and careful. Deku. He closed his eyes at the old name. Not now. I have the drive, he said. His voice sounded normal. That disturbed him more than if it had broken. Exit clean, Hagase said. Police scanner is quiet. No civilians moving near you. Izuku stood. He wiped the blade, retracted it. Then he looked around the apartment. There were takeout containers on the counter. A jacket thrown over a chair. Half-finished paperwork. A framed photograph of Awase with old classmates, smiling like the future still had a clean shape. Izuku turned the photograph face down. He did not know why. Maybe respect, maybe shame, maybe because he could not bear being watched by a version of Awase that had not yet become this. He exited through the balcony. By the time anyone found the body, the vault breach route was gone, the witness names were secured, and the broker waiting for Awase received only silence. That night, Izuku did not sleep. He sat in the tunnels beneath the bureau with his back against the stone wall and the hidden blades removed, placed on the ground in front of him. Kenta found him before dawn. The old man did not ask if he was all right. That would have been insulting. Instead, he sat beside him with 2 cups of coffee. They were both terrible. Izuku took one anyway. After a long silence, he said, I thought I'd feel something clearer. Kenta looked ahead. Relief, maybe. Justice? Maybe. And Izuku stared at the cup in his hands. I feel like a door closed behind me. Kenta nodded. That is honest. I don't regret stopping him. No. But I hate that stopping him meant that. You should. Izuku looked at him. Kenta's face was lined by lantern light. The day you stop hating it is the day you stop carrying the blade. Or I take it from you. Izuku almost asked if Kenta really could. Then he remembered the first lesson. Pride gets people killed. So he said nothing. Above them, the city woke. Somewhere, a news alert would soon report the death of pro-hero Weld as an ongoing investigation. Some would call it tragedy. Some would whisper vigilante. Some would wonder if villains were cleaning up loose ends. The voice would not claim it. Not yet. Awase's drive mattered more than his death. By noon, the witness relocation route had changed. By evening, 2 Commission Vault employees quietly failed to receive the access clearance they expected. By midnight, 3 people who would have disappeared remained alive. Izuku wrote that in his notebook. Not to comfort himself, to remember the objective. Yanagi Ryaiko required a different kind of blade, not metal, paper, identity, patience. Her office sat inside a secured commission psychological assessment facility attached to a legal review center. The building looked soft from the outside, pale walls, frosted glass. A courtyard with carefully trimmed trees, no visible guards, no dramatic gates. That was the point. People entered places like that believing violence was impossible there. They forgot paperwork could ruin a life more thoroughly than a fist. Yanagi's quirk, Poltergeist, allowed her to manipulate objects at range. In open space, she could turn a room into a storm of furniture, pens, glass, and restraints. Direct confrontation would be foolish, so Izuku became someone else, not dramatically, not with a mask, with documents. The voice built the identity over 9 days. Mid-level visiting evaluator from an independent trauma response foundation, temporarily contracted for audit support after Shishida's scandal triggered internal review. The foundation existed. The contract existed too, though only because Tsuburaba's old shell system had enough abandoned paperwork to hide a new entry inside it. Monoma provided old commission formatting rules. Hageis provided professional language. Kenta provided the warning. Social stealth is not pretending to belong. He said, "It is making others feel rude for questioning whether you belong." So Izuku wore a gray suit, plain glasses, and a visitor badge under the name Sato Ren, no hood, no robes, no visible blades. Only a microdrive in his watch, lockpicks inside a pen, and a folded strip of flexible ceramic hidden along his belt. He entered through the front door at 0840 on a Monday morning. The receptionist glanced at his badge, checked the appointment record, and waved him through with the exhausted indifference of someone underpaid to guard secrets she had no authority to know. The building smelled of toner, antiseptic, and expensive calm. Izuku hated it immediately. Yanagi Ryaiko met him in conference room 3. She was composed, pale-haired, and polite in a way that turned every sentence into a closed door. "Sato-san," she said, offering a hand. "Thank you for coming on short notice." Izuku shook it. Her grip was light, her eyes were not. "My foundation understands the commission is under pressure," he said. "Everyone is under pressure lately." A pen on the table rotated once, slowly, not enough to threaten, enough to remind him. She was testing whether he noticed. He did not look at it. Instead, he opened his folder. "I'm here to review procedural consistency in emergency psychological holds and testimony reliability assessments." "Of course," Yanagi smiled, "though I admit, outside review is unusual in cases involving sensitive hero operations." Izuku returned the smile politely. "Unusual situations create unusual paperwork." Her eyes sharpened by half a degree. Good, not too much. The first day was boring by design. Izuku reviewed sanitized files, asked dry questions, took notes in dull language, let junior staff explain procedures they barely understood. He made himself forgettable. That was harder than stealth. At least rooftops allowed movement. In an office, danger wore conversation. Yanagi watched him from a distance all day, not constantly, that would have been unprofessional, but enough. On the second day, she invited him into her office. The room was neat, too neat. Shelves arranged by case category, diplomas framed on the wall, a small plant by the window, 3 chairs, 1 desk and objects everywhere, pens, paperweights, ceramic cups, a letter opener, file clips, a glass award, weapons if Yanagi wanted them to be. Izuku sat with his back to the least dangerous wall. Yanagi noticed. She poured tea without asking. "Do you always choose seats so carefully, Sato-san?" Izuku gave a mild smile. "Trauma evaluators hear too many stories about doors. Practical, occupational." She placed the cup in front of him. He did not drink. She noticed that too. For 20 minutes, they discussed assessment frameworks. Yanagi was intelligent. That made her worse. She spoke about institutional stability, public panic, the psychological burden on heroes, and the danger of unverified testimony spreading through media channels. Every idea sounded reasonable when separated from the files Izuku had seen. That was how systems protected themselves. They broke cruelty into professional vocabulary. At 10:17, Izuku activated Eagle Vision for 2 seconds, gold. Yanagi glowed cold yellow-white, not fear, not guilt, control, suspicion. A locked drawer behind her desk burned faint blue around the edges, not because the drawer had intent, but because her attention kept returning there. Stop. Pain pressed behind his eyes. He kept his face neutral. Yanagi tilted her head. "Are you well?" "Light sensitivity," Izuku said smoothly. "Old concussion. How unfortunate." The pen beside her moved 1 centimeter. He pretended not to see. On the fourth day, he gained access to the records archive, not the true archive, a surface layer, but every secure building had habits, and habits formed cracks. The junior analyst assigned to escort him was tired, overworked, and grateful when Izuku asked questions that made him feel competent. By lunch, the analyst had explained 3 software frustrations, 2 badge reader flaws, and 1 recurring server delay that happened every day at 14:03 during automated backup. At 14:03 on the 5th day, Izuku entered the restricted hallway using a cloned temporary badge and a timing gap of 7 seconds. At 14:04, he opened Yanaga's locked drawer with the ceramic strip. Inside was not the backup drive, only handwritten notes, names, case numbers, symbols beside them. Some marked unstable, some marked delay, some marked suppress. Izuku photographed everything with his watch. Then he noticed 1 file separated from the rest. Midoriya Izuku liability psychological draft. His hand stilled. He should not have opened it. He knew that. But knowing a door was poisoned did not always stop the hand from reaching. He opened the file. The evaluation had been drafted before Yanagi ever met him. Paranoid tendencies, violence fixation, savior complex deterioration, possible identity destabilization following loss of quirk functionality. High risk of vigilante radicalization, recommended. Immediate suspension, controlled media framing, compulsory psychiatric hold if non-compliant. Izuku read the last line twice, not because it surprised him. Because some part of him still felt the sting of being described like a problem before he had even been allowed to speak. A soft sound came from the hallway, footsteps. Yanagi. Izuku replaced the file, closed the drawer, and moved behind the office door 1 second before she entered. She paused. The room was silent. Izuku stood behind the open door, one hand near the ceramic strip. Yanagi looked at the desk, the cup, the drawer, the pen. The pen lifted, not fast, slowly. It hovered in the air. Izuku did not breathe. Yanagi's eyes moved toward the door. For 1 dangerous second, he thought she knew. Then someone called from the hallway. Dr. Yanagi, the review board is waiting. The pen lowered. Yanagi smiled faintly, of course. She left. Izuku waited 12 full seconds before moving. The real backup drives were not in her office. They were in the archive freezer, not a literal freezer. That was just staff slang for the isolated cold storage server room where sensitive psychological files were backed up on physical encrypted drives. Air-gapped, temperature-controlled, badge restricted. The facility trusted 3 things: doors, credentials, and the assumption that no one boring would betray them. Izuku used all 3. On the 6th day, he entered as Sato Ren at 0835. At 11:20, he spilled tea on his own sleeve near a records clerk and apologized so thoroughly the clerk felt embarrassed for him. At 11:31, while cleaning up, he switched the clerk's badge with a visually identical dummy. At 13:58, he walked toward the freezer during the backup delay. At 14:03, the server access stalled for 7 seconds. At 14:03 and 6 seconds, he was inside. The cold storage room hummed around him, rows of locked cabinets, drives organized by case year, no time. He found Yanagi's suppression index through the symbols from her handwritten notes. The watch drive connected, copy started, 30%, 4268, a sound behind him. The door opened, Yanagi stood there, no smile now. Sato-san, she said. Izuku removed the watch drive and turned, Doctor. Her eyes flicked to the cabinet, then to his wrist. Objects rose around the room, drive cases, metal trays, a rolling chair, a dozen small things becoming weapons. You are very good, Yanagi said, but not good enough. Izuku's body lowered slightly. No blades, not here, not unless there was no other choice. You forged evaluations, he said. I protected unstable systems from unstable people. You buried whistleblowers. I prevented panic. You helped them come for me. Her expression changed. There it was, recognition, not of Sato Ren, of the voice beneath him. Midoriya. The chair flew first. Izuku moved under it. A metal tray cut across his sleeve. He threw 2 smoke pellets, but Yanagi swept the smoke sideways with a wave of her hand, clearing the air. Direct combat was impossible, so he did not fight her. He ran toward the cabinets. Yanagi expected him to run away. That half-second mattered. Izuku slammed the cabinet door open, using it as a shield as three objects struck the metal hard enough to dent it. He rolled low, grabbed the emergency cold room release lever and pulled. Alarms activated, not security alarms, fire suppression. White vapor blasted from the ceiling. Yanagi flinched as cold mist filled the room and condensation slicked every surface. Objects became harder to control when everything was wet, moving, and visibility collapsed. Not impossible, harder was enough. Izuku activated Eagle Vision for 1 second. Yanagi's outline sharpened. Exit angle behind her. Right side open. Her attention on his left wrist. Stop. Pain surged. He threw the dummy badge at her face. She caught it instinctively with her quirk. He moved right, past her through the door, down the hall. Yanagi sent a file cart sliding after him like a missile. He jumped, planted 1 foot on the wall, pushed off, and let the cart smash beneath him. People shouted. The building began to wake. He did not run like a fugitive. That would draw eyes. He turned the corner, slowed, straightened his jacket, and walked quickly with the expression of a professional responding to an emergency. Social stealth. Make them feel rude for questioning whether you belong. A guard stepped into his path. Sir, this area is restricted. Izuku showed the cloned badge without stopping. Cold room suppression discharge. Dr. Yanagi is inside. Get medical staff now. The guard's eyes widened. He ran toward the freezer. Izuku walked through the front lobby 3 minutes later. Yanagi reached the lobby 30 seconds after that, hair damp from vapor, face controlled but eyes furious. She saw him near the doors. He looked back. No hood, no blade, no threat. Just a man she had failed to classify in time. Then he stepped outside and vanished into the lunch crowd. 48 hours later, the voice released the files, not all at once. Hagase was too careful for that. First came 3 whistleblower cases with documents, timestamps, and altered evaluation drafts. Then the pattern. Then Yanagi's handwritten symbols. Then the Midoriya liability draft. By the end of the second day, the commission could not call it a forgery without explaining why 12 independent archives had matching fragments. Yanagi was suspended first, then detained, then charged. She tried to claim classified authority. The paper trail did not save her. It buried her. The bureau was quiet the night Yanagi fell, not celebratory. No one cheered. The network had learned by then that justice did not arrive like a festival. It arrived like emergency repairs after a building collapse. Necessary, exhausting, too late for some. Izuku stood before the map wall. Monoma extracted, Shishida exposed, Awase ended, Yanagi exposed, Kendo uncertain, Tsuburaba active, Takage missing, C0 still faceless. Then Monoma's relay activated. A message came through in 3 fragments, routed across dead drops and old accounts. Hagase decoded it at the table. Her face changed as she read. Izuku turned. What? She looked up slowly. Monoma found the death record tied to the Tanaka marker. Kenta stepped closer. Hagase continued. Tanaka Ryo, former agency director, Shoji Mizo's agency before the restructuring. Officially killed in a league attack 2 years ago. Izuku felt the room tighten. Shoji. That name pulled the past into the bureau differently than Kendo had. Shoji had always been quiet, watchful, kind in ways people missed if they only saw his size. If his former director was connected to C0, Hagase placed the printed record on the table. Official death, closed casket, commission sealed incident report, no body verification outside internal channels. And look at this. She pointed to a signature line. Izuku leaned closer. The authorization code matched the neutralization memo. C0, Kenta's face hardened. A dead man signing orders. Izuku stared at the name Tanaka Ryo. Someone thought dead, someone hiding inside the machine. Someone who had built enough distance to make others bleed while his grave protected him from consequence. Izuku opened his notebook and wrote the name under C0. For the first time, the apex had a shape, not full, not enough, but close. Kenta looked at him. What now? Izuku's gaze moved across the remaining names. Tsuburaba's ledgers prove the architecture. Takage, she'll appear when chaos benefits her. Kendo, she has a choice coming. And Tanaka, Izuku closed the notebook. We find out why a dead man still owns the living. Above them, Musutafu's hero billboards continued smiling into the night. But beneath the city, the old eagle watched over a different kind of war. Not hero against villain, not law against crime, truth against the machinery built to bury it. And Izuku understood the lesson now more clearly than ever. Power could break walls, quirks could tear streets apart, but intelligence, patience, and one perfectly timed blade could make even the strongest system look over its shoulder. The hunt was no longer beginning, it was answering back. Chapter 4. The Brotherhood's Creed Theme. A war fought alone becomes a vendetta. A war fought together becomes something worth having. For 7 days after Tanaka Ryo's name entered the bureau, Izuku Midoriya did not hunt anyone. That worried the network more than if he had. The eyes kept watching. The voice kept sorting evidence. Hages kept building release timelines with the grim patience of someone arranging explosives under a building she still hoped could be repaired. But Izuku stopped moving through the city at night. No rooftop sightings. No silent entries into sealed buildings. No messages sent through dead drops. No new names written beneath extract, expose, or end. He sat under the carved eagle and read the same file again and again. Tanaka Ryo, former agency director, officially deceased, commission sealed death record. Closed casket, no external body verification, linked authorization code, C0. The name should have felt like progress. Instead, it felt like a trapdoor opening under the entire investigation, because Tanaka was not just another corrupt official hiding behind paperwork. His file touched too many things at once. Commission enforcement orders, League-adjacent movement routes, hero agency restructuring after the war, psychological hold approvals, financial shell systems, witness relocation leaks. He was not one more branch of the tree. He was something closer to the hand that had been pruning it. Izuku had fought villains who wanted destruction. He understood that kind of danger. Shigaraki wanted to decay the world because he believed the world had already decayed him first. Dabai wanted fire, confession, and the final collapse of a family name. Muscular wanted violence because violence was the only language he respected. Their evil had been terrible, but it had been visible. Tanaka's evil was administrative. He did not need to stand in a street laughing while buildings fell. He could move one file, delay one inquiry, redirect one hero patrol, approve one sealed order, and somewhere far away from his desk someone's life would break. That kind of villainy did not feel like a person, it felt like weather. And that was why Izuku could not move, because a blade could kill a man. It could not stab Weather. On the third night of his silence, Kenta found him in the training hall. Izuku was standing on the highest beam, motionless, hood down, arms hanging at his sides. Below him, the mat pit looked very far away. Kenta did not call up immediately, he waited. Izuku already knew the old man was there. Kenta's cane made almost no sound on stone, but almost was still something after 3 months of training. You have been standing there for 32 minutes. Kenta said. Izuku looked down. You counted. I became bored after 10. Izuku returned his gaze to the far wall. I'm thinking, no, you are freezing and calling it strategy. That sentence struck too close. Izuku stepped down from the beam, dropped to a lower platform, then to the ground. He landed properly, quietly. No wasted force, Kenta noticed, because Kenta noticed everything. You have improved. That doesn't solve Tanaka. No, Izuku removed one bracer and placed it on a wooden bench. He's dead. Apparently not. No, I mean officially, legally, structurally. Tanaka Ryo is dead. That means he has no license to revoke, no office to expose, no public identity to pressure. Every file tied to him can be dismissed as forged because the man signing them doesn't exist. Kenta leaned on his cane. Then prove he exists. With what? A ghost marker. A sealed death record, a code. You sound angry at the evidence for being incomplete. I'm angry because every time we uncover one layer, there's another one under it. That is usually how buried things work. Izuku gave him a flat look. Kenta did not apologize. Izuku looked back at the bracer. Awase was simple compared to this. No, Kenta said. Awase was personal. You made it simple because the alternative would have stopped your hand. Izuku's jaw tightened. Kenta's voice remained calm. Tanaka frightens you because there is no clean movement, no single rooftop, no one room. No one blade. You can no longer pretend this is a hunt made of targets. Izuku stared at the old man. Kenta continued, it is a war made of people. That was the sentence that stayed, not because Izuku disagreed, because he had been trying so hard to avoid it. A target list was controllable names. Evidence, classification, action, extract, expose, end. It was precise. It made the impossible feel narrow enough to survive, but a network was not a list. People had fear, anger, limits, families, doubts, bad days, broken faith, old grudges, different ideas of justice, different levels of risk. And Izuku had been moving as if he could carry the dangerous part alone and keep everyone else clean. That, too, was a kind of arrogance. The next morning, the network cracked. It began with Cell 3. Cell 3 was small. 2 student journalists, 1 retired support technician, a quirkless courier, and a former legal assistant who had lost her job after refusing to falsify a complaint timeline. They operated mostly as information couriers, moving verified files between dead drops. One of their routes had been compromised, not by Tanaka, not by the commission, by fear. The courier panicked after seeing a news report describing Oase's death as possible vigilante-linked hero assassination. The report did not name Izuku, but it did not need to. The implication was enough. The courier destroyed 2 message packets and disappeared for 16 hours. During that window, the legal assistant tried to contact an outside lawyer without using the network's encryption protocol. That triggered a monitoring flag. An eye caught it before the commission did, but the damage was done. 2 safe routes were burned. 1 record's cache had to be moved. Hagase nearly lost her temper during the emergency meeting, not loudly. Hagase did not waste energy on loudness. She simply placed both hands on the map table, looked at Izuku, and said, "This is what happens when people don't know what war they joined." The bureau went silent. Izuku looked around the room. Hagase stood with sleepless eyes and a folder tucked beneath one arm. Beside her, the 2 archivists whispered over a tablet. Kenta watched from near the carved eagle. 3 eyes had been brought in for the emergency meeting, each keeping distance from the others because even trust had compartments, and they were all looking at him, not as a symbol, not exactly, but as the person whose blade had changed the shape of their risk. Izuku felt the old instinct rise, apologize, explain, take responsibility, promise it would not happen again, hero words, good words sometimes, but not enough, so he said the harder thing, "You're right." Hagase blinked once. Izuku continued, "I made a decision about Oase because I believed it was necessary. I still believe that. 3 witnesses are alive because he didn't open that vault route." The room tightened at the word decision. He did not soften it. "But I made that decision while many of you were still thinking we were only an evidence network. That was my failure." One of the eyes, an older woman who ran a small grocery near the civic district, folded her arms. "So what are we now?" Izuku looked at her. "I don't get to answer that for you." That surprised them more than any dramatic speech would have. Kenta's expression did not change, but Izuku saw the old man's fingers tap once against his cane. Approval. Maybe. Izuku placed his notebook on the table and opened it to the classification page. "These are the categories I've been using. Coerced, complicit, architect, extract, expose, end. Every action I've taken has come from this framework." Hagase studied the page. "You're showing us your target doctrine. Yes, that's dangerous. Yes. Why? Because if you're risking your lives, you deserve to know what kind of risk you're standing beside." The room was very quiet now. Izuku looked at each of them. "I will not ask anyone here to kill. I will not ask anyone here to carry a blade. I won't hide from you that I have killed. I won't dress it up as something cleaner than it is. Oase Yostsu is dead because I judged that leaving him active would get protected witnesses taken or killed. That judgment is mine, not yours." His voice lowered. "If that means you leave, you leave. No punishment, no exposure, no guilt." "The creed does not mean obedience." The grocery owner frowned. "The what?" Izuku looked toward the carved eagle. The words came quietly. "Nothing is true. Everything is permitted." One of the archivists looked uncomfortable. "That sounds like chaos." "It isn't," Izuku said. "It means no system gets to claim morality just because it exists. Not the commission, not the hero agencies, not the League, not us, especially not us." Hagase's expression shifted slightly. Izuku continued, "If nothing is true, then we question every story power tells us. If everything is permitted, then we accept that we are free to choose." He looked down at the notebook. and responsible for what we choose. No one spoke for a long moment. Then the legal assistant from Cell 3, the one who had nearly compromised the route, stepped forward. Her hands were shaking. I didn't join this to help kill heroes. Izuku nodded. I know. I joined because my brother filed a complaint after a licensed hero injured him during crowd control and the file vanished. I wanted that file found. I wanted someone to admit it happened. Her voice broke slightly. I don't know if I can be part of this. Izuku closed the notebook. Then don't. The simplicity of it stunned her. He continued. You have already helped. That doesn't make you owned. Kenta can arrange a clean exit. Your name leaves active routing today. You keep what protection we can give you, and you owe us nothing. The legal assistant stared at him. What if I talk? Then people may die. Her face paled. Izuku held her gaze. I won't threaten you. I won't pretend the risk isn't real. I'm asking you not to. That is all. It would have been easier to frighten her. That was what made the moment important. She nodded once, tears in her eyes, and stepped back. By evening, 3 people left the network. 2 more requested inactive status. Cell 3 was dismantled and rebuilt around those who remained. The damage hurt. It also clarified. What remained was smaller, stronger, less innocent. The next 2 nights, Izuku did not hunt. He visited cells, not dramatically. Not in robes every time. Sometimes as a hooded figure on a rooftop. Sometimes as a quiet man sitting across from a tired journalist in a closed cafe. Sometimes through voice only, routed across encrypted channels. He told them the truth, not all of it. No network survived total exposure. But enough. He told them Awase was dead by his hand. He told them Monoma was alive because coercion mattered. He told them Shishida had been exposed because evidence could do what violence should not. He told them Yanaga's files were released because paperwork had been her weapon and truth had to be the answer. He told them no one would be asked to kill. And every time, he ended with the same words. You can leave. Some did, most did not. That humbled him more than loyalty would have, because the ones who stayed did so without illusion. On the 5th night, Ajiro Mashirao found him, not through the network, through skill. Izuku was crossing the old textile district rooftops after meeting an eye when a tail hooked the edge of a ventilation frame behind him. Izuku stopped, did not turn immediately. Ajiro, he said. A quiet voice answered from the roof behind him. So it is you. Izuku turned. Ajiro stood under the weak glow of a rooftop service light, wearing plain training clothes beneath a dark jacket. He looked older than Izuku remembered, though only a few years had passed since school. His face held the same straightforward calm, but his eyes had hardened in a way hero work did to people who kept noticing things they were told to ignore. For a few seconds, neither moved. Then Ajiro looked at the bracers beneath Izuku's sleeves. The silence changed. The rumors are bad. Ajiro said, yes, some are worse than bad. Yes. Are they true? Izuku did not ask which ones. I killed Awase. Ajiro's tail lowered slightly, no dramatic gasp, no moral performance, just a quiet intake of breath. Why? Izuku told him, not all details, enough, the vault, the witnesses. The repeated access points, the deaths after prior infiltrations, the failed options. Ajiro listened without interrupting. When Izuku finished, Ajiro looked out over the district. I trained with him once. I know. He was funny. Bad at hiding when he was nervous. Always joked when he messed up. Izuku said nothing. Ajiro's voice tightened. I hate that this matters. It does matter. I know. The city hummed beneath them. Ajiro turned back. The commission issued a directive last month. Quiet one. Agencies were told to report contact with quirk registration reform advocates, especially quirkless organizers. My agency complied. Izuku's eyes narrowed. That's why you're here. That's one reason. And the other, Ajiro looked at him directly. Because I watched 3 sidekicks get told to falsify patrol proximity logs after an unauthorized force incident. One refused. She was sent for evaluation. Yanaga's office. Izuku felt the pieces connect. What happened to her? She resigned before they could suspend her. Then nobody would hire her. Ajiro's tail curled once, controlled anger. I thought it was one agency. Then 2. Then I started hearing the same phrases everywhere. Operational necessity, public confidence, stability. Every time someone said stability, someone else's truth disappeared. Izuku understood that tone. It was not outrage. It was the exhaustion that came after outrage proved insufficient. Ajiro stepped closer. I'm not an assassin. I'm not asking you to be. Good, because I won't be, I know. But people in your network don't know how to survive if they're cornered. Izuku studied him. Ajiro continued. They're brave. That isn't the same as trained. If the commission grabs them, panic will do more damage than interrogation. They need escape drills, basic self-defense, how to break holds, how to fall, how to run without looking like they're running. Izuku almost smiled. Kenta's first lesson, returning through another teacher. You want to train them. I want to keep them alive. That's not the same thing. Ajiro's expression softened slightly. It can be. By dawn, Ajiro entered the bureau. Kenta watched him walk through the old stone chamber, studying every step. Ajiro noticed. You're evaluating my balance. Yes, Kenta said, and you are not embarrassing. Ajiro blinked. Izuku covered his mouth with one hand. Kenta continued. You may teach the civilians how not to die. You may not teach them how to feel invincible. I wouldn't. Good. Confidence kills more amateurs than fear. Ajiro nodded seriously. I agree. Kenta looked mildly annoyed that his warning had been accepted so cleanly. That was how Ajiro became the Brotherhood's first trainer, not an assassin. Not a blade, a spine. 2 days later, Shoji Mizo arrived. His arrival was quieter, of course it was. Shoji did not track Izuku by rooftop movement. He sent a message through an old school emergency contact route that Izuku had assumed dead. I know Tanaka Ryo. We need to speak. They met beneath an overpass at 4:20 a.m. In the hour when the city belonged to delivery trucks, stray cats, and people with nowhere safe to sleep. Shoji stood in the shadow of a concrete pillar, hood drawn, multiple arms folded beneath a loose coat. Even hidden, he was difficult to mistake. His presence had always been large, but never imposing unless he chose it to be. Izuku approached openly. Shoji's eyes moved over him once, not judging, cataloging. You're hurt, Shoji said. Izuku almost laughed. Hello to you too. Your left shoulder sits lower. Your right side is guarded, ribs. Recovering, Shoji nodded, then his gaze dropped to the bracers. I heard about a waste. Izuku's voice became quiet. Yes. Did he give you another option? No. Shoji accepted that answer with the heaviness it deserved. Then he said, Tanaka Ryo was my agency director. I know. Then you know he was reported dead in a League attack. Yes. Shoji looked toward the road beyond the overpass. He gave speeches about protecting marginalized civilians, especially mutant-type communities. He recruited me with that language. Said heroes like me needed agencies that understood public fear from the inside. His voice remained calm, but something cold moved beneath it. I believed him. Izuku waited. Shoji continued. After his death, the agency changed. New leadership, new reporting requirements. They said it was because the attack exposed security weaknesses. We had to document civilian interactions more closely, especially with activist groups, especially with communities likely to distrust heroes. Izuku's stomach tightened. They turned your outreach into surveillance. Shoji's eyes closed briefly. Yes, the word carried more pain than if he had shouted. I found the data trail 2 months ago. Complaints from heteromorphic civilians flagged as instability markers. Community leaders classified as agitation risks. Names routed through commission analysts. I confronted a supervisor. The next week, I was reassigned away from all civilian-facing work. And Tanaka, I started looking backward. Old directives, codes, sealed memos. His name appeared nowhere, but his phrasing did. Izuku understood ghosts had habits too. Shoji reached into his coat and removed a small paper folder. No drive, paper, smart. I copied what I could without triggering system logs. Not enough to prove he's alive. Enough to prove the agency kept receiving directives after his death from someone using his old internal language patterns. Izuku took the folder. Why bring this to me? Shoji looked at him. Because official channels already failed. No bitterness, just fact that made it worse. And because, Shoji added, if Tanaka is alive, I need to know whether my agency was built as a trap from the beginning. Izuku heard the unspoken fear. That years of his work, trust, outreach, and hope had been tools in someone else's architecture. I can't promise the answer won't hurt, Izuku said. Shoji's gaze remained steady. I didn't come for comfort. That was how Shoji became the Brotherhood's watcher. Not because his quirk made him useful, though it did. Multiple arms, enhanced hearing, distributed sensory awareness, the ability to monitor angles no ordinary lookout could cover, all of it made him invaluable. But that was not why Izuku trusted him. He trusted Shoji because Shoji understood silence, not secrecy, silence, the kind held by people who noticed too much and spoke only when words mattered. With Ajiro and Shoji added, the network changed shape. Kenta named nothing. Izuku did, not in ceremony, not in a grand gathering. On the map wall, he redrew the structure, 3 rings, the eyes watchers, informants, safe housekeepers, route mappers. Their rule was distance. They did not confront. They did not chase. They did not improvise unless life required it. Their survival mattered more than any single piece of information. The voice journalists, archivists, legal contacts, release strategists. Their weapon was evidence made public at the correct time, in the correct order, with enough redundancy that no single arrest could silence it. The blade Izuku. Only Izuku, Ajiro objected first. You can't make yourself the only one carrying that. Izuku looked at him across the training hall where 3 recruits were learning how to break wrist grabs. I can. That wasn't a compliment. I know. Ajiro's tail flicked with irritation. If you fall, what happens? The eyes keep watching. The voice keeps speaking. And the blade, Izuku's expression did not change. Maybe the point is that there shouldn't be one forever. Ajiro looked like he wanted to argue, then he didn't. Because there was no clean argument against a man refusing to turn killing into a tradition. Shoji, standing nearby, said quietly, burden concentrated in one person becomes vulnerability. Izuku nodded. Yes, and still, and still. Kenta, who had been listening from the doorway, finally spoke. The boy is both correct and foolish. Izuku looked at him. Kenta continued, the best kind of dangerous if watched carefully. Thank you, Izuku said dryly. That was not praise. It felt like Kenta praise. Ajiro actually smiled. Shoji's eyes softened. For one moment, the bureau felt less like a bunker. Then Takage Setsuna appeared on their doorstep. Not physically at first. She sent a gift. A small black box delivered to the repair shop by a courier who had no idea what he carried. Kenta scanned it for explosives, trackers, chemical triggers, and quirk-reactive materials. Inside was a lizard-shaped keychain, a data chip, and a handwritten note. You people are so serious. It's adorable, no signature, none needed. The data chip contained a location. A private rooftop bar in central Musutafu, a meeting time, and a promise, Tanaka's next movement window. Price negotiable. Hagase wanted to ignore it. Kenta wanted to burn it. Shoji wanted to verify the metadata first. Ajiro wanted to know why everyone looked like the note had teeth. Izuku knew why. Takage Setsuna was not simply unreliable. Unreliable could be managed. She was directionless by design. Her files suggested a person who did not serve systems, only pressure points. She sold information to whoever created the most interesting next move. She could betray the League to the Commission to private brokers to journalists, then watch all 3 collide with a smile. People like that did not lie because they feared truth. They lied because truth was only one tool among many. Still, the Tanaka window mattered, so Izuku went, not alone. That was the new lesson. Shoji watched from a building across the street, senses spread through the night. Ajiro covered the exit route. The eyes monitored street-level movement. The voice prepared a deadman release, in case the meeting turned into a setup. Izuku entered the rooftop bar through the front elevator as a civilian. No robes visible. No hood. Only a dark jacket, gloves, and the bracers hidden beneath his sleeves. Takage sat at the edge of the rooftop with one leg crossed over the other, sipping a bright green drink with a tiny umbrella in it. She looked exactly as relaxed as a person should not look while negotiating with someone who might kill her. Midoriya, she said cheerfully. Or are we using dramatic names now? Eagle Boy, Hood-kun, Tiny All Might's revenge tour. Izuku sat across from her. Takage, ouch, last name only cold. You requested the meeting. I did. Talk. She placed a hand over her chest, still direct. I always liked that about you. Annoying but efficient. Izuku did not respond. Takage sighed dramatically. Fine. Tanaka Ryo is alive, obviously. Dead men don't move money through commission black channels unless accounting has become much more spiritual. Proof, she tapped her temple. Some. Enough. Price. My name cleared from your murder notebook. I don't have a murder notebook. Please, you absolutely have a murder notebook. It probably has columns. Izuku's silence answered too well. Takage laughed. Oh, that's precious. His voice remained flat. Price. She leaned forward, smile thinning. Remove me from your active list. No exposure package. No blade. No heroic little rooftop visit at midnight. I give you Tanaka's location window and you let me leave Japan. No, Takage blinked. Then her smile returned, sharper. No negotiation. You are currently selling information about a man you helped hide. Allegedly. You sold League routes to Shishida's brokers. Maybe. You sold commission movements to League cells. Capitalism. You leaked safe house rumors after Monoma vanished. Her smile faded a fraction. There, a reaction. Izuku continued. You don't get your name cleared because you're useful. Takage studied him. For the first time, the playfulness drained enough to reveal intelligence underneath. So what do I get? A chance to give the information anyway, and have that cooperation included when the voice releases your file. She stared, then burst out laughing. Several people at nearby tables glanced over. Takage waved at them cheerfully. You're terrible at blackmail. I'm not blackmailing you. No, you're doing something worse. You're being principled in a way that still threatens me. Izuku leaned forward slightly. Tanaka's window. Takage's eyes flicked past him. For a second, Izuku wondered if she had spotted Shoji. Then he realized she was looking at reflections in the glass behind him. Smart, too smart. You know, she said lightly, your new friends are very cute. Tail boy on the south roof, arms in the opposite building, 2 watchers near the noodle stand. And someone pretending to read a newspaper near the hotel entrance. But nobody turns pages that slowly unless they are either spying or deeply confused. Izuku's expression did not change. Takage smiled. Relax. If I wanted a trap, you'd already be bleeding. Eagle vision tempted him. He resisted for 3 seconds, then used it for 1 gold blue. Takage's outline fractured strangely, not literally, but her intent did not move in one direction. It split, scattered, recombined. Amusement, fear, calculation, escape, curiosity. A flicker of genuine warning buried under performance. Stop, pain flashed. Takage noticed the micro flinch. Oh, that costs you. Interesting. Izuku stood. We're done. Tanaka attends a closed commission hearing in 4 days. Izuku stopped. Takage swirled her drink. Administrative district. Secured tower. Internal nickname, the Spire. He won't appear as Tanaka, obviously. He uses temporary identities, but the access pattern is his. Private arrival route. Quirk suppression lower floors, 2 classified enforcement assets, unknown profiles. Izuku turned back slowly. Why tell me now? Takage's smile became smaller. Because Tanaka thinks he owns chaos. I find that personally offensive. That's not enough. No, she agreed. It isn't. For 1 second, something almost honest crossed her face. Because he burns loose ends and I am becoming loose. There it was, not loyalty, survival. Izuku believed that more than anything else she had said, send the access pattern. Already did. To 3 of your little birds, I'm not stupid enough to make myself the only copy. Izuku looked at her. This doesn't clear you, I know. And if you endanger my people again. The blade, yes, very dramatic. No, Izuku said. The truth. Takage went still. That frightened her more. Good. Izuku turned to leave behind him. Takage spoke again, quieter. Midoriya, he paused. Don't let Tanaka talk too long. Izuku looked back. Takage's smile was gone. That man makes evil sound like maintenance. Then she returned to her drink as if nothing had happened. The Spire file arrived before midnight. Hagase verified 2 details within an hour. Shoji confirmed the tower's security rotation matched Takage's data. Ajiro mapped perimeter exit routes. Kenta stared at the architectural plans for a long time without speaking. Finally, he tapped the center of the tower. This is not a building, it is a statement. Izuku stood beside him. The Spire rose from Musutafu's administrative district, a commissioned tower officially used for sealed hearings, crisis coordination, and high-level regulatory review. Unofficially, it was where difficult truths went to be resized before public release. Quirk suppression fields on lower floors. Rotating patrols of licensed heroes, biometric access, signal interference, classified enforcement assets. And in 4 days, Tanaka Ryo would walk inside wearing the face of a dead man who had never stopped giving orders. The network gathered in the bureau the next night. Not everyone. Never everyone, but enough representatives from each ring. Eyes, voice, blade. Ajiro stood near the training hall entrance, Shoji near the map wall, Hagase at the table with release protocols, Kenta beneath the eagle. Izuku looked at them all and understood with a clarity that felt almost painful. He could not do this alone. Not because he was weak, because doing it alone would turn the mission into a vendetta, and vendettas burned truth for warmth. The Spire operation has one objective, Izuku said. Expose Tanaka Ryo and secure enough evidence that his arrest cannot be buried. One of the eyes asked, arrest? Yes. Hagase's eyes narrowed slightly. You're saying no blade. I'm saying the objective is not assassination. Kenta watched him carefully. Izuku continued. If Tanaka dies before the evidence release, the commission controls the story. Dead ghost, vigilante murder, forged files, public panic, everything becomes about me. That cannot happen. Ajiro nodded once, Shoji's shoulders eased by the smallest amount. Hagase looked down at her notes. The voice can prepare a simultaneous release. Tsuburaba's ledgers are almost ready. Yanaga's documents establish suppression pattern. Shishida proves league-adjacent trafficking. Oasis Drive connects access routes to witness targeting, but Tanaka is still the central link. We get him alive. Izuku said, and if he runs, someone asked, then I stop him. The room understood what that could mean. Izuku did not hide from it, but the blade is not the plan. Kenta's gaze stayed on him. After the meeting, when the others dispersed, the old man approached. You have changed your mind. Izuku removed his hood. No. I still think some people can become active threats that cannot be left alive. I'm not pretending otherwise. And Tanaka, Izuku looked at the Spire map. Tanaka wants the system to protect him. If I kill him, I prove his story about dangerous vigilantes. If he lives long enough for the world to see him clearly, the system has to decide whether it will protect him in public. Kenta's mouth curved faintly. That is a more difficult blade. Yes, good. Izuku glanced at him. That was praise. Do not become emotional. 3 days passed in preparation. The eyes positioned themselves across 8 vantage points around the administrative district. Cafe windows, delivery routes, rooftop maintenance posts, bus stops, and one office cleaning shift that allowed sightline into the tower's East Service Road. The voice built the release package. Hagase barely slept. Ajiro trained escape drills until civilians could break wrist grips, scatter through 3 separate exits, and destroy burner devices in under 10 seconds. Shoji memorized patrol rhythms and created a communication pattern based on short, nonverbal signals. No long chatter. No dramatic speeches over comms. Only what mattered. Kenta prepared the bracers. He checked each blade in silence, then handed them to Izuku on the final night. Izuku strapped them on. Their weight felt different now, not lighter, shared. That was the strange thing. No one else carried the blade, yet it no longer felt like he carried the mission alone. Before dawn on the 4th day, Izuku stood beneath the carved eagle. Ajiro approached first. Perimeter is ready. Shoji followed. Communications are clean. No early movement detected. Hagase held up a small transmitter. Release protocol is armed. If we lose contact, it goes out anyway. Kenta stood last. He said nothing for a moment. Then he reached up and adjusted the edge of Izuku's hood, a small gesture, almost fatherly if either of them had been willing to name it. Remember, Kenta said, the creed is not permission. Izuku nodded. It's responsibility. And Izuku looked toward the tunnel leading upward. Nothing is true. Kenta's eyes held his. Everything is permitted. The words did not feel like freedom anymore. They felt like weight. Good. Izuku pulled the hood forward. Above them, Musutafu's administrative district prepared for another day of polished lies, sealed hearings, and official language. Below, the Brotherhood moved, not an army, not a mob, not a symbol. A network of people who had been told for too long that truth needed permission before it could matter. The eyes watched, the voice waited, the blade climbed toward the city. And somewhere inside the spire, a dead man was about to learn that graves could be opened from both sides. Chapter 5. The Spire theme. The most dangerous thing you can do is let someone see your face before you're ready. The Spire did not look evil. That was the first thing Izuku hated about it. It rose from Musutafu's administrative district like a polished needle of glass and pale steel, its upper floors catching morning light so cleanly that the building seemed almost weightless. No villain banners, no broken windows, no smoke, no screaming civilians running from danger. Just a secure government tower with a tasteful entrance, reflective walls, and flags moving gently in the wind from the street. It looked like order. From the rooftops, Izuku saw the truth. Order had blind spots, a delivery entrance on the east side. 2 guards who changed position every 12 minutes, but always looked toward the main road, not the service alley. A rooftop sensor array with 1 maintenance panel replaced recently enough that the screws had not weathered. 3 underground vehicle gates. 1 public lobby designed to look welcoming while funneling every visitor through layered surveillance. The spire was not built to keep villains out. It was built to decide which truths were allowed to leave. Izuku crouched on the roof of a municipal archives building 4 blocks away, hood lowered against the cold wind. Beneath the white robes, his breathing remained steady. The bracers rested against his wrists, not heavy, not light. Present, his earpiece clicked once. Shoji's voice came through, low and controlled. East Side patrol shift confirmed. 11 minutes until sensor overlap window. Izuku looked toward the tower's lower floors. Any unexpected movement. 2 additional commission vehicles arrived 6 minutes ago. No public markings. Passengers entered through underground gate 2. Tanaka, unknown, no visual confirmation. Hagese's voice entered next, sharper from lack of sleep. Voice package is staged. Tsuburaba ledgers, Yanagi assessment files, Shishida data transfer logs, Oase access records, Monoma statement fragments with identity protection. Release protocol goes live on your command, or if we lose contact for more than 9 minutes. Ajiro followed. Perimeter escape routes are clear for now, but there are too many licensed heroes nearby. If the alarm spreads, the district locks fast. Kenta did not speak. He was listening from the bureau. Izuku knew because the silence felt like him. 4 days of preparation had carved the plan into something sharp enough to trust, but not enough to relax. Trusting a plan too much was another way to become blind. The spire had 3 layers. The first layer was public security. Guards, cameras, badge readers, visible checkpoints. Annoying but predictable. The second layer was commission security. Rotating hero patrols, internal biometric doors, private elevators, controlled stairwells, and silent alarms tied to response teams. The third layer was the problem. Quirk suppression fields on lower floors. Not strong enough to erase powerful quirks completely, according to Monoma's old files, but enough to weaken output, disrupt activation timing, and cause strange feedback in people whose bodies relied on their abilities instinctively. Izuku did not have a functioning quirk anymore. That should have helped. It did not. Eagle vision was not registered, not understood, not exactly a quirk, but the suppression field still pressed against it like a hand squeezing his skull. Every test run near low-grade suppression emitters had ended with migraines worse than usual. Inside the spire, he would have seconds at a time, maybe less. The final problem was Tanaka's protection detail. 2 classified enforcement assets, no public quirk profiles, no confirmed names, no clear faces. Only movement pattern records, suggesting they had worked together before in sealed commission operations, where targets disappeared into protective custody. Izuku had learned long ago that unknown opponents were more dangerous than stronger opponents. Strength could be measured. Unknowns had to be survived. He checked the time, 10:38 a.m. The hearing would end sometime between 11:10 and 11:25. Tanaka would be vulnerable during transfer from the sealed chamber to the private exit route. That was the window. Not for killing, for exposure, for proof. For forcing a dead man back into the world of the living long enough for everyone to see him. Shoji spoke again. Sensor overlap in 1 minute. Izuku stood slowly. The wind pulled at the edges of his robes. From this height, the city looked almost peaceful. That was how it always looked before the fall. Kenta's voice finally entered the comms. Remember the first lesson. Izuku looked at the distance between buildings, the service cables, the narrow ledges, the path he had already drawn in his mind. Don't rely on power when technique will do. No. Kenta said, Fall correctly. Izuku's mouth almost curved, understood. Then he ran, not like Deku, not like the boy who once hurled himself across skylines with lightning in his limbs. He ran like water finding architecture, across the archive's roof, down a sloped maintenance cover. One hand to a pipe, foot to a window ledge, drop, roll, spring forward, no wasted height. No heroic silhouette against the sky, no thunderclap announcing arrival. He crossed the first street above traffic, using a service cable thick enough to hold his weight, but not thick enough to forgive hesitation. His boots touched down on a communications building. He moved across it, slid under an antenna frame, and reached the eastern side of the spire's block just as the sensor overlap began. Every 11 minutes, the spire's east maintenance entrance suffered a 40-second weakness. Not a shutdown, a contradiction. The quirk suppression field from the lower floors overlapped badly with interference from a nearby broadcast tower. During that overlap, two sensor systems compensated for each other incorrectly. Each assumed the other was covering a tiny gap near the maintenance access route, 40 seconds. That was all. At second 3, Izuku dropped from the neighboring rooftop onto a narrow external drainage lip. At second 9, he crossed beneath a security camera's blind arc. At second 16, he reached the maintenance panel. At second 22, the lockpick slid into place. At second 31, the panel opened. At second 36, he was inside. At second 40, the sensor gap closed behind him. He remained still in the dark maintenance shaft, listening. No alarm, no footsteps, no voice shouting his name, good, but good was temporary. The shaft smelled of machine heat and dust. Narrow walls pressed close around him. Cables ran along one side, color-coded and labeled with the kind of neatness that made sabotage easier if you knew what mattered. Izuku did not touch them. His mission was not to cripple the building, not yet. He moved downward through the shaft until he reached a ventilation junction overlooking a restricted service corridor on the 3rd floor, 2 guards, 1 camera, 1 badge door, no civilians. Izuku waited until the guards looked away at the same time, then slipped through the vent, dropped behind them, and struck each at the base of the neck with controlled precision. Not hard enough to injure permanently, hard enough to sleep. He caught the second guard before the body hit the floor and lowered both into a cleaning alcove. Then he removed one badge. The badge would not take him far, but far enough was sometimes everything. Inside, Izuku whispered. Shoji responded immediately. No alarm on external feeds. Hagase. Release protocol stable. Ajiro. District traffic normal. Izuku moved. The spire's interior was colder than outside, not physically, though the air conditioning was too strong. It was the design. Pale walls, soft lights, clean floors. Every hallway looked like a place where reasonable people made reasonable decisions. Izuku passed 3 closed offices and saw framed posters on the walls. Public trust through responsible oversight, safety through stability, ethics in action. He almost stopped at that one. Almost. But anger was expensive. He kept moving. At the stairwell door, the borrowed badge failed expected. Izuku opened the panel beneath the reader, inserted a small bypass chip built from Monoma's access data and Kenta's old hardware, then waited 3 seconds. 4. A red light blinked, then green. He entered the stairwell. The suppression field began on the 5th floor below him. He felt it before he reached it. Pressure behind the eyes. A hum in the bones, not sound, not exactly. The building's lower systems were designed to weaken quirks, but the field interacted strangely with him. The ember of One for All did not vanish. It curled inward like heat beneath ash. His muscles felt slightly heavier. His left hand tingled. Eagle vision would be worse. He continued down. At floor 5, Shoji spoke. Movement update. Kendo Itsuka confirmed inside. Security liaison for hearing chamber level. Izuku stopped halfway down the stairs. For 1 second, the entire plan seemed to tighten around that name. Kendo's here. Yes, 4th floor corridor, north side. She appears to be coordinating internal patrols. Ajiro's voice came in tense. That complicates things. Yes, it did. Izuku had expected Kendo somewhere near the operation eventually, but not directly between him and Tanaka. Her choice had been coming. He had hoped it would come after the evidence release. Hope, as Kenta often reminded him, was not a strategy. Izuku resumed moving. Track her route. Shoji answered, already doing it. At the fourth-floor stairwell door, Izuku stopped and took one breath. The hearing chamber level lay beyond. This floor was not public. No soft posters now. No bright ethics slogans. Just reinforced doors, badge locks, and carpet thick enough to swallow footsteps. He opened the door 2 centimeters. A corridor stretched left and right. Empty, for now. He slipped through. The first patrol passed 30 seconds later. 2 licensed heroes, unfamiliar, both wearing commission security tags. Izuku pressed himself into the narrow gap between a wall pillar and a decorative plant container, hidden by angle rather than shadow. The patrol passed. One hero paused. Izuku did not breathe. The hero looked back down the corridor, frowning. Then his partner said something about the hearing schedule and they moved on. Izuku exhaled silently. Eagle vision could have confirmed the danger. He did not use it, not yet. He reached the first camera junction and launched a small loop device onto the ceiling corner. The feed would repeat 8 seconds of empty corridor. Not long, long enough to cross. He moved through, then a door opened ahead. Kendo Itsuka stepped into the corridor. Izuku stopped. Too late to retreat, too exposed to hide. For one frozen second, they simply looked at each other. She wore a dark commission liaison uniform, not full hero gear. Her hands were bare. Her orange hair was tied tightly behind her head. Her eyes took in the hood, the robes, the bracers, the blood already beginning to stain beneath Izuku's nose from suppression pressure. Recognition hit, not surprise. She had expected him, maybe not here, but somewhere. Midoriya, she said quietly. Izuku did not move. Kendo. Her gaze flicked toward the camera behind him, looped, then toward the far corridor. No patrol visible. They had less than a minute. You shouldn't be here, she said. I know. That wasn't advice. It was assessment. Then your assessment is correct. Her jaw tightened. The old Kendo would have hated that answer. This one looked like she hated that part of herself still did. You're going to Tanaka. Yes. You know his name. Yes. Something moved behind her eyes, not shock, confirmation. You're too late, she said. The hearing is already ending. Then I'm exactly on time. Kendo stepped slightly into the middle of the corridor, not attacking, blocking. Izuku's shoulders lowered. Kendo. No, she said. You don't get to say my name like we're still students standing outside a training ground. That landed. He let it. Her voice stayed low, controlled but tense. I read the files you gave me, Awase, Shishida, Monoma, the memo about you. I checked what I could. Some was true, enough was true. Then move. I also saw what happened after Awase died. Every commission hardliner is using it. Every reform attempt now has to answer questions about vigilante escalation. Do you understand what that did? Yes. Do you? Her fists enlarged slightly, not full combat size, emotion leaking into quirk expression. You think truth wins because you release it. It doesn't. Truth gets argued with. Buried, twisted. People get scared and choose the strongest voice in the room. If you kill Tanaka here, you hand that voice to the worst people left. I'm not here to kill him. Kendo stared at him. For the first time, she seemed uncertain. You expect me to believe that? No. Then why say it? Because it's true whether you believe it or not. Her eyes searched his face beneath the hood. He realized then that the hood had slipped back slightly during the climb through the shaft. Not fully, but enough she could see him, not the mask, not the assassin, Izuku, that was dangerous. Not because she could identify him, she already had, because seeing his face made it harder for both of them to pretend this was simple. You look awful, she said quietly. A small, broken echo of school days almost passed between them, almost. Suppression field, he said. Your nose is bleeding. I know, you're shaking, I know. And you still think you can get through 2 classified assets in Tanaka. No, Kendo blinked. Izuku's voice remained steady. I think the Brotherhood can expose him. I only need to reach him long enough to make sure he can't vanish before the release. The Brotherhood, the people your commission kept ignoring. That struck harder than intended. Kendo looked away. Footsteps sounded faintly from the far corridor. Shoji's voice clicked in Izuku's ear. Patrol approaching. 40 seconds. Kendo heard nothing, but she saw Izuku's attention shift. Her face hardened. Are you using comms? Yes. How many people are involved? Enough. That means enough people to arrest. Izuku stepped closer. That depends on what you choose right now. Her eyes flashed. Don't put this on me. I'm not. It was already on you before I got here. Silence. Footsteps closer. Kendo's breathing slowed. This was the moment, not the final choice of her life, but one of the ones that would define how she remembered herself when no one else was watching. "You're going to destroy what's left of public trust," she whispered. "No," Izuku said. "Tanaka already did. I'm making sure people see the damage before they're asked to trust the repairs." The patrol was near now, 20 seconds. Kendo looked past him, then at the door behind her, then at his wrists. "Are you going to use the blade?" "If he gives me no other way to stop him from escaping." "That's not no." "No," Izuku said. "It isn't." The honesty hurt her, but a lie would have ended everything. Kendo closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, the institution inside her had cracked, not collapsed, cracked. She stepped aside. Izuku did not move immediately, neither did she. "The North Corridor camera has a manual blind spot after the next patrol passes," she said, voice barely audible. 7 seconds. The chamber's private exit opens into the East Transfer Hall. Tanaka won't use the main elevator. He'll use the internal service lift behind the hearing room. Izuku absorbed every word. "You'll be implicated, I know. They'll investigate you, I know." "Why?" Kendo looked at him then, and her face was tired in a way no training could hide. "Because I read Oase's casualty reports." The patrol turned the corner. Kendo shoved Izuku hard into the side maintenance closet and slammed the door shut from outside. Through the thin gap, he heard her voice snap into command. "Patrol route changed. South Corridor sweep now. Hearing exit requires clear path." One of the heroes objected. "We were assigned north, and I'm assigning you south. Move." A pause, then footsteps moved away. Izuku stood in the dark closet, one hand against the wall. Shoji's voice came through. "Path clear." Izuku opened the door. Kendo stood outside, not looking at him. "Go," she said. He went. 7 seconds. That was the blind spot. He crossed the North Corridor at full speed, silent over thick carpet, reached the service door and slipped through just as the camera angle returned. The East Transfer Hall was narrower, colder, and lined with reinforced glass. Behind one panel, he saw the hearing chamber. A sealed room with a crescent table, abandoned water glasses, inactive recording devices, and the lingering feeling of decisions already made. Tanaka was not there, but 2 figures stood outside the private service lift, classified assets. One was tall and thin, face hidden behind a smooth visor, wearing a dark suit reinforced at the joints. The other was shorter, heavier, with a white mask covering the lower half of the face and gloved hands held loosely at the sides. No obvious quirk indicators. That was never good. Behind them stood an older man in a gray administrative coat, average height, graying hair, calm posture, unremarkable face. Tanaka Ryo looked like someone you would forget in an elevator. That made Izuku's skin crawl. Tanaka turned before Izuku made a sound, not startled, interested. "Midoriya Izuku," he said. His voice was warm, polite, alive. The tall asset moved first, fast, too fast for a baseline human. Izuku activated Eagle Vision for 1 second. Gold exploded across the hall. Tall asset. Red, direct line, right hand strike carrying electrical discharge. Short asset. Red-orange, delayed motion. Area control quirk unknown. Tanaka. Pale gold, calm, no fear, stop. Pain stabbed through Izuku's skull. He dropped under the tall asset's strike. Electricity cracked against the wall behind him, scorching the panel. Izuku rolled, threw a smoke pellet, and shifted left. The short asset clapped both hands once. The smoke flattened, not dispersed. Flattened downward, slammed to the floor by sudden pressure, gravity, air compression. Izuku did not wait to classify. He jumped onto the side wall, kicked off, and used the tall asset's second attack as a timing marker. The electrified strike hit the floor where he had been. Izuku landed behind a support pillar. Tanaka watched from near the lift. "Remarkable," he said. "You adapted faster than predicted." Izuku ignored him. Tall asset closed again. The style was precise. Not wild. Commission-trained, aimed to incapacitate. Electricity along the hands and forearms, controlled bursts. Dangerous if grabbed. The short asset stayed near Tanaka, palms ready, bodyguard and controller. Izuku could not win a straight fight. Good, he had not planned to. He threw 2 sonic pucks in opposite directions. The tall asset did not fall for the first, but the second emitted a frequency that disrupted the visor for half a second. The asset's head twitched. Izuku moved into that half-second, striking the knee joint with a compact baton. The asset staggered but did not fall. The short asset raised one hand, pressure crushed downward. Izuku hit the floor hard, breath forced from his lungs. The gravity field pinned him for one brutal second. The ember flared weakly, not enough to break the field, enough to move fingers. His hand reached his belt and triggered the magnetic line launcher. The line fired sideways, hooking onto a service rail near the ceiling. Izuku released the pull mechanism. It dragged him out from under the pressure field just as the floor panel cracked where he had been pinned. He slammed into the wall, pain flashing through his ribs. Still moving, always moving, Shoji's voice cut through the comms. 2 patrols converging. 3 minutes until full alarm likely. Hage's followed, release package ready, awaiting confirmation Tanaka is present. Izuku looked at Tanaka, the man smiled faintly. Ah, you need proof. Izuku froze. Tanaka had heard no, not the comms. He had understood the strategy. That was worse. You didn't come here to kill me. Tanaka continued. If you had, you would have used the smoke first and the east ceiling access second. You wanted confrontation, voice capture, visual confirmation, some little packet to feed your journalists. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Tanaka adjusted his cuff calmly. You know how many young heroes think exposing truth is the same as changing power. The tall asset attacked again. Izuku ducked, twisted, and let the electrified fist strike the glass panel behind him. The panel cracked but held. The short asset moved to compress the air again. This time, Izuku threw a flash pellet directly at the floor. The burst did not blind the masked asset fully, but it broke concentration. The pressure field stuttered. Izuku used that moment to launch upward, catch the edge of a wall-mounted light fixture, and swing over the tall asset's next strike. He landed near the hearing chamber door. Tanaka's eyes followed him. No fear, still none. That irritated Izuku more than it should have. He used eagle vision for one more second. Big mistake. The suppression field clawed through the ability like broken glass. The world turned gold, then white. Tanaka's outline sharpened. Calm intent, calculated delay. He was not trying to escape yet. He was buying time. Behind him, the lift indicator changed. Another team coming up. Stop. Izuku cut the vision and nearly fell. Blood ran from his nose now. His head roared. Kenta's voice entered quietly. Do not let pain make you greedy. Izuku breathed. 1, 2, 3. Then he acted, not toward Tanaka, toward the chamber controls. The hearing room door had sealed automatically after the session. Izuku's stolen badge would not open it. But Kendo's warning had told him enough. The chamber linked to the private exit route. He threw a bypass spike into the control panel. The door opened halfway before security rejected the command. Halfway was enough. Izuku rolled through into the hearing chamber. The tall asset followed. The short asset moved to guard Tanaka. Good. Inside the chamber, Izuku changed the fight. Open hallway favored their coordination. The hearing room favored obstacles. Crescent table, chairs, recording mounts, glass partitions, multiple levels of sightline interruption. The tall asset came through the door with electrical hands raised. Izuku threw a chair, not at him, at the lights. The room flickered. He moved in darkness between flashes. The asset struck fast, clipping Izuku's shoulder. Electricity burned through muscle, making his left arm spasm. Izuku gritted his teeth and let the momentum carry him under the table. The asset reached down. Izuku kicked the chair wheels into the asset's ankle, then drove the baton into the same knee joint he had struck earlier. This time, something snapped mechanically, not bone, a support brace. The asset dropped to one knee. Izuku rose behind him and used a restraint cord around the arms, pulling tight, locking the electrified hands against each other. Current surged through the asset's own suit. The figure convulsed once and collapsed, stunned but breathing, one down. The chamber door buckled inward, pressure wave, the short asset. Izuku grabbed the stunned asset's collar and rolled away as the crescent table slammed flat under invisible force. Tanaka stepped into the doorway behind the masked protector. He looked mildly impressed. You truly are wasted as a symbol. Izuku stood slowly, left arm shaking, and you're smaller than I expected. For the first time, Tanaka's smile thinned. Good, not enough to make him reckless, enough to prove there was a person under the comm. The short asset raised both hands. Izuku did not have time. Then a massive orange fist punched through the side corridor wall and struck the masked asset hard enough to throw them across the hearing room floor. Kendo Itsuka stepped through the broken panel, breathing hard, eyes blazing. I am going to have so much paperwork. She muttered. Izuku stared. Kendo did not look at him. Move. He moved. The masked asset recovered quickly, pushing up with frightening control. Kendo intercepted, fists enlarged fully now, meeting pressure bursts with raw force and trained footwork. Every impact shook the chamber. She was not winning easily, but she was holding. That was enough. Izuku turned toward Tanaka. The old man was already walking backward toward the service lift, not running, still not running. Men like Tanaka never ran until they had renamed running as strategic withdrawal. Izuku crossed the room. Tanaka reached inside his coat. Izuku's hidden blade deployed, not to kill, to stop. The blade pinned Tanaka's sleeve to the wall beside the lift controls, missing flesh by a breath. Tanaka looked at the blade, then at Izuku. Restraint, he said softly. How theatrical. Izuku stepped closer. You're done, Tanaka smiled. No, I am visible. That is different. Izuku pressed the comm switch. Hegase, confirm visual. Confirmed, she said. Her voice shook with controlled fury. Face match running, voice captured. Tanaka Ryo alive. Release everything. A pause, then Hagase said. Voice protocol live. Across Musutafu, the first files began to move, not as one messy leak, as a coordinated storm. Tsuburaba's ledgers went to financial crime reporters. Yanaga's forged assessments went to legal watchdogs and medical ethics boards. Shishida's quirk data transfers went to hero agency oversight committees and public networks. Oase's access logs went to protected witness advocates. Monoma's statement fragments went out with redactions preserving his location, but proving commission coercion. And Tanaka Ryo's living face, voice, and authorization codes went to everyone, everywhere, all at once. Tanaka watched Izuku's expression and understood. His smile did not vanish. That made Izuku cold. You think you've killed the machine, Tanaka said. No, good. Then you are not completely naive. Izuku held his gaze. I know there are more. 800 more if you are lucky. 8,000 if you learn how to count properly. Behind them, Kendo slammed the masked asset into the chamber table. The pressure field burst outward, cracking glass. Tanaka continued, voice calm under chaos. The hero system was always going to rot. Public worship, state violence, private sponsorship, celebrity economics, quirk inequality, all of it begging for management. I did not create corruption, Midoriya. I professionalized it. Izuku's jaw tightened. You sold people to villains. I traded controlled losses for predictable outcomes. You leaked routes. I mapped risk. You destroyed whistleblowers. I preserved institutional stability. Izuku stepped closer. The blade remained pinning the sleeve to the wall. You tried to have me erased. Tanaka's eyes sharpened. You were becoming inconvenient. There it was, no euphemism, no moral language, just truth. Izuku almost preferred it. Tanaka leaned slightly forward, limited by the pinned sleeve. Kill me, and I become exactly what the hardliners need. A dead administrator murdered by a radicalized former hero in costume. Spare me and I talk, publicly, carefully. I name names slowly in ways that protect the deeper structure. I turn reform into negotiation. I make myself useful. I know, Tanaka paused. For the first time, uncertainty flickered. Izuku retracted the blade. Tanaka's sleeve tore free. Then Izuku struck him once, not with the blade, with his fist controlled. Sharp, enough to drop him to one knee. Tanaka coughed, one hand against the floor. Izuku crouched in front of him. You're not useful anymore. You're evidence. Tanaka's eyes lifted. The calm was cracking now, not much, enough. You cannot trust the commission to arrest me. I don't. Then who? Izuku looked toward the chamber entrance. Footsteps, not patrols, different rhythm. Kendo had made one more choice. A reform-aligned internal response unit entered the chamber, led by a gray-haired woman in commission legal armor with no visible hero branding. Her face was pale from what she had clearly already seen on her secure feed. Behind her came 4 officers wearing body cameras, active body cameras. Hagese's doing. The woman looked at Tanaka, then at Izuku, then at Kendo, who stood over the masked asset with one enlarged fist still ready. This room is under emergency evidence preservation protocol, the woman said. Her voice was steady but barely. Tanaka Ryo, You are being detained pending criminal review, identity fraud investigation, conspiracy inquiry, and emergency commission oversight action. Tanaka laughed softly from the floor. You have no idea what you are touching. The woman's face hardened. No, but now everyone is watching. That was when Tanaka finally looked afraid, not of prison, not of Izuku, of visibility. 2 officers restrained him. Izuku stepped back, blade retracted. Every instinct screamed to stay until Tanaka was fully secured, until every exit closed, until the man could not slip into another administrative shadow. But the alarm finally spread. Red lights flashed across the chamber. A voice over the building speakers ordered lockdown. Shoji spoke urgently. External response teams moving. You need to leave now. Ajiro added, North route burned. Use Kendo's breach, then east stairwell. I can guide you to the service roof. Kendo turned to Izuku. For a moment, neither spoke. Her commission uniform was torn at the shoulder. Dust marked her face. One hand was shaking slightly as it returned to normal size. You said no blade, she said. I said that was the objective. And I kept it. She looked at Tanaka being dragged upright, then at the cracked room, then back at him. They'll come for me. Yes, they'll come for everyone. Yes. Was it worth it? Izuku looked at Tanaka, then at the officer's body cameras, then at the first public alert beginning to flash across a monitor on the chamber wall. Breaking. Sealed commission files allege corruption network tied to League operations. Former official believed dead, reportedly alive. He looked back at Kendo. It has to become worth it. That answer hurt because it was not comforting. Kendo nodded once anyway. Go. Izuku ran through the broken wall down the east corridor. Past stunned patrols who were still trying to understand whether he was the intruder or the reason the truth was now outside the building. One hero saw him and raised a hand. Izuku threw smoke, vaulted the corridor railing, dropped to the stairwell landing below, rolled through pain and kept moving. His body was failing in small ways now. The suppression field had pushed eagle vision too hard. His head pounded with every step. His left arm remained half numb from the electrical strike. His ribs screamed when he breathed, but he moved. Ajiro's voice guided him. 2 floors down right, service passage, camera loop active for 5 seconds. Go. Izuku went, Shoji followed with updates. Patrol above, delay at junction. Kendo is redirecting them. Hage spoke next, voice filled with something between terror and triumph. It's everywhere. They can't contain it. Izuku, it's everywhere. He almost stumbled, not from pain, from the sound of his name in that moment, not Deku, not subject. Izuku. He reached the service roof through a maintenance hatch, just as response sirens began filling the district below. The sky was bright, too bright. He had entered the spire in secrecy. He exited into daylight. For a second, he stood exposed on the roof, wind pulling at the white robes, blood drying beneath his nose, one sleeve torn, the city roaring beneath him as the first wave of truth hit every screen. Then a grappling line shot across from the neighboring building. Ajiro, from the far roof, waved sharply. Move. Izuku moved across the line, down the maintenance stairs, through a construction scaffold, into an alley where a delivery van waited with its back doors open. Shoji pulled him inside with 3 arms and shut the doors. The van drove before Izuku fully sat down. For several minutes, nobody spoke. Ajiro sat across from him, breathing hard. Shoji checked the wound on his arm. Hage's voice continued through a speaker, reading updates from the release. Yanagi inquiry reopened nationally. Shishida License Board emergency session. Tsuburaba named in financial routing scheme. Commission chair refusing comment. Tanaka footage confirmed by 3 outlets. Kendo Itsuka named as present at detention, status unclear. Izuku closed his eyes. Kendo, that consequence would come. Not today maybe, but soon. Kenta's voice entered last, report. Izuku leaned his head back against the van wall. Tanaka alive. Detained. Evidence released. Blade unused. A long pause, then Kenta said, acceptable. Ajiro stared at the speaker. That's it, Shoji said quietly. From him, that is emotional. Izuku laughed once. It hurt, but he laughed. The van turned into an underground service route, disappearing beneath the city before commission search grids could adjust. Above them, Musutafu began to change, not beautifully, not cleanly. Truth did not heal like sunlight in stories. It burned first, people would deny, defend, accuse, panic, choose sides, hero agencies would issue statements. Commission officials would sacrifice names, villains would exploit confusion, news panels would shout for weeks. Reform factions would fight hardliners in rooms no camera reached. The machine would not die today. Tanaka had been right about that. But for the first time, it had been forced to bleed in public. And inside the van, surrounded by the people who had made that possible, Izuku understood something he had not understood when he first put on the robes. The creed was not about standing above the world. It was about stepping into its shadows without letting them hollow you out. He had entered the spire as the blade. He left it as part of something larger. The eyes had watched, the voice had spoken, the brotherhood had moved, and Tanaka Ryo, the dead man who made evil sound like maintenance, was finally alive enough to answer for it. Chapter 6. What the Shadow Leaves. Theme: Justice and peace are not the same thing. Choose carefully which one you fought for. The first lie appeared 11 minutes after the evidence drop. It came from an emergency commission statement broadcast across every major news channel in Japan. The statement was clean, professional, and empty in the way Izuku had learned to recognize as dangerous. The Hero Public Safety Commission is aware of misleading materials circulating through unauthorized media channels. We urge the public not to engage with unverified documents that may compromise ongoing investigations, national security, and hero operations. Izuku watched it from the bureau beneath Kenta's repair shop, sitting on the edge of the old wooden bench with his left arm wrapped in fresh bandages and a cooling pack pressed against the back of his skull. The spire had been 8 hours ago. His body was still counting the cost. His shoulder burned, his ribs ached whenever he breathed too deeply. His left hand had not fully stopped trembling since the electrical strike. The suppression field's damage sat behind his eyes like broken glass, turning every bright screen into pain, but he kept watching. Everyone did. Kenta stood near the carved eagle with his arms folded. Ajiro leaned against the map table, tail moving with restless anger. Shoji sat in the corner, 6 arms occupied at once, one holding a tablet, 2 sorting printed reports, 1 monitoring police scanner traffic, and 2 crossed tightly against his chest. Hage stood at the main console, eyes red from exhaustion, hair tied up with a pencil she had forgotten was there. She looked like someone who had not slept in a lifetime and had no intention of starting now. On the screen, a commission spokesperson continued speaking. Former official Tanaka Ryo's identity is still under review. Early claims regarding his status should not be treated as factual until confirmed by internal authorities. Hagase laughed once. It had no humor in it. Internal authorities, she repeated. The same internal authorities who kept him dead on paper for 2 years. Ajiro's tail hit the floor. They're already trying to bury it. No, Kenta said. Everyone looked at him. The old man's gaze remained on the screen. They are trying to slow the bleeding. Burying requires silence. They no longer have silence. That was true. The voice had done its work too well. The files were everywhere. Not just one leak on one platform that could be taken down. Financial documents had gone to investigative reporters, opposition legal committees, international hero ethics observers, civilian rights groups, medical oversight boards, and independent data archivists. Yanagi's forged psychological assessments were being mirrored by medical whistleblower networks, faster than the commission could issue denials. Shishida's quirk data transfers had triggered panic inside hero agencies because no one wanted to admit how many performance records had been stored without proper consent. Oasis access logs were spreading more slowly, deliberately, with civilian witness names redacted. But the pattern was undeniable. Sealed doors opened, routes compromised, victims exposed, and Tanaka's face. That was the thing the commission could not explain away quickly. The dead man had been recorded alive, not in a blurry alley, not through anonymous rumor, inside a commission facility. During a sealed hearing, being detained by a reform-aligned internal response unit while officers wore active body cameras. Even if the commission wanted to claim the footage was fabricated, too many people inside the spire had seen him. Too many security logs had captured pieces. Too many internal factions now had leverage against each other. Truth had not won, but it had escaped, and escaped truth was harder to kill. A second news banner appeared beneath the spokesperson. Breaking, multiple commission oversight members call for emergency session following corruption allegations. Then another. Hero agency data breach scandal expands Beast hero Shishida suspended pending inquiry. Then another. Medical Ethics Board requests documents tied to psychological hold assessments. Shoji lowered the tablet. It's fracturing. Hagase nodded. Good. Izuku looked at her. Not all fractures heal cleanly. She met his gaze. No, but sealed rot never heals at all. No one argued. By midnight, the first counterattack began, not physical. Narrative. A Hero News commentator called the evidence dangerously timed information warfare. A former commission advisor suggested that vigilante groups may have manipulated legitimate internal documents to destabilize public trust. An agency director said that even if some wrongdoing had occurred, unauthorized exposure could endanger active operations. Then came the word Izuku had expected, radicalized. They did not use his name at first. They did not have to. Clips appeared of his old battles. Deku covered in blood during the war. Deku screaming through pain. Deku pushing too hard, breaking himself, standing up again. Moments once used to celebrate him were rearranged into something unstable. The boy who would not stop. The hero who could not let go. The symbol who lost his quirk and became dangerous by dawn. His face appeared on screen beside the word person of interest. Kenta turned the display off. The bureau fell quiet. Izuku stared at the black screen. He had known this would happen. Knowing did not make it painless. Ajiro spoke first. They're making you the story. Yes, you're very calm about that. No, Izuku said. I'm familiar with it. That answer landed heavily. For years, society had made him a story. Quirkless boy chosen by the greatest hero, reckless student, war survivor, symbol of the new generation. Dangerous fugitive, assassin. Every version had been useful to someone, very few had been fully him. Hagase rubbed both hands over her face. We prepared for this. The next release separates the network from you. Civilian testimony first, then financial records, then commission internal memos. The more the public sees normal people hurt by this structure, the harder it becomes to reduce everything to your hood. Do it, Izuku said. She nodded. Then Shoji's scanner chirped, his eyes sharpened. Commission enforcement is moving. Ajiro straightened. Here? No. 3 known voice contact locations. 1 legal office. 2 journalist apartments. Hagase went still. One of those apartments was hers. For half a second, no one moved. Then the bureau erupted into controlled motion. Not panic, training. Shoji relayed addresses. Ajiro activated extraction routes. Kenta opened an old wall compartment and pulled out burner phones, folded cash packets, and clean documents. Hagase reached for her console. Izuku stood too quickly, pain cutting across his ribs. Kenta's cane struck the floor once. No, Izuku froze. They're going after her. And you can barely stand. I can still move. You can still bleed on my floor. Izuku's jaw tightened. Ajiro stepped between them, not aggressively but firmly. I'll go. Izuku looked at him. Ajiro's face was calm in the way it became before combat. I know the extraction drills. I know the safe routes, and I'm not currently the most wanted face in Japan. Shoji stood. I'll coordinate from the second route. Hagase was already copying final files to a Deadman server. I'm not leaving until the release goes. Ajiro turned to her. Yes, you are. She glared at him. I have 3 minutes of upload left. You have 30 seconds before I carry you. For the first time all night, something like life entered Kenta's eyes. Ajiro is correct. Hagase pointed at the screen. If this upload fails, Izuku stepped forward, ignoring the pain. I'll finish it. She looked at him. He held out his hand. Go. Hagase hesitated for 1 second, only one, then she shoved a drive into his palm. Do not improvise with my release order. I won't. I mean it. If you dump the files emotionally, I will come back and haunt this entire dramatic basement. Despite everything, Izuku almost smiled, understood. Ajiro took her by the arm and guided her toward the side tunnel. Shoji followed after sending 3 coded warnings to other cells. Within 2 minutes, the bureau felt emptier. Izuku sat at the console and watched the upload crawl from 86% to 92%. Above them, Somewhere across the city, commission teams were knocking on doors. Maybe politely, maybe not. The upload reached 98. Then the connection stuttered. Izuku's fingers moved across the keyboard, following Hagese's written protocol. No improvising, no emotion, verify checksum, switch mirror route, confirm archive redundancy. The connection returned. 100% release wave 2 went live. This time, the story did not begin with Tanaka. It began with civilians. A mother whose son's injury complaint vanished after a hero crowd control incident. A quirkless organizer flagged as a public agitation risk for attending licensing reform meetings. A sidekick forced into psychological evaluation after refusing to falsify a patrol log. Mutant-type community complaints rerouted into surveillance classifications under Shoji's former agency. Names protected, documents verified, patterns clear. No hood, no blade, no assassin, just people the system had taught itself not to hear. Izuku sat back from the console. Kenta watched him. You followed instructions. Izuku looked exhausted. I'm growing, do not become proud. The moment passed quickly. At 4:18 a.m., Shoji called in. Hagase is detained. Izuku's blood went cold. Ajiro's voice came through next, tight with controlled fury. Not taken from the apartment. They intercepted us near Route 3. She shoved the backup drive to me before they grabbed her. I got clear. She told me to run. Izuku gripped the edge of the console. Condition, alive, conscious, angry. That sounded like Hagase. It did not help enough. Ajiro continued, voice harder now. They had a warrant. Emergency Information Control Statute. They're calling her a material witness in a destabilization inquiry. Kenta's face darkened. Where are they taking her? Shoji answered. Temporary holding near the administrative district, not the spire, smaller site. Public facing enough that they won't disappear her easily. Because the release is live, Izuku said quietly. Yes, Ajiro's voice cut in, we have to get her. No, Kenta said. Ajiro snapped. I wasn't asking you. The bureau went silent. Even through comms, the anger was clear. Izuku closed his eyes. This was the fracture he had feared, not betrayal, love, fear. The need to rescue someone right now because the alternative felt unbearable. He knew that need better than anyone. He also knew how often it led to traps. Ajiro, Izuku said, no answer. Ajiro. What? We don't move blind. They have Hagase, I know. She was taken because of this, because of your operation. The words struck exactly where they were aimed. Kenta looked at Izuku but did not interrupt. Izuku let the silence sit for one breath, then another. Yes, he said. Ajiro's breathing came rough through the calm. Izuku continued. She was taken because she chose to stay long enough to finish the release, because the commission chose to detain a journalist, because Tanaka's network made truth dangerous, and because I chose to start this war in a way that made all of us visible. His voice did not shake. I won't reduce that to one cause just to make the guilt simpler. Ajiro said nothing. We get her out with law first, Izuku said. Voice contacts, legal pressure, public attention, body cameras if possible. If we attack a holding site now, they turn her into proof that we're violent extremists. And if they hurt her, then we adapt. That's not enough. No, Izuku said quietly. It isn't. The honesty did not calm Ajiro, but it stopped him from running alone. That mattered. For 36 hours, Hagase remained detained. Those hours changed the network. Not because she was physically harmed. She was not, beyond exhaustion and intimidation. The commission was too exposed to disappear her, but detention did not need bruises to do damage. They questioned her for 14 hours, asked for sources, asked for names. Asked whether Izuku Midoriya had threatened her, asked whether the voice had league connections, asked whether she understood that her actions could lead to public panic, villain exploitation, and civilian deaths. Hagase said little. When she did speak, she asked for counsel. When they denied specific counsel under emergency provisions, she recited the denial aloud until one of the body cameras captured it. That clip leaked before they released her. The commission denied leaking it. No one believed them. Ajiro was waiting when she walked out of holding. So were 3 lawyers, 2 reporters, and a crowd of civilians who had seen her name spread through the Voice's emergency campaign. She looked exhausted, smaller, somehow, but when a reporter asked if she regretted publishing the files, Hagase turned toward the nearest camera. The public cannot consent to a system that hides what it does to them, she said. Then she nearly collapsed into Ajiro's arms when the cameras turned away. That night, back in the bureau, no one celebrated. Ajiro sat apart from Izuku, not dramatically, that made it worse. Shoji stayed near Hagase, saying almost nothing, offering water whenever her hands shook too much to open the bottle herself. Kenta prepared tea and insulted everyone's posture until the room remembered how to breathe. Izuku stood by the map wall, staring at the updated Fallout reports. 6 commission officials suspended, 2 resigned, 4 missing, Yanagi formally charged, Shishida's license revoked pending criminal review, Tsuburaba requesting protective custody, Tanaka detained but already refusing cooperation. Kendo Itsuka under internal inquiry for breach of security procedure and unauthorized interference during the Spire incident. Awase dead, Monoma safe, Takage gone. The list looked like progress. It felt like wreckage. Ajiro finally approached him after midnight. The training hall was empty. Izuku was rewrapping his left wrist. Ajiro stood in the doorway. I was angry. Izuku looked up. You had reason. I'm still angry. You still have reason. Ajiro's tail moved once, restless. That's not helping. I know. For a moment, they just looked at each other. Then Ajiro stepped inside. Hagase could have been taken somewhere worse. Yes, any of us could. Yes, you knew that. Yes, and you still started this. Izuku tightened the bandage around his wrist. I did. Ajiro's expression hardened. Don't do that. What? Take it all like punishment. It makes arguing with you impossible. Izuku paused. That struck him unexpectedly. Ajiro continued. I'm not asking you to collapse under guilt. I'm asking if you understand that people are following the consequences of your choices now. Izuku looked at the floor. Yes. Not because you forced them, I know. Because they trust you. That was harder to answer. Ajiro stepped closer. So stop acting like carrying the blade alone means you're the only one carrying the war. Izuku's throat tightened slightly. I don't want anyone else to become what I am. Ajiro's face softened, but only a little. Too late. Izuku looked at him. Ajiro lifted one hand. I don't mean killers, I mean changed. The training hall was quiet. Ajiro's voice lowered. Hagase is changed. Shoji is changed. The eyes who had to burn their homes and move are changed. Kendo is changed. I'm changed. You don't get to protect us from consequence by pretending consequence only belongs to you. The words hurt because they were true. Izuku let them settle. Then he nodded once. I'm sorry. Ajiro nodded back, I know. Not forgiveness exactly, not fully. But something steady enough to stand on. That was how the Brotherhood survived its first public wound, not cleanly, not heroically, by telling the truth inside the room before demanding it outside. The next 3 weeks were not a revolution. They were uglier than that. A revolution had music in people's memories. This had hearings, documents, denials, emergency sessions, legal motions, hero agencies issuing statements that said nothing with impressive length. Villain groups attempting to exploit confusion, civilian panic, public anger, public exhaustion. Debates on whether heroes were corrupt, whether the commission had gone too far, whether reform would weaken national safety, whether vigilantes were terrorists, whether leaked evidence should be admissible, whether the public deserved to know everything. Every day, someone tried to simplify it. Every day, the facts resisted. Tanaka's existence became impossible to deny by the 4th day. Too many internal records matched. Too many retired officials recognized him. The body camera footage from the Spire showed enough of his face, voice, and arrest context that the commission could not claim he was imaginary without destroying its own credibility further. So they changed strategy. They called him a rogue actor, one man, a hidden cancer, an anomaly. Hagase nearly threw a mug at the screen when that phrase aired. One man did not build 5 shell companies, 4 psych review routes, 8 agency access channels, and a multi-year data pipeline, she snapped. Kenta gently moved the remaining mugs away from her. The voice responded with Wave 3. This wave did not focus on Tanaka. It focused on architecture, money movement through Tsuburaba's ledgers, internal review suppressions, cross-agency routing patterns, records showing how corrupted decisions survived even when specific people changed roles. The public began to understand something important. The scandal was not that one evil man had infiltrated a good system. The scandal was that the system had built enough shadows for him to thrive. Tsuburaba Kosai broke first. He was not brave. No one pretended he was. Once his ledgers became public and Tanaka's arrest proved the top of the structure was exposed, Tsuburaba requested protective custody through an independent prosecutor instead of the commission. His testimony was ugly, useful, and self-serving. He named contractors, account routes, donation channels, emergency funds diverted into private enforcement budgets. He claimed he had never understood the full extent. No one believed that entirely. But truth did not always arrive from noble mouths. Sometimes it crawled out because rats disliked sinking ships. His cooperation collapsed 3 financial channels in 1 week. Shishida Jiroda tried to defend himself longer. His public statement argued that quirk data transfer had been part of controlled threat mapping operations. He claimed no malicious intent. He claimed the world was dangerous. He claimed heroes needed intelligence networks that could reach places official systems could not. Then victims began speaking. Heroes whose training data had been sold. Mutant-type civilians whose biometric patterns appeared in illegal support gear testing files. Sidekicks whose quirk weaknesses had been cataloged without consent. Shishida's license was revoked. Criminal charges followed. No blade required. Yanagi Ryaiko was colder. Even under inquiry, she remained composed. She insisted her psychological assessments were lawful under emergency stabilization provisions. She argued that public trust required difficult decisions. She described whistleblowers as vulnerable individuals susceptible to manipulation. Then the voice released the comparison files. Original evaluations, altered evaluations, suppression notes, her handwritten symbols, case after case after case. The Medical Ethics Board turned first, then the courts. Yanagi was arrested on charges tied to falsification, unlawful detention recommendations, and conspiracy to obstruct testimony. Her victims began receiving case reviews, not justice, not yet. But doors opened that had been sealed for years. Monoma's name never went public. That was deliberate. Izuku argued for it. Hagase agreed. Barely. Monoma had done harm. He had also provided the gallery, the routes, and the first real view of Tanaka's structure. His testimony was anonymized and held for prosecutors under protected status. Some in the network disliked that. Izuku understood why. Mercy was easier to respect when it cost nothing. Monoma's did. Weeks later, a coded message arrived through the Eastern Freight route. No sender name, just 3 words, still alive. Thanks. Izuku read it once, then archived it. Kendo's inquiry became public on the 12th day. The commission hardliners wanted her punished as a traitor. The reform faction wanted her protected as a cooperating witness. The public wanted a simple answer. Kendo refused to provide one. Her hearing was broadcast after pressure from journalists and civilian groups. She appeared in a plain suit, not a hero costume, hands folded on the table in front of her. When asked why she allowed an unauthorized fugitive to move through the spire, she did not say Izuku's name. She said, "Because I had reason to believe the person being pursued was carrying evidence of crimes committed under commission protection." When asked whether she regretted failing to stop him, she said, "I regret that lawful channels had been made so useless that stopping him would have protected the wrong people." That sentence replayed for 2 days. Her career inside the commission ended immediately. Her hero license entered review, but prosecution failed. The evidence package made it too dangerous for the commission to punish her cleanly without proving her point. Kendo resigned from her liaison role before they could remove her. 2 weeks later, she appeared beside civilian advocates calling for independent oversight of hero enforcement actions. She never mentioned the maintenance corridor, never mentioned the spire hallway, never mentioned the moment she stepped aside. But once, during a public statement, she looked directly into the camera and said, "Stability without accountability is just fear with better branding." Izuku saw it from the bureau. He said nothing, but he watched until the end. Takage Setsuna disappeared completely. That was expected. 3 safe houses connected to her were empty by the time the eyes checked them. 2 accounts were drained. One league broker connected to her fled the country and was arrested at an airport because Takage had apparently sold his escape route to 3 different groups. A week after the spire, Izuku received a postcard with no stamp and no return address. On the front was a cartoon lizard wearing sunglasses, on the back handwritten, "Told you I'd get out, try not to become boring." Izuku stared at it for a long time, then pinned it to the board under unknown. Kenta saw it and grunted. "She will return. I know. You should have taken the deal." "No." "Good. You think she'll be a problem later?" Kenta looked at the cartoon lizard. "She already is. Later she will simply be closer." That was as comforting as Kenta usually got. The ember of One for All faded quietly. No dramatic final spark. No last burst of green lightning. Just a slow decline that Izuku could no longer ignore. 3 weeks after the spire, he tried to cross a rooftop gap he had cleared easily a month before. He made it, barely. His fingers caught the opposite ledge. Pain shot through his left arm. His grip slipped. For one awful second, his body reached for strength that was not there. Then training saved him, not power, technique. He hooked his knee, shifted his weight, and rolled onto the roof, breathing hard. Kenta stood on the other side of the gap, having watched the entire thing. Izuku lay on his back, staring at the cloudy sky. "Don't say it." I had not yet decided which insult was most educational. Izuku closed his eyes, the embers weaker. "Yes, you knew. Yes, how long?" "Since the first week." Izuku laughed tiredly. "Of course." Kenta crossed the gap by a narrower route using pipes and ledges instead of jumping. "Show off." He stood over Izuku. "You are upset because your body is becoming honest." Izuku opened one eye. "That is not how most people describe losing strength." "You are not losing strength. You are losing borrowed force." Izuku sat up slowly. "My body was tempered by One for All. That's still me." "Yes, the consequences are yours, so are the lessons, but the excess is leaving." The words hurt. Not sharply, deeply. One for All had been gift, burden, inheritance, identity, and proof. Even after it stopped functioning as a true quirk, the ember had remained like a final reassurance that some part of the old Deku still lived in his bones. If that faded, what was left? Kenta seemed to hear the question without being asked. "You are still looking for permission from power." Izuku looked away. The old man sat beside him on the rooftop edge, unusual. Kenta rarely sat unless making a point. The boy who wanted to be a hero believed power would give him the right to act. The man in the hood believed losing that power meant he needed the blade to replace it. Izuku said nothing. And now, Izuku looked down at his hands, scarred, calloused, trembling slightly from strain. "Now I don't know." "Good." Izuku almost smiled. "You enjoy saying that." "Yes, certainty makes young men insufferable." The city moved below them, still noisy, still wounded, still alive. Izuku flexed his left hand. 2 fingers tingled. The canal injury from the prologue had never fully healed. The electrical strike made it worse. Some mornings his grip felt distant, like his hand belonged to someone standing across the room. He had written it down clinically in his notebook. Left hand sensory delay after strain. Adjust blade deployment training. Reduce reliance on grip pressure. Clinical language was easier than fear. Kenta stood. "You will train differently." "I know." "No, you will actually train differently, not write a note and continue being stupid with better handwriting." Izuku looked up. "That was specific." "You are specific in your stupidity." "Thank you." Again, not praise. The next week, Izuku relearned movement around weakness. No long jumps, no left hand hanging unless required. Blade deployment adjusted for delayed sensation, more footwork, more misdirection, more patience. It was humiliating, again, which probably meant it was working. Ajiro helped redesign civilian escape drills around the same principle. "Don't build plans around best-case bodies," he told recruits. "Build them around tired, scared, injured bodies. That's who you'll be if things go wrong." Shoji expanded surveillance protocols to reduce single-person risk. "No one watches alone for longer than 2 hours," he said. "Fatigue creates patterns. Patterns get people caught." Hagase rebuilt the voice into something that no longer depended on her being awake for every release. "I hate all of you for being right," she said, while distributing access keys. The Brotherhood evolved. That was what Izuku noticed one night while standing beneath the carved eagle. At first, the network had gathered around crisis, fear, anger, proof. Now it was becoming infrastructure. The eyes no longer waited for Izuku's target lists. They mapped abusive patrol patterns, unsafe agency practices, missing complaint records, and communities being monitored without consent. The voice no longer existed only to publish leaks. It built verification chains, legal support routes, and public education packets explaining rights during hero enforcement encounters. Ajiro's training group became popular enough that they had to disguise sessions as self-defense workshops and urban safety classes. Shoji created a consent-based surveillance ethic that every eye had to learn. No watching private lives without cause, he said during one meeting, and I asked, "How do we define cause?" Shoji answered. If you would be ashamed to explain the reason to the person being watched, the reason is probably not enough. Kenta looked deeply pleased by that. He did not say so, of course. The blade became less central, not useless, not gone, but rarer. That was the best thing that could have happened. One night, Hages placed a folder in front of Izuku. He opened it and found a local agency misconduct case. Nothing tied to the League, no major conspiracy, just a hero team suppressing injury complaints after reckless property damage. Izuku read the summary. "Why give this to me? I'm not." Hages said, "I'm showing you before we handle it without you." He looked up. She smiled faintly. "Congratulations, you are unnecessary." The words should have hurt. Instead, something inside him loosened. "Good," he said. Hages studied him. "You mean that?" "Yes, annoying." "I wanted to enjoy that more," he smiled. A real one this time, small but real. Tanaka Ryo did not confess. That surprised no one. He gave partial statements through lawyers. Claimed rogue operations, claimed national security, claimed memory gaps from injuries sustained during the attack where he supposedly died. He tried to turn every hearing into fog, but fog needed darkness. The voice kept turning on lights. Suburaba's testimony contradicted him. Yanaga's files tied to his authorization codes. Shishida's broker records referenced C0 routes. Oasis Drive contained a payment approval chain that did not name Tanaka directly, but matched his post-death activity patterns. Shoji's agency documents became the emotional center of the second month. When it became public that mutant-type civilian advocacy groups had been quietly classified through hero outreach programs, anger spread beyond hero reform circles. Communities that had long suspected surveillance finally saw proof. Shoji did not speak publicly at first. He did not want to become a symbol of pain for people who had their own. But eventually, he recorded a statement with his face hidden and voice altered. The message was simple. Protection without consent becomes control. A hero system that fears the people it claims to protect will eventually treat them as threats. The statement spread widely. Shoji watched it once in the bureau, then turned it off. Izuku sat beside him. "You okay?" Shoji was quiet for a long time. "No." Izuku nodded, Shoji's hands folded together. "I keep thinking about every community meeting. Every person who trusted me because I looked like them, because they thought I understood. I sent reports back. I thought they were outreach logs. Some became surveillance markers. You didn't know." "I know, but knowledge did not absolve pain." Izuku understood that too. Shoji continued, "I don't blame you for uncovering it. I know. I needed to say that because part of me wants to blame someone standing close enough to hear it." Izuku looked at him. "That's allowed." Shoji's eyes softened slightly. "I thought you would say something heroic. I'm trying to recover." Shoji let out the smallest possible laugh. It was enough. By the end of the third week, Musutafu was not fixed. The commission remained, agencies remained. Heroes still patrolled, villains still existed, people still needed rescuing from fires, floods, accidents, attacks, and all the ordinary emergencies that did not pause for political reform. That was the hard truth. The system could be corrupt and necessary at the same time. That was why it had survived so long. That was why tearing it down completely would have harmed people who had no part in building its rot. So reform began in the ugliest way possible: committees. Temporary oversight boards, independent complaint review proposals, emergency suspension of certain commission authorities, psychological hold reforms, agency data consent requirements, protected whistleblower channels. Too slow, too bureaucratic, too vulnerable to being watered down later. But real. One crooked bone set at a time. Izuku watched the first public oversight hearing from a rooftop, not the bureau. He needed air. On a giant screen across the district, a civilian mother described how her son's injury complaint vanished. No dramatic music played. No hero arrived to save the moment. People listened, not all, enough. Kendo sat behind the witness panel as an advocate now, not a commission liaison. She looked thinner, sharper, and more certain in a different way. When the mother's voice trembled, Kendo handed her water. That image stayed with Izuku, not because it redeemed everything, because it showed change did not always arrive as victory. Sometimes it arrived as someone sitting in the correct chair after years in the wrong one. His phone buzzed, a message from an unknown route, you watching. He knew who it was before opening the attached image, a cartoon lizard sticker, Takage. Izuku typed back, unfortunately. The reply came quickly, reform hearings. Very boring, proud of you. He stared at the message, then another arrived, don't relax too much. Coastal routes are getting interesting. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Before he could respond, the channel deleted itself, of course. He looked back at the screen. Kendo was speaking now. We cannot ask civilians to trust heroes while denying them the right to question hero institutions. The crowd reaction was mixed, applause, anger, murmurs. Democracy, Izuku was learning, often sounded like a room full of people interrupting each other while trying not to fall apart. Messy, better than silence. A soft step sounded behind him. He did not turn. Kenta. The old man stood beside the rooftop access door. You choose sentimental rooftops often. I like the view. You like punishing yourself with symbolism. Can it be both? Usually. They stood together for a while. Below, traffic moved. Above, clouds gathered. On the screen, testimony continued. Kenta glanced at him. The robes. Izuku looked down at the bag beside his feet. White fabric folded inside, crimson lining hidden. I didn't wear them today, I noticed, disappointed. No, that surprised him. Kenta continued. Tools should not become cages. Izuku looked at him. You told me the robes mattered. They do. Now they don't. They matter. That is why you must be able to remove them. The sentence settled quietly. Izuku looked back at the city. For so long, he had moved from identity to identity because the world kept demanding a shape from him. Quirkless boy, successor, hero student, Deku, symbol. Fugitive, assassin, blade. Maybe peace was not finding the final name. Maybe it was learning none of them owned him completely. That night, the network held its first meeting without a crisis. It was awkward. No one knew what to do with a room that was not actively on fire. Hagase brought terrible convenience store snacks. Ajiro organized training schedules. Shoji presented updated surveillance ethics. Kenta complained that everyone walked too loudly. Izuku sat near the edge of the room and listened, not leading, not withdrawing, just present. At one point, Hagase looked over. You're quiet. I'm observing. You're brooding. Maybe both. Ajiro tossed a packet of rice crackers at him. Izuku caught it with his right hand, not his left. Ajiro noticed, so did Kenta. Neither said anything. That was kindness. Later, after the meeting ended, Izuku remained alone in the bureau. He opened his notebook. The original target page had changed. Monoma extracted, Shishida exposed. License revoked. Charges pending Awase ended. Witnesses protected, Yanagi exposed. Charged, Takage unknown. Active. Tsuburaba cooperating witness. Kendo former liaison. Reform advocate, Tanaka Ryo detained. Trial pending. Network damaged. He stared at the word ended beside Awase's name. He did not cross it out, did not soften it, did not add justification. The page needed to remain honest. Instead, he turned to a new page and wrote, what the shadow leaves behind matters more than what it cuts away. He looked at the sentence. It sounded like something Kenta would call dramatic. He kept it anyway. On the 24th night after the spire, Izuku climbed the rooftop of the old Commission Eastern Administration building. The same kind of rooftop where everything had begun, not the exact same one. That building was under investigation now, sealed off behind temporary barriers and news vans. This roof belonged to a neighboring office block with a clear view of it. He stood at the edge and watched the dark windows. Once, he had stood above the city with a folder in his hands and believed the truth needed only to be delivered to the proper people. Then the proper people tried to erase him. Now the truth had reached improper people, ordinary people, angry people, Tired people, people with cameras, testimony, lawsuits, questions, and no patience left for official silence. Maybe that was always where truth belonged first, not above, among. The wind moved softly across the roof. Izuku wore civilian clothes, dark jacket, no hood, no robes. The bracers were not on his wrists. They were folded inside the bag over his shoulder with the robes. He had not retired them. That would have been a lie. But tonight, he did not need them. The city below remained imperfect. Sirens still wailed. A hero still landed 3 blocks away to stop a traffic accident from becoming worse. A child still pointed up in wonder. A reporter still argued on a public screen. Someone somewhere was still lying. Someone somewhere was still afraid to speak. The work continued, it always would. That realization should have crushed him. Instead, it freed something. Izuku walked down the fire escape, no dramatic leap into darkness, no final pose beneath the moon, no symbol disappearing into legend. He climbed down carefully because his ribs still hurt, and his left hand could not be trusted on cold metal for too long. At street level, he bought a can of coffee from a vending machine. It tasted awful. He sat on the curb beneath the quiet glow of the machine and held the warm can between both hands. For a few minutes, no one recognized him. No one asked him to save them. No one called him villain. No one called him hero. No one called him subject. He was just a young man sitting in a city that was slightly less rotten than it had been, drinking bad coffee and existing without a mission. The bag rested beside him. White robes folded inside, crimson lining hidden but intact. His phone buzzed once. A network packet. No emergency marker. No immediate threat, just reports, updates, work for tomorrow. Izuku looked at it, then put the phone face down on the curb. Tomorrow could have him back. Tonight, for 5 quiet minutes, he belonged to himself. Above the city, unseen from the street, an eagle carved into old stone waited beneath a repair shop. The creed endured. But for once, Izuku did not need to repeat it. He simply breathed. And the shadow, for that brief moment, left him in peace. Next thought for a few seconds epilogue. The eagle's view, 6 months later. 6 months after the spire, Musutafu learned how to pretend again. That was the first thing Izuku noticed. Cities were good at it. Broken windows were replaced. Protest posters faded under rain. News vans left administrative districts when newer scandals demanded brighter lights. Hero billboards returned, though some slogans changed. Words like trust, accountability, and reform appeared more often now, printed in clean fonts across agency campaigns that wanted the public to believe lessons had been learned. Some had, not enough, never enough, but some. The Hero Public Safety Commission still existed, though not with the same teeth. Emergency psychological holds now required independent review. Hero agency data sharing policies were rewritten. Civilian complaint channels gained outside oversight. Several officials were still awaiting trial. Others had resigned early enough to keep pensions and reputations half intact, which made Hages furious every time the subject came up. Tanaka Ryo remained in custody. His trial had not begun. Of course it had not. Men like Tanaka built delays into the world before they ever needed them. His lawyers argued jurisdiction, evidence chain, national security privilege, mental competency, identity irregularity, anything that could slow the process and turn moral clarity into paperwork. But he was no longer dead. That mattered. A dead man could hide forever. A living one had to answer questions, even if slowly, especially slowly. Izuku no longer lived entirely underground. That had been Kenta's decision as much as his own. Bury a seed too deep, the old man had said one morning while repairing an electric scooter with unnecessary violence. And it stops becoming patient, it becomes dead. So Izuku moved between places, sometimes the bureau, sometimes a small rented room above a closed bookstore owned by an eye, sometimes a safe apartment with too much sunlight and not enough exits, which Ajiro insisted was psychologically healthy. And Kenta called architecturally stupid. He still trained, not like before. The ember of One for All had not vanished completely, but it had become quiet, a warmth in the body rather than a force. Enough to recover from strain slightly faster than most. Enough to keep old injuries from becoming worse too quickly. Not enough to save him from bad technique. That was probably healthy, humiliating but healthy. His left hand still failed him sometimes. Cold mornings were worst. The two outer fingers would numb, and his grip would become unreliable until he warmed the joint and stretched the scar tissue near his shoulder. He had adjusted blade deployment accordingly. Kenta had redesigned one bracer's trigger so it did not depend on the same pressure point. Izuku had thanked him. Kenta had replied, "Do not thank me. Stop breaking the hand I am forced to design around." That was affection, probably. The Brotherhood no longer needed Izuku to make every decision. That was the best part. The eyes had become disciplined enough to refuse bad targets. They watched patterns, not private lives. They sent concerns through verification chains instead of chasing every rumor. The voice had become a machine Hageis trusted enough to occasionally sleep beside, rather than inside. Public releases were rarer now, stronger when they happened, and almost impossible to discredit because every claim passed through legal review, source protection, and independent confirmation. Ajiro's training network had expanded under 3 harmless names, urban safety classes. Civic self-defense workshops, movement confidence for youth. Kenta hated all 3 names. Ajiro loved that. Shoji surveillance ethics guidelines had become unofficial doctrine. No one watched without cause. No one recorded vulnerable communities without consent. No one became the thing they claimed to fight simply because their intentions were better. Kendo Itsuka now worked openly with reform advocates. She had lost her commission role, nearly lost her license, and gained a kind of public suspicion that never fully went away. To some, she was a traitor. To others, a whistleblower. To herself, apparently neither. When asked in interviews what she considered herself, she usually answered, responsible. Izuku respected that. Monomer remained gone. Once every few months, a coded message arrived through the old freight channel. Never sentimental. Usually annoying, saw a hero ethics panel use the phrase structural accountability 5 times. You're welcome, or if anyone asks, I'm still dead socially. Very peaceful, highly recommend. Izuku never replied directly, but he always checked that the route was still safe. Takage Setsuna had not contacted them in 3 months. That worried everyone. A quiet Takage was never peace, it was loading. And then, on a rainy evening in early autumn, Kendo sent a file, not through public channels, not through the voice, through the Brotherhood. The packet arrived encrypted under an old Spire protocol. Only 3 people should have known still existed. Shoji verified the chain first. Ajiro checked for embedded trackers. Hageis read the summary and immediately said, I hate this. That meant it was serious. Izuku entered the bureau at 9:17 p.m. to find everyone already gathered around the map table. Kenta stood beneath the carved eagle, arms folded. Ajiro leaned over a spread of coastal city maps. Shoji had 6 screens open, each showing shipping routes, missing persons reports, and hero patrol logs. Hageis held a printed file like it had personally offended her. Izuku stopped in the archway. No one called me. Hageis looked up. That was intentional. Ajiro added, we were reviewing first. Shoji nodded. You told us not to bring every fire to the blade. Izuku looked at the table. And Hageis placed the file down. This one may have teeth. The title at the top read, Coastal Quirk Trafficking Pattern Preliminary Dossier. Izuku stepped closer. 3 coastal cities, Kyujima, Haraport, Shiosaki, all mid-sized, all rebuilding from post-war economic damage. All with hero presence stretched thin by smuggling, reconstruction fraud, and villain cell remnants. The pattern had begun as missing person irregularities, not large enough to trigger national panic, not obvious enough for front-page coverage, a runaway here, a quirkless migrant worker there. A low-tier villain informant gone silent, a support tech student whose dorm records claimed she withdrew, while her family insisted she never came home. Different jurisdictions, different classifications, no single emergency. That was how trafficking survived. By making every victim look like someone else's paperwork, Shoji pointed to the map. The disappearances cluster near medical transport routes and private rehabilitation facilities. Ajiro tapped another page. Victims include people with useful quirk factors, but not only them. Some have no documented quirks. Izuku looked at him. That doesn't fit standard quirk trafficking. No, Hageis said, which is why it's worse. She slid over a photograph, a warehouse exterior near Hara Port, old shipping company. recently purchased by a medical logistics contractor. Izuku read the contractor name, Valentis Recovery Solutions. Fake wellness company, Hage said. Registered after the Spire fallout, clean paperwork, too clean. Shoji brought up a second screen. Financial routing links back to two shell companies Tsuburaba identified before protective custody. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Tanaka, possibly old architecture, Shoji said. Not necessarily direct command. Kenta spoke for the first time. Rot grows after the tree is cut. Izuku looked at the victim list. There were 18 confirmed disappearances, possibly more. Kendo's note was attached at the end. I cannot move through official channels fast enough without alerting the wrong people. I am sending this because the pattern resembles something Tanaka's network protected before the Spire. I am not asking for the blade. I am asking for the eyes and the voice. Izuku read that line twice, not asking for the blade, good, painful, but good. He looked up. What do we know about the operator? Hage clicked her tongue. Name unknown. Alias circulating in League-adjacent chatter. The surgeon. Ajiro grimaced. YouTube-friendly name, he muttered. Hage gave him a look. You want to tell the traffickers to improve branding? No, Shoji continued. The surgeon may not be a doctor. Could refer to method. Clean extractions. Targeted removals. No messy public scenes. Izuku's hand tightened slightly. Kenta noticed, of course. Izuku forced it to relax. What's the current plan? Hage looked pleased by the question. Not because she enjoyed the case, because he had asked what the plan was instead of assuming he was it. The eyes begin coastal surveillance through local contacts. No direct engagement. Shoji coordinates remote pattern analysis. Ajiro trains the Kyujima contact cell in emergency extraction. The voice prepares a legal inquiry around fraudulent medical transport records, not trafficking allegations yet. Izuku nodded. Good. Everyone waited. He knew what they were waiting for. The old Izuku might have volunteered immediately. The one who still confused responsibility with availability. The one who thought being willing to suffer meant he was always the correct tool. He looked at the map. 3 cities, unknown operator, possible victims still alive, possible active transport routes, not enough evidence, not enough certainty, too much risk. The blade doesn't move yet, he said. Ajiro exhaled quietly. Shoji's shoulders eased. Hage nodded once. Kenta's expression remained unreadable, which meant he was either satisfied or thinking of an insult to save for later. Izuku continued. We identify the next transport, confirm holding sites, build proof. If there are living victims and no lawful route can reach them in time, then we reassess. Hage folded her arms. You sound annoyingly mature. I've been supervised aggressively, Kenta grunted, barely successfully. The meeting continued for 2 hours, no drama, no rooftop vows, just work. Routes, risks, evidence standards, extraction thresholds, contact limits, public release timing. Izuku mostly listened. That mattered more than anyone said. Near midnight, the room emptied. Ajiro left to prepare training packets. Shoji stayed behind to monitor data channels. Hage went upstairs for coffee after swearing she was not going to stay awake all night, which everyone correctly understood as a lie. Kenta remained beneath the eagle. Izuku stood at the map table, looking at the coastal cities. You are thinking about going anyway, Kenta said. Izuku did not look away from the map. Yes, at least you are honest, I won't. Why? Because wanting to move is not the same as needing to. Kenta stepped closer. Good. Izuku looked at him. Actual praise, do not ruin it. A silence settled between them, comfortable almost. Then Kenta placed something on the table. The bracers, cleaned, modified, ready. Izuku stared at them. I thought you were praising me for not moving. I am. Then why bring those? Because discipline is not pretending the blade does not exist. It is knowing why it remains on the table. Izuku ran his fingers lightly over the metal. 6 months ago, he would have felt the pull immediately. The need to strap them on, to become useful, to become sharp. Now he felt something different, respect, caution, a little fear. Good. Fear meant the blade still had weight. He left them on the table. Tomorrow, he said. Kenta nodded. Tomorrow. The next morning, Izuku woke in the bookstore apartment to rain tapping against the window. For once, he had slept almost 6 hours. A miracle by Brotherhood standards. His room was small. A mattress on the floor, a desk by the window, 3 exit routes, 2 hidden compartments. One plant Kendo had given him after a reform meeting, claiming it was hard to kill. It was already dying. He made instant coffee and stood near the window, watching people move through the street below. A delivery worker argued with a cyclist. A child in a yellow raincoat jumped into a puddle. Two sidekicks helped an elderly man carry groceries after his bag split. Not everything was a conspiracy. That was important to remember. The world still contained ordinary kindness, not enough to fix it, enough to make fixing it matter. His phone buzzed, a message from Ajiro. Coastal contact confirmed, training materials sent. Also, please water the plant. It looks like a villain attack. Izuku looked at the plant. It did look bad. He watered it. Another message arrived from Hagase. Transport records show a suspicious route tonight, but no victim confirmation. Do not put on the dramatic pajamas. Izuku typed back, they are robes. Her reply came instantly, dramatic pajamas. Then Shoji, I found a pattern in fuel receipts, sending to group. Also, Hagase is on her fourth coffee. Intervention may be required. Then Kendo, thank you for not rushing in. That is not sarcasm. Izuku stared at that one longer. He typed, thank you for trusting us with it. Also not sarcasm. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then, we're all learning. Izuku set the phone down. Outside, the city continued raining. 6 months ago, he would have heard a case like this and felt only urgency. Now he felt urgency and structure, fear and patience, anger and discipline. That was growth, probably annoying growth, but growth. By evening, the Brotherhood confirmed the suspicious transport route was not carrying victims, medical supplies only, legitimate ones. The old Izuku would have been frustrated. This Izuku felt relief first, then embarrassment, then more relief. False alarms meant someone did not need saving from that truck. That mattered. 2 days later, the eyes found the first real lead, a private ferry manifest with 3 undocumented passengers listed under medical transfer codes. One passenger matched a missing support tech student. The transport was scheduled to move from Hara Port at 2:10 a.m. This time, the room changed, not panic, readiness. Hagase assembled the evidence chain. Shoji confirmed the route. Ajiro coordinated local extraction contacts and emergency medical support. Kendo prepared lawful pressure through a reform-aligned prosecutor who could move if given hard proof. And Izuku stood before the table where the bracers waited. Nobody told him to put them on. Nobody told him not to. That was the burden, choice, always choice. He picked them up. The metal was cool. Familiar, Kenta stood across from him. What is the objective? The old man asked. Izuku strapped the first bracer onto his right wrist. Confirm victims. Stop transport if lawful intervention cannot arrive in time. Preserve evidence. Avoid lethal force unless an active threat leaves no alternative. Kenta watched him strap on the second. And the story, Izuku pulled his sleeve over the bracer. The victims are the story, not me. Kenta nodded better, still not praise. It is becoming difficult to avoid. Izuku smiled faintly. He lifted the white robes from the chair. For a moment, he simply held them. White outer layer, crimson lining, clean despite everything. The robes no longer felt like replacing Deku. They felt like a tool he could carry without becoming trapped inside it. He put them on. When he pulled up the hood, the room did not become dramatic. It became focused. Ajiro entered first, holding a route map. We have a local team near the harbor. They are not engaging unless extraction is needed. Shoji followed. Comms are clean. Weather gives cover, but visibility is poor. Hagase looked at Izuku's robes and sighed. Fine. The dramatic pajamas are useful tonight. Izuku looked at her. Their robes. Tonight, their evidence preservation pajamas. Kendo's voice came through the speaker from a secure location. Prosecutor is standing by. Give me proof, and I can move official units without alerting the Port Authority first. That was new. That was the world after the Spire, not fixed, but changed enough that sometimes official channels could be used if the right people pushed fast enough. Izuku looked around the bureau. Eyes, voice. Blade, not alone, never again alone. He walked toward the tunnel. Kenta's voice stopped him. Izuku, he turned. The old man rarely used his given name. Kenta stood beneath the carved eagle, face lined by shadow and lantern light. Come back with clean reasons, not clean hands. They both knew better than that. Clean reasons. Izuku nodded. I will. Then he climbed toward the rain. Hara port smelled of salt, diesel, and wet rope. The storm helped rain-blurred cameras, softened footsteps, and kept civilians indoors. It also made every surface slippery and every mistake more expensive. Izuku moved across warehouse roofs with careful precision, no long leaps, no wasted force. The Ember stayed quiet, technique carried him, Shoji's voice guided him through comms. Target ferry is docked at Pier 6, 2 guards at ramp, 1 inside cabin, heat signatures from lower storage area uncertain due to refrigeration units. Izuku crouched behind a ventilation housing overlooking the pier. Below, the ferry sat under industrial lights, white paint streaked by rain. A medical transport truck backed toward it. 2 men in raincoats moved crates with bored efficiency. Bored men were either innocent or experienced. Both possibilities mattered. Any confirmation on passengers? Izuku asked. Hagase answered. Manifest lists 3 transfer subjects, no corresponding hospital intake records. 1 code matches the missing student's forged withdrawal timestamp. Kendo came in next. I need visual confirmation before I can move the prosecutor. Understood. Izuku fired a line across to the ferry's upper maintenance frame and crossed low, body cutting through rain. He landed silently near the rear cabin. 1 guard turned, not toward him. Toward a sound puck Izuku had dropped near the opposite railing. The guard walked away. Izuku slipped inside. The ferry interior was narrow, metal-walled, smelling of disinfectant layered over seawater. He moved down a service ladder toward the lower storage area. Halfway down, he heard crying. Small, muffled, alive. His grip tightened on the ladder, not anger, focus. He reached the lower deck and activated eagle vision for 1 second. Gold blew through rain and metal. 3 frightened figures in a refrigerated storage compartment. 2 hostile outlines near the door. 1 calmer outline inside the cabin above, monitoring stop. The migraine flashed but did not take him. He had used it cleanly. Confirmed, Izuku whispered. 3 living victims. Lower deck refrigeration compartment. 2 guards. Kendo's voice changed immediately. Sending packet. Official units moving in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, too long if the ferry left. Izuku looked toward the compartment door. The engine rumbled beneath his feet. They're preparing departure. Ajiro spoke. Can you disable without engagement? Izuku studied the fuel line access, the engine control panel, the guard positions. Yes. A guard began turning toward his hiding place. Izuku moved, not to the guards, past them. He slid under a hanging tarp, reached the engine control panel, and inserted a small spike Kenta had built after complaining about boats, which are cars that drown. The panel flickered. The engine coughed, 1 guard cursed, the other walked toward the panel. Izuku was already above him, clinging to a pipe. The guard opened the panel. Izuku dropped behind him, struck a nerve point, caught him before he fell, and lowered him silently. The second guard saw movement. Haze smoke filled the corridor. Izuku crossed through it, reading footsteps, not sight. The guard swung a baton. Izuku stepped inside, trapped the wrist, turned the elbow, and put him down hard but alive. No blade, good. He reached the compartment door, locked, of course. He used the ceramic strip. Inside, 3 people huddled under emergency blankets. A teenage girl with cropped hair and bruised wrists, a middle-aged man with a bandaged neck, a boy no older than 13 whose eyes were too wide and too dry, like he had already cried past tears. Izuku kept his hands visible. My name is Izuku, he said softly. I'm here to get you out. The girl stared at the hood. Are you a hero? The question struck deeper than it should have. He could have said no. He could have said yes. Instead, he said the only thing that mattered. I'm with people who know you're missing. That broke something in her face. Hope, maybe. Careful hope. He guided them out one by one. Local Brotherhood contacts took over at the service hatch. 2 eyes disguised as dock workers, 1 emergency nurse, and a Jiro on comms walking them through the extraction route. Official sirens approached. Kendo's units. Real ones, public ones, accountable ones. The traffickers above finally realized something was wrong. The calm outline from Eagle Vision reached the lower deck. The surgeon was not what Izuku expected. A woman in a medical coat beneath a rain jacket. Late 30s, perhaps. Hair tied back, face plain, eyes steady. In one hand, she held a compact support pistol. In the other, a detonator linked to something on the ferry's fuel system. Of course, clean operations always had dirty exits. Step away, she said. Izuku positioned himself between her and the last victim climbing through the hatch. No. Her eyes flicked to his robes. The auditor problem. Izuku's blood cooled. She knew the name. Interesting, dangerous. You worked with Tanaka. I worked near many people, not an answer. It was not meant to be. She raised the detonator slightly. Let me leave, or everyone on this ferry becomes evidence dust. Izuku heard the last victim clear the hatch behind him. Good, Shoji's voice entered. Fuel charge detected. Remote trigger likely real. Official units 2 minutes out. 2 minutes, the surgeon smiled. You are calculating whether you can reach me before my thumb moves. Izuku did not answer, because he was eagle vision tempted him. He used it 1 second, gold her intent, not suicidal, escape focused, detonator thumb pressure light, pistol secondary, left knee weak from old injury. Eyes tracking his right wrist, not left, stop, pain but clean. Izuku lifted both hands slowly. You're right, her smile sharpened. Good, you're not willing to die. Few professionals are. And you know if you set that off, you die with us. Maybe, no, his left hand twitched. Not from weakness, from readiness. You built your entire operation around clean disappearance. No bodies unless necessary, no public scenes, no attention. Blowing up a ferry after the Spire scandal puts every coastal route under national review. Her eyes narrowed. You think you can talk me down? No, Izuku moved, not toward her, down. He kicked a loose metal tray across the wet floor. It struck her weak knee, small impact. Enough, her balance shifted, her eyes dropped, his left blade fired, not into her, into the detonator wire. The modified trigger snapped the blade forward with less hand pressure than before. Metal sliced cable. Sparks popped. The detonator died. She fired the pistol. Izuku had already moved. The shot cracked past his shoulder. He closed distance, struck the wrist, disarmed her, and pinned her against the wall with the hidden blade resting near her throat. Not cutting, resting. For one breath they stood like that. Rain hammered the deck above. Sirens grew louder. Her eyes held no fear, only irritation. You won't kill me, she said. No, hero habit. No, Izuku leaned closer. Your evidence. For 1 second he saw Tanaka in her expression. The same hatred of visibility. Then official units stormed the ferry. Kendo was not with them physically, but her voice came through their command channel, sharp and controlled. Secure the victims first. Body cameras on. Medical support now. Do not touch evidence without documentation. Izuku released the surgeon into custody. One officer stared at him. The hood. The robes, the blood on his sleeve. For a moment, the world seemed ready to choose an old story. Hero, vigilante, criminal, symbol. Then the teenage girl from the compartment spoke from the hatch. He opened the door. The officer looked at her, then back at Izuku, and lowered his weapon slightly. Not fully. Enough. Izuku stepped backward into smoke before the official units could decide what to do with him. By dawn, the trafficking route was public, not through a leak first. Through official arrest records, victim recovery confirmation, and then a voice-backed evidence package explaining how the pattern had been found. That mattered. It was not the Brotherhood replacing the system. It was the Brotherhood forcing the system to work while everyone watched. Kendo sent one message at sunrise: 3 alive, surgeon detained, coastal warrants expanding. Good work. Hagase added, you did not become the story. Annoyingly proud. Ajiro, victims transferred safely. Also, you owe me new sound pucks. Shoji, your left-hand deployment worked. Kenta will pretend not to be pleased. Kenta sent nothing. When Izuku returned to the bureau, the old man was waiting beneath the eagle. He looked at Izuku's torn sleeve, the blood, the mud, the tired eyes. Then he looked at the bracer. Clean reasons, Kenta asked. Izuku nodded. Clean reasons. Kenta grunted. Acceptable. Izuku smiled. That was definitely praise, probably. That evening, Izuku climbed to the roof of the bookstore apartment with a can of terrible vending machine coffee. The rain had stopped. The city smelled washed but not clean. Below, people moved through ordinary lives, unaware of how close 3 missing people had come to vanishing forever beneath medical labels and shipping codes. That was fine. They did not need to know every shadow, only that someone was watching the right ones. He sat on the rooftop ledge, robes folded beside him, bracers resting on top. For once, he did not feel pulled to put them away quickly, nor to keep them on. They were tools, nothing more, nothing less. His phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. No cartoon lizard this time, just text. Coastal routes got interesting, didn't they? Izuku stared. Takage. Before he could reply, another message appeared. The surgeon was small. The people who taught her are not. Then, tell Eagle Grandpa I said hi. Then the channel vanished. Izuku sighed. Of course, he muttered. The work continued. It always would. But this time, the thought did not feel like a sentence. It felt like weather, not good, not bad, simply real. A door opened behind him. Kendo stepped onto the roof. Izuku looked back, surprised. She carried 2 cans of coffee. How did you find this place? She handed him 1 can. Ajiro, traitor. He said you would say that. She sat beside him, leaving enough space to make the quiet comfortable. For a while, neither spoke. The city filled the silence. Finally, Kendo said, the girl from the ferry gave a statement. She's alive because of you, because of all of us. Kendo glanced at him. You're getting better at saying that. I had aggressive teachers. She smiled faintly, then the smile faded. Do you ever miss it? What? Being seen as simple. Izuku looked over the city. Hero, villain, right, wrong, save, win, lose. Yes, he said. Kendo nodded. Me too. Another silence. Then she raised her coffee can slightly. To complicated survival. Izuku tapped his can against hers, to clean reasons. They drank. The coffee was awful. Neither complained. Below them, Musutafu glowed against the coming night, not healed, not pure. Not safe in the way billboards promised, but awake in places that had once slept too deeply. Somewhere beneath the city, an old stone eagle watched over a bureau that had survived empires, wars, quirks, heroes, villains, and the arrogance of men who thought power made them permanent. The eyes watched, the voice spoke, the blade waited. And Izuku Midoriya, who had once wanted permission to be a hero, now understood something quieter and heavier. Justice was not a title, not a license, not a costume, not even a blade. Justice was the choice to keep looking when the world asked you to look away, the choice to act without pretending action made you clean, the choice to build something after the shadow passed. He looked at the folded robes beside him, white cloth, crimson lining, still holding. The creed endured. Not because it was carved in stone, because people chose to carry it without letting it carry them away. Izuku finished the terrible coffee and watched the first stars appear above Musutafu. Tomorrow, there would be more work, more files, more lies. More frightened people waiting for someone to open a door. But tonight, the city breathed. And from the rooftop, with friends close enough to find him and shadows no longer deep enough to own him, Izuku finally understood the eagle's view. You did not rise above the world to escape it. You rose high enough to see where you were needed, then you came back down.